The day started like any other in Konoha, but it didn't stay that way for long. Hinata was quietly tending to her garden when she felt a presence behind her. Turning, she saw Sasuke standing there, his expression as unreadable as ever. "Sasuke?" she asked, her voice soft but confused. "What brings you here?" "I need a favor," Sasuke said bluntly, skipping any pleasantries. Hinata blinked, unsure of what favor someone like Sasuke could possibly need from her. "What kind of favor?" He hesitated, which was rare. Then, in the most Sasuke way possible, he dropped a bombshell. "Marry me?" Hinata froze, convinced she'd misheard him. "Excuse me?" "I said marry me." His tone was casual, as if he were asking her to pass him a kunai. Hinata's thoughts spiraled. This had to be a prank, right? Some kind of elaborate jinjutsu? But no, Sasuke didn't joke, and his sharingan wasn't active. "I don't understand," she stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. "It's practical," Sasuke explained, as though that made it any less shocking. "I need a partner to solidify my presence in Konoha. You're respected, strong, and dependable." Hinata wasn't sure whether to be flattered or offended. Dependable? Was this a marriage proposal or a mission debrief? "But, Sasuke, why me? There are plenty of other. You're the only one I trust for this." His voice was firm, cutting off any argument. Hinata felt her heart skip a beat. Trust. That was a word Sasuke rarely used, and it held weight coming from him. "Can I think about it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Take your time," Sasuke said, turning to leave. But before he walked away, he added, "Just don't take too long." Hinata sat at her family's dinner table that evening, her mind still reeling from Sasuke's unexpected proposal. Across from her, Neji and Hanabi exchanged curious glances, noting her uncharacteristic silence. "Hinata, you've been stirring your tea for 5 minutes," Neji finally pointed out, raising an eyebrow. "What's on your mind?" Hanabi leaned forward, smirking. "Don't tell me. Did Naruto finally notice you?" The question made Hinata choke on her tea, her face turning an impressive shade of red. She waved her hands in front of her frantically. "And no, it's not about Naruto." Her father, Hayashi, looked up from his meal, his usual stern expression softening slightly. "Then what is it?" Hinata took a deep breath. There was no easy way to say it. "Sasuke Uchiha asked me to marry him." The silence that followed could have shattered windows. Neji dropped his chopsticks. "What?" Hanabi's jaw hung open in disbelief. "Sasuke Uchiha? As in that Sasuke Uchiha? The guy who barely talks to anyone and acts like emotions are a foreign concept." Hayashi's teacup paused midair. "Explain yourself, Hinata," he said, his voice calm but demanding. Hinata fidgeted in her seat. "He said it's practical. He needs a partner to help solidify his place in Konoha, and he thinks I'm dependable." Neji snorted. "That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. Truly a proposal for the ages." Hanabi burst out laughing, clutching her sides. "Oh, this is gold. Hinata, dependable queen of practicality." Hayashi, however, remained serious. "And what do you think of this offer?" "I don't know," Hinata admitted, her voice soft. "It's unexpected, and I'm not sure how to feel about it." Hayashi set his teacup down with a decisive clink. "While I understand your confusion, this is not a decision to be taken lightly. Consider the implications, for you, for our clan, and for the village." Hinata nodded, though her thoughts were still swirling. Why had Sasuke chosen her, of all people? And more importantly, why couldn't she shake the memory of the way he'd looked at her when he said he trusted her? Later that night, Hinata sat cross-legged on her bed, her phone in hand. If there was ever a time to spill tea, this was it. She opened her group chat with Ino, Sakura, and Tenten, appropriately named Konoha Queens, and typed, "Hinata, y'all, Sasuke proposed to me today." Seconds later, the chat exploded like a shadow clone jutsu gone wrong. "Ino, hold up. Sasuke, what now?" Sakura, "Girl, you're lying." Tenten, "Nah, Hinata doesn't lie." "What's the tea? Spill it." Hinata took a deep breath and sent another message. "Hinata, he said it's for practical reasons and called me dependable." Neutral face. This time, the chat went absolutely feral. "Ino, dependable? That man just proposed like he's writing a business email. Sakura. OMG, this is so Sasuke it hurts. Tintin. Bro said, you're the Wi-Fi to my hotspot. Romantic king. Hinata couldn't help but laugh, but her anxiety still lingered. She started typing a response when her phone buzzed with an incoming call. Sakura. Hinata. Sakura's voice came through loud and clear. You're telling me Sasuke Uchiha, the brooding king of our generation, wants to marry you? This is insane. Hinata sighed. I know. I don't even understand why me. I'm not exactly the bold or outgoing type. Ino's voice piped up in the background. Apparently, this was now a conference call. Don't sell yourself short, Hinata. You've got that quiet, mysterious girl next door vibe. Maybe Sasuke's into that. Or, Sakura interjected, he realized you're literally one of the only people who doesn't find him intimidating. That's rare, girl. You're like the unicorn of Konoha. Tintin's laughter joined the chaos. Okay, but Hinata, real talk. Do you want to marry him? Like, does this idea give you butterflies or just a full-blown migraine? Hinata paused, her fingers tightening around her phone. Honestly, I don't know yet. I mean, it's Sasuke. He's not exactly easy to figure out. There was a moment of silence before Ino declared, all right, we're having a girls' meeting tomorrow. My treat at Yakiniku Q. We need to figure this out because, Hinata, you're about to live every fanfiction writer's dream. Hinata chuckled softly, the warmth of her friend's support easing her nerves. Maybe this whole situation wasn't so impossible after all. While Hinata had her emotional support group chat, Sasuke found himself in unfamiliar territory. He was nervous. The Uchiha prodigy, the ultimate cool guy of Konoha, was pacing around his house like he'd just been hit with a jinjutsu. She hasn't responded yet, he muttered, glancing at his phone for the 100th time. Who hasn't responded? Came a voice from the doorway. Sasuke turned to see Kakashi leaning against the doorframe, his ever-present book in hand, and his one visible eye brimming with amusement. No one, Sasuke grumbled, shoving his phone into his pocket. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, or at least Sasuke assumed he did under that mask. Let me guess. It's about a girl. Sasuke scoffed. What makes you think that? Because, Kakashi said, flipping a page in his book, you've got that same look Naruto had when he accidentally called me mom in front of the entire village. Sasuke froze. He did what? Not the point, Kakashi continued, shutting his book. What's eating you, Sasuke? Sasuke sighed, realizing there was no escaping this conversation. I proposed to Hinata. Kakashi blinked, then blinked again. You proposed? Like marriage? To Hinata Hyuga? The quiet one who looks like she's about to faint every time someone says her name. Yes, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. And stop looking so surprised. It's not that weird. Kakashi's eye crinkled with amusement. No, it's just unexpected. But hey, good for you. Marriage is great. Very stabilizing. Sasuke crossed his arms. She hasn't given me an answer yet. Well, Kakashi said, leaning casually against the wall, maybe she's processing. Proposals can be a lot to take in, especially from someone as emotionally constipated as you. Sasuke glared. I'm not emotionally constipated. Sure, buddy, Kakashi said with a chuckle. But listen, if you really want her to say yes, maybe try being a little warmer. You know, show her that you actually like her, and it's not just some ninja alliance merger or whatever. Sasuke groaned. I don't know how to do warm. That's Naruto's thing. Kakashi patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Well, lucky for you, I've got a lot of romantic advice stored up from years of reading Aika. Absolutely not, Sasuke said, turning on his heel and walking out. Your loss, Kakashi called after him. Meanwhile, at the Yakiniku Q meeting, Hinata and the girls were plotting something just as chaotic. Hinata sat at the table surrounded by her closest confidants. Ino was leaning forward like she was plotting a world takeover. Sakura looked ready to throw hands, and Tintin just seemed excited that something dramatic was finally happening in her social circle. So, what's the move? Ino asked, stabbing a piece of grilled meat with her chopsticks like it was a kunai. You can't just leave Sasuke hanging forever, Hinata. That guy has an ego the size of the Hokage monument. Hinata fidgeted with her chopsticks, her cheeks pink. I'm just not sure. What if he regrets it? What if I'm not enough for him? Sakura groaned, smacking her forehead. Hinata, you're literally one of the strongest kunoichi in the village. And have you seen yourself? Your whole aesthetic. Half the village crushes on you, and the other half is just jealous. Exactly. Tintin chimed in. And Sasuke? He's like, what, a 12 out of 10 on paper, but a solid 7 emotionally? You're doing him a favor by even considering it. Hinata giggled softly, but still looked unsure. I just want to be sure he really means it. Then test him, Ino said, a mischievous glint in her eye. Hinata blinked. Test him? Yeah, Ino said, slamming her hands on the table. Put him through the ultimate boyfriend trial. Make him prove he's serious about you, and not just doing this because he's bored or whatever. Sakura looked skeptical. And how exactly do you suggest we do that? Ino smirked. Oh, I've got a few ideas. First, we make him do something public. Like really public. No hiding in the shadows or brooding. He's got to show everyone he's head over heels for Hinata. Public like what? Hinata asked nervously. Declare his love in the middle of the training grounds, Ino said dramatically. Or serenade you in front of the Hokage's office. Something big, something bold, something he would never, ever do, Tintin finished with a laugh. Hinata's face turned bright red. I don't think Sasuke would. Exactly, Sakura cut in. If he does it, it means he's serious. If he does it well, then he's not worth your time anyway. Hinata hesitated, her fingers twisting together. I don't want to embarrass him. Hinata, Ino said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. This is Sasuke we're talking about. A little embarrassment will do him good. Hinata finally smiled, her shyness melting away just a bit. Okay, what's the plan? The girls leaned in closer, and the plotting began. Sasuke was at the training grounds, still brooding. Naruto had joined him, munching on ramen and being the worst pep talker imaginable. So, let me get this straight, Naruto said through a mouthful of noodles. You proposed, and now you're freaking out because she hasn't said yes yet? I'm not freaking out, Sasuke snapped, punching a training dummy hard enough to leave a dent. Bro, you're literally talking to a ramen bowl about your feelings, Naruto said, slurping loudly. Sasuke glared. Why are you here? Because this is hilarious, Naruto said, grinning. But also if you want advice, you should just... Don't say it, Sasuke warned. Be yourself. Naruto finished triumphantly. Sasuke sighed deeply. Why do I even try? Hey, it works for me, Naruto said, shrugging. And look, Hinata's not going to ghost you. She's not that kind of girl. Just don't do anything dumb like, I don't know, challenge her dad to a fight or something. Sasuke froze. I wasn't planning to, but now you've put the idea in my head. Naruto facepalmed. You're hopeless, man. Sasuke might have been hopeless, but little did he know, the girl's plan was already in motion. What happens when the Uchiha is forced to confront his feelings in the most dramatic way possible? The girls had a plan, a genius plan, and in their eyes, there was only one man who could stop Sasuke Uchiha from being a brooding, emotionally constipated mess. Sasuke Uchiha himself. Hinata stood in the middle of the bustling market, her heart pounding as she stared at her phone. Ino had been texting her all morning about the mission. As she glanced up at the busy streets, she could see the shadows of her friends lurking in the distance. Their eyes were glued to the Uchiha's every move. Sasuke's here, Ino texted. Hinata gulped and straightened her posture, suddenly feeling the weight of what was about to unfold. She wasn't sure if she was ready to be a part of whatever chaos Ino had planned, but she was sure about one thing. Sasuke wasn't going to know what hit him. Meanwhile, Sasuke was strolling down the street, completely unaware that he was the subject of an intricate, borderline evil plan. Sasuke wasn't a man who got caught up in the little things. But today his life was about to be very little. He sighed, hoping he could get through this day without the drama that seemed to follow him wherever he went. He had barely taken a step when, bam, a bucket of water dumped on his head, leaving him drenched from head to toe. Sasuke froze. His heart skipped a beat, and he slowly looked up, his face unreadable. I think we should talk. It was none other than Naruto? Dude, Sasuke shouted, trying to shake the water off. What the hell? You did this on purpose, didn't you? I'm a genius, Naruto said smugly, his hands on his hips. You're just too slow to get it, Sasuke. Hinata's been waiting for you to make a move. Sasuke blinked. What? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Naruto said, winking. She wants to know if you're serious about her. And you know what? You're going to show her just how serious you are. Is this your idea of advice? Sasuke grumbled. No, man, Naruto said with a grin. This is the advice of the village. Just do it. Get out there and prove yourself, Sasuke. Sasuke was about to argue, but was immediately interrupted by Ino's voice echoing from behind a market stall. Now! Ino shouted with a dramatic flourish. Show the world you're in love. Sasuke turned around in confusion. Then it hit him. Hinata, who had been standing there this whole time, was looking directly at him. Her cheeks flushed red, and her eyes were wide with nervousness. She looked hopeful. Sasuke felt his heart race, but he couldn't tell if it was from the embarrassment of being drenched or the way Hinata was looking at him. Ino clapped her hands loudly. All right, Uchiha, it's time for you to show your feelings. You ready? Sasuke's mind was racing, and his body was fighting an internal battle. His mouth went dry, and he began to mentally calculate the least embarrassing way out of this situation. What am I supposed to do? Sasuke muttered under his breath, trying to avoid making eye contact with Hinata. Everything, Ino said, pushing him toward her. I'm so done with this, Sasuke muttered as he walked slowly, like he was wading through quicksand. This was the last thing he ever thought he'd have to do. Meanwhile, Hinata was having an internal monologue that she definitely didn't want anyone to overhear. This is insane. He's never done anything like this before. Why is my heart racing? She thought, her hands fidgeting nervously as she forced herself to stand still. Sasuke was approaching her, slowly but surely. Ino, Sakura, and Tenten had disappeared into the crowd, leaving only Naruto to watch Sasuke's progress. Just as Sasuke reached her, he took a deep breath, his face as serious as ever. Hinata, he started, his voice low but intense. I've never been good at this, at showing what I feel, but I think you deserve more than just words. You deserve actions. Hinata blinked, wide-eyed, unsure if she was hearing things correctly. Her heart was pounding so loudly, it felt like it could echo through the entire market. Sasuke turned to Naruto, who was looking at him like he had just completed a world record. Sasuke scowled. Don't say anything, Naruto. Naruto gave him 2 thumbs up, a stupid grin plastered on his face. Sasuke turned back to Hinata. You've been there for me through everything, even when I didn't deserve it. I've been an idiot for not realizing sooner that. I don't want to lose you. Hinata could feel her knees shaking. What was happening? Was Sasuke really saying this? Do you think? Sasuke started but then trailed off, a sudden panic in his eyes. Do you think we could? Before he could finish his sentence, an overenthusiastic crowd of kids shouted, Kiss! 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 And suddenly the attention of everyone in the marketplace was squarely on them. Hinata, her face glowing like the sun, could barely handle the pressure. Sasuke, on the other hand, froze in place like he'd been hit with a jinjutsu. W8, this is, Sasuke stuttered. Hinata blinked, and before she knew what was happening, she blurted out, okay, with a grin. There was a brief moment of stunned silence. Sasuke's eyes widened. The crowd screamed, and before anyone could stop him, Sasuke moved, quickly, but still awkwardly, brushing his lips against Hinata's cheek in the most anticlimactic way possible. Hinata froze. The crowd froze. The universe itself seemed to stop for a second. And then the laughter. Sasuke's face went as red as a tomato, but Hinata couldn't help herself. She let out a giggle. It was the most adorable thing she'd ever seen. Sasuke was clearly embarrassed. But honestly, this was a moment she was never going to forget. And that was just the beginning of the wild ride. Sasuke stood there, still processing what had just happened. His face was so red, it looked like someone had slapped him with a hot frying pan. He could hear Naruto laughing from behind him. Even the kids in the crowd were chanting for more, like they were at some kind of embarrassing concert. Hinata, still slightly in shock, was trying to hold back her giggles. But she couldn't. She couldn't stop laughing at how awkward and cute Sasuke looked right now. It wasn't like him to be all flustered and out of his element. But somehow, in this bizarre moment, it made her feel special. Sasuke, realizing the situation wasn't going to get any less weird, just sighed. This is ridiculous. Hey, you did it? Naruto grinned, slapping Sasuke on the back with so much force Sasuke nearly stumbled forward. I knew you could do it, bro. Hinata couldn't contain herself anymore. She burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Sasuke, you're so cute when you're embarrassed. Sasuke groaned, trying to find any excuse to leave the situation. But the more he tried to look like his usual cold, distant self, the more the crowd seemed to enjoy his discomfort. Then, out of nowhere, Sakura popped up from the side, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. You two are something else, huh? Sasuke turned to face her, an eyebrow twitching in annoyance. Sakura, don't start. Sakura winked, completely ignoring his obvious frustration. Oh, but I have to. It's like a new era for you two. From silent glares to that. She gestured dramatically toward the crowd, which was still buzzing with excitement. This is way more entertaining than watching you brood in the corner. Why is everyone making this such a big deal? Sasuke muttered under his breath. Because, Sakura said with a shrug, it's Sasuke Uchiha finally getting his feelings straight and showing some actual emotion. People are loving it. Sasuke sighed and turned back to Hinata, who was still trying to regain some form of composure after her laughing fit. He hated to admit it, but she was adorable when she laughed, and it made everything feel a lot more real. Sorry about that, Sasuke said awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Hinata looked up at him, her eyes still sparkling with amusement. You're sorry? I'm the one who should be sorry for laughing. I didn't mean to make things even more awkward for you. Sasuke looked at her, trying his best to maintain some semblance of his usual stoic demeanor. It's fine, he said gruffly, though the corners of his mouth twitched in a faint, reluctant smile. Hinata's heart skipped a beat. Sasuke was smiling. It wasn't the brooding, angry Sasuke from before. It was the real Sasuke, the one who wasn't afraid to show his true self for once. In that small moment, it felt like the beginning of something different. Naruto, who had been lurking in the background, leaned in with his signature grin. Well, Sasuke, looks like you finally found your courage. How about you two go on a real date now? You know, without the whole village watching. Sasuke shot him a glare, not helping Naruto, but even Sasuke couldn't deny the warmth spreading in his chest. As much as he hated the attention, as much as he was way out of his comfort zone, part of him was glad it had happened. Because for the first time in a long time, he felt like he was doing something right. Hinata nodded at Naruto's suggestion, her face now a little more serious but still soft. Yeah, proper date. Just the two of us? Sasuke stared at her, still processing the idea. A date. With her. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips again, and this time, he let it grow a little wider. Yeah, he said, a hint of confidence returning to his voice. Just the two of us? And for once, Sasuke didn't feel like he had to run away from the world or hide behind his emotions. For once, he was ready to face it head-on, especially if it meant spending more time with Hinata. Naruto, being Naruto, was practically bouncing. I love this. You two are like the perfect couple. This is going to be so epic. Sasuke shot him a glare again, but the irritation was fading. I'll let you know how epic it is when I get back. Hinata blushed again, her eyes soft. I think I'm going to like this new side of you, Sasuke. Sasuke didn't say anything. He didn't have to. The soft smile on his face said more than words ever could. And as they walked away from the market, with Naruto's voice calling after them, they both felt something shifting between them. Something real. Something that couldn't be undone. The day had passed, but Sasuke couldn't stop thinking about it. The awkwardness of it all still lingered, but for some reason, the discomfort didn't seem so bad anymore. As much as he tried to convince himself that he was too cold for this kind of stuff, he couldn't deny that being with Hinata felt right. But now that he had some time to reflect, his mind was swirling with doubts. Was he really ready for all this? A relationship with Hinata? They barely spent any time together outside of missions. He had always kept everyone at arm's length, and now he was supposed to just open up? And of course, there was the added pressure of not wanting to disappoint her. Hinata had always been so sweet and kind to him, and the last thing he wanted to do was hurt her in any way. The thought of that made his chest tighten, but as he walked through the village later that evening, something unexpected happened. He spotted Hinata standing by the bridge, staring out at the setting sun. She looked peaceful, almost like she was lost in her own thoughts. Sasuke hesitated for a moment. Was now the right time to approach her? He had no idea. But then again, when would there ever be a perfect time? Taking a deep breath, he walked toward her. His footsteps were quiet on the dirt path, but she must have sensed him coming. She turned around, a soft smile lighting up her face when she saw him. "Hi, Sasuke." Hinata greeted him, her voice warm. Sasuke scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Hey, Hinata." Hinata raised an eyebrow. "You look like you've got something on your mind. Are you okay?" Sasuke didn't know how to explain it. He didn't know if he was ready for this whole relationship thing. He wasn't sure how to say that to her without sounding like a total mess. "I've been thinking," Sasuke said slowly, still unsure of how to put his thoughts into words. "About all of this. About us." Hinata's smile faltered slightly, but she didn't say anything. She just watched him, patiently waiting. "I don't know if I'm cut out for all of this, Hinata," Sasuke admitted, looking down. "I've never been good at this kind of thing. I don't know how to be what you deserve." Hinata took a step closer, her eyes soft but determined. "Sasuke, you don't have to be perfect. I don't need you to change. I just want you to be you." Sasuke felt his heart beat a little faster. Hinata was always like this, kind and understanding, no matter what. It made him feel like maybe he could do this. Maybe he didn't have to have everything figured out. Maybe he didn't have to be perfect. He looked up at her, meeting her gaze. "Are you sure about that?" Hinata nodded. "Of course I am. I've always believed in you, Sasuke. I'm not expecting you to be someone else. I just want to be with you." The simplicity of her words hit him hard. It wasn't complicated. It wasn't about grand gestures or changing who he was. It was just about them, about finding something real amidst all the chaos. Sasuke's chest swelled with something he couldn't quite explain. He took a step closer to her, his voice soft. "I don't deserve you, Hinata." Hinata smiled again, her eyes shining. "I don't need someone perfect. I just need someone who's real. And you're real, Sasuke." For the first time in a long time, Sasuke felt like maybe, just maybe, he could stop running from everything. Maybe he could embrace this. Maybe he could finally let someone in. Sasuke reached out, brushing a lock of hair from Hinata's face, his touch gentle. "Okay," he said quietly. I'll try for you." Hinata's smile widened, and in that moment, Sasuke realized something he hadn't fully understood before. Being with Hinata wasn't about being perfect or figuring everything out in one go. It was about the journey, the quiet moments, the laughter, the support. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over them both, Sasuke felt like he was finally stepping into something that was worth all the uncertainty. Because Hinata wasn't asking him to be perfect. She was asking him to be himself. And for the first time, Sasuke was ready to give that to her. The next few days were a whirlwind of change for Sasuke. He had started to open up more to Hinata, and although it was awkward at times, he found himself looking forward to their conversations. He wasn't sure if he was doing it right, but he wasn't running anymore, and that felt like a victory in itself. One evening, after training, Sasuke found himself walking toward the ramen shop. He didn't plan on going there at first. He wasn't particularly hungry, but there was something drawing him in. Maybe it was the warm, comforting smell of Ichiraka's ramen. Or maybe, just maybe, it was the thought of Hinata. As he stepped inside, he saw her already seated at the counter, sipping her ramen in that quiet, graceful way she always did. She didn't seem to notice him at first, so he just stood there for a moment, taking in the sight of her. It was a strange feeling. Sasuke had never really let anyone get close to him, but there was something different about Hinata. She didn't push him or expect him to change overnight. She just accepted him. "Hey," Sasuke finally said, his voice coming out a little rougher than usual. Hinata turned toward him, her face lighting up with a smile. "Oh, Sasuke, over here." He walked over and sat down beside her, his usual brooding silence replaced by something a little softer. "How's the ramen?" he asked, his tone trying very hard to sound casual. Hinata giggled, making Sasuke's heart skip a beat. "It's great as always. You should try it sometime." He glanced at her bowl, then back at her. "Maybe I will," he said. The conversation naturally drifted to other things, and for the first time, Sasuke found himself actually enjoying it. They talked about the most random things, missions, the village gossip, and even the latest episodes of their favorite shows. Sasuke had always been the quiet type, the one who kept his emotions locked up. But with Hinata, it was different. She didn't demand anything from him. She just made him feel like he didn't have to be anything other than himself. By the time they finished their meal, Sasuke realized something he hadn't even fully processed until now. He was happy, truly happy. It wasn't about being the best shinobi or having a perfect life. It was about moments like this. About being with someone who saw him for who he really was, without expectations or pressure. As they walked out of Ichiraka together, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth spreading through him. Maybe life wasn't as complicated as he'd made it out to be. Maybe all he really needed was this connection with Hinata. But just as they were about to part ways, a sudden, unexpected thought crossed his mind. "Hinata, I have a question." She turned to face him, her eyes soft and curious. "What is it?" Sasuke scratched the back of his head, his usual cool demeanor slipping just a bit. "Do you think we can make this work? You and me, I mean." Hinata blinked in surprise, but then her expression softened, and she smiled that gentle smile that made Sasuke's heart flutter. "Of course, Sasuke. I've always believed in you. We'll figure it out step by step." Sasuke stared at her for a moment, letting the weight of her words sink in. He had always been the one who kept people at a distance, convinced that his way was the only way. But now, here he was, standing in front of Hinata, opening up in ways he never thought he could. "All right," he said, his voice steady but with a hint of something new, a sense of hope. "Let's do this." As they walked off into the evening, side by side, Sasuke couldn't help but feel like this was the start of something big. Something he wasn't ready to define yet, but something that felt real. And for the first time in a long while, Sasuke felt like maybe, just maybe, he could start letting go of his past. And with Hinata by his side, he was ready to face whatever came next. The days that followed felt almost like a dream to Sasuke. It wasn't that everything had suddenly become perfect, far from it. But there was a sense of peace that had settled over him, one he hadn't known he needed until now. Hinata continued to be the same calming presence in his life, always there with a soft smile or a word of encouragement, even on the days when Sasuke found himself getting lost in his own thoughts. But the more time they spent together, the more Sasuke realized just how much he had been holding back, not just from her, but from himself. They spent time training together, mostly in silence, as Sasuke preferred. Hinata would occasionally suggest a new training method or a technique, and Sasuke would be impressed at how much she knew about chakra control and strategy. She was a lot stronger than he had ever given her credit for, and that realization had slowly started to change the way he saw her, not just as the shy, sweet girl from his past, but as an equal. One afternoon, as they were sparring, Sasuke found himself focused more on her than the fight itself. Hinata had grown so much in the years they had known each other, and there was something about her presence that made everything else seem irrelevant. She moved gracefully, her strikes precise and controlled, her movements smooth as water. "You're getting better," Sasuke remarked casually, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Hinata blushed, stepping back with a sheepish laugh. "I'm just trying to keep up with you. You're way ahead of me, Sasuke." But Sasuke shook his head. "I don't think that's true. You've come a long way." There was a moment of quiet as they both took a break, catching their breath. Hinata's smile was soft, almost shy, but there was a depth to it now that Sasuke couldn't ignore. "You know," she began, her voice quieter than usual, "I never imagined we'd end up like this. When I was younger, I always thought that maybe, one day, you'd notice me. But now, I'm glad it happened this way. It's like fate brought us together." Sasuke looked at her, his expression unreadable. Deep down, though, he couldn't deny that there was something about her words that felt right. There was a quiet truth in her simplicity, something that resonated with him in a way he hadn't expected. "I think," Sasuke started, his voice uncharacteristically hesitant. "I used to think that I couldn't let anyone in, that I had to handle everything by myself. But with you, I don't feel that way anymore." Hinata's eyes softened, and she stepped closer, her hand lightly brushing his arm. "I'm glad. I've always believed in you, Sasuke. You don't have to do everything alone." Sasuke's gaze shifted to the ground, and he let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. There was something freeing about letting go of all the walls he had built around himself, something he hadn't realized he needed. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the village, Sasuke found himself thinking about the future, about what it might look like with Hinata by his side. He wasn't the same person he had been when they first crossed paths, and maybe, just maybe, he was ready to embrace what was coming. There was no grand declaration, no dramatic confession. But as he looked at Hinata, he knew that things were changing between them, and it felt like the most natural thing in the world. Whatever happened next, Sasuke was ready for it. Hinata smiled at him, and for a fleeting moment, Sasuke let himself believe in something he never thought he would: a future. A real one. And this time, he wasn't alone. The days following that conversation were a blur of normalcy that Sasuke wasn't used to. But somehow it felt right. The missions were still there. The training never stopped, but there was an ease to it all now that he hadn't experienced before. Maybe it was the way Hinata's presence had changed everything. Or maybe it was just the fact that he wasn't running from his feelings anymore. Whatever it was, Sasuke felt content. Hinata, of course, was always by his side, whether they were sparring or simply enjoying a quiet meal together. It was strange how something so simple could mean so much. Sasuke had spent so many years alone, lost in his own thoughts, but now he had someone who didn't just understand him. She accepted him, flaws and all. One evening, as the two of them walked through Konoha, the village glowing in the soft light of the setting sun, Sasuke couldn't help but notice how much had changed since they'd first met. Back then, they were just two people with very different paths. Now they were walking the same path together. And for the first time, Sasuke realized how much he needed that. "You know," Hinata said, breaking the silence, "I always wondered what it would be like to have a normal life. A life where I wasn't constantly worried about everything, about everyone else. Just a simple life." Sasuke glanced at her, his curiosity piqued. "A simple life?" Hinata nodded, her eyes focused on the street ahead of them. "Yeah, just a life where we didn't have to fight all the time. Where we could just be happy." Sasuke's gaze softened, and he took a moment to consider her words. It wasn't that he didn't understand where she was coming from. The life of a shinobi was anything but normal. But somehow, the idea of a simple, happy life didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. "I never thought about it that way," Sasuke admitted, his voice low. "But maybe that's what we've been fighting for all along." Hinata smiled, her eyes full of warmth. "Maybe. We've been through so much, Sasuke. But I think we've earned the right to be happy, don't you think?" Sasuke's chest tightened at her words, a feeling he couldn't quite put into words. For so long, he had believed that happiness was something he didn't deserve, that his past, his mistakes, and his choices made him unworthy of it. But with Hinata by his side, he was starting to wonder if maybe he was wrong. As they reached her house, Hinata paused and turned to him, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Thank you for everything, Sasuke. For just being here." Sasuke's heart skipped a beat, and for once, he found himself at a loss for words. He had no idea how to respond to her gratitude, so he did the only thing that felt natural. He reached out, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. "You don't have to thank me," he said quietly, his voice almost a whisper. "I'm glad I'm here too." Hinata's blush deepened, and she looked away, clearly flustered by his words. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle, the sound foreign to his ears, but somehow comforting. "Good night, Sasuke," she said softly, her smile lingering as she turned to go inside. "Night, Hinata," Sasuke replied, watching her disappear into her home. As he walked away, Sasuke couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted inside him. It was more than just the growing bond between him and and Hinata. It was the realization that maybe, just maybe, there was a future for him, a future where happiness was within reach. And for the first time in his life, Sasuke wasn't running from it. He was ready to embrace it. Whatever it might bring, the next few days passed in a kind of peaceful blur. Sasuke couldn't remember the last time he'd felt this settled. He found himself looking forward to small moments with Hinata, whether it was a brief chat over tea or a quiet walk after missions. There was no pressure, no expectations. Just the two of them, navigating this strange, new chapter of their lives together. One evening, they were sitting side by side on the rooftop of her house, watching the stars. Sasuke wasn't sure why he had agreed to this particular evening, but it felt right. Maybe it was the way the village felt so peaceful from up here. Or maybe it was just the fact that he was here with Hinata, someone who made him feel normal. "Do you ever think about the future?" Hinata asked, her voice soft as the wind blew gently through her hair. Sasuke turned his head slightly to look at her, surprised by the question. The future. It was something he hadn't really allowed himself to consider for a long time. He'd spent years lost in his past, in his mistakes, and in his desire for revenge. But here, with Hinata, the idea of a future didn't seem so impossible. "I've never really thought about it much," he admitted. "I was always focused on the present, on what I had to do right then, right now." The future felt distant. Hinata nodded, her eyes thoughtful as she stared out at the night sky. "I used to feel the same way. But now, I think about it all the time, about what I want, about us." Sasuke's heart skipped a beat at the mention of us. He wasn't sure why, but the word felt heavy, like it meant something more than just the two of them being together. It was a word that spoke to something deeper, something he wasn't sure he was ready to acknowledge yet. "You think about us?" he asked, his voice betraying a hint of surprise. Hinata turned to face him, her cheeks tinged with a soft pink. "Yeah, I think about what it would be like to build a future together. A family, a life without all the chaos. Just peace." Sasuke was silent for a moment, the weight of her words sinking in. It was strange to imagine a future that wasn't defined by pain and loss. A future that wasn't constantly interrupted by battles, by missions, by the past. The thought of building something with Hinata, something that was purely their own, was terrifying and comforting all at once. "I don't know if I can imagine a future like that," Sasuke said quietly, his voice low and unsure. "I've spent so much of my life running from things, hiding from what I really want." Hinata reached out, placing her hand gently on his. "But you don't have to run anymore, Sasuke. We've both been through so much. It's okay to let go. It's okay to want something more." Her words hit him like a wave, and for the first time, Sasuke didn't feel like he was just going through the motions. He felt like he had a choice, a real chance at something different, something that didn't have to be defined by his past mistakes or his legacy. "Maybe you're right," he murmured, his gaze softening as he looked at her. "Maybe I've been running for too long." Hinata smiled, her fingers gently squeezing his. "It's okay, Sasuke. We're here now, and that's all that matters." Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of peace settle over him as they sat there in the quiet of the night. For the first time in years, the future didn't seem like something to fear. With Hinata by his side, maybe it was something he could finally look forward to. And as the night wore on, Sasuke found himself allowing himself to imagine a life beyond the walls he'd built around himself. Maybe, just maybe, it was time to let go of the past and embrace the future. The future with Hinata. Days turned into weeks, and Sasuke found himself adjusting to a life that he never thought he'd experience. He wasn't used to this, to having someone around who truly cared, who wanted to build something together. It was still new to him, but every time he caught a glimpse of Hinata's smile or heard her soft laugh, it became clearer. He was slowly, but surely, finding his way to a life beyond his own darkness. One afternoon, the two of them were sitting in the Hokage office, going over some plans for the village's security. Naruto had assigned them to help with some new missions to ensure the peace of the land. Sasuke hadn't expected to work side by side with Hinata like this, but there was something about it that felt right. Hinata was focused, scribbling notes in a quiet corner of the office. Sasuke, on the other hand, was trying, unsuccessfully, to concentrate on the mission details in front of him. His mind kept wandering. To her, to the soft hum of her voice when she explained something, to the way her eyes sparkled when she got excited over a simple detail. It was distracting, but in the best way possible. "Something on your mind?" Hinata asked, glancing up at him, her eyes bright with curiosity. Sasuke blinked, quickly snapping out of his thoughts. "Just thinking," he said, his voice gruff. Hinata raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. "About the mission? Or something else?" He hesitated for a moment before speaking, unsure of how to phrase it. "You?" Hinata froze for a moment, her face going pink, but then she smiled, the pink hue deepening as she lowered her gaze. Sasuke found himself suddenly embarrassed by his own words. He wasn't used to being this open. It wasn't in his nature, but something about Hinata made him want to say things that made him feel vulnerable. "I just keep thinking about how things have changed between us," he admitted, his voice quieter now. "How I'm still trying to figure out what this all means, you know?" Hinata's smile softened, her gaze meeting his in that calm, steady way that had always grounded him. "I know," she said gently, "but I'm not going anywhere. You don't have to figure it all out right away. We could take it one step at a time." Sasuke let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "You're patient," he remarked, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "I've had to be," she replied, her voice teasing. "But with you, Sasuke, I'm happy to wait." The sincerity in her words hit him harder than he expected. It wasn't just the patience. It was her trust, her belief that they could figure things out together, that despite everything, they had something worth holding on to. Sasuke had never been good at trust, at least not with people outside his family or the few people he'd let in. But with Hinata, it felt different. Before Sasuke could say anything more, Naruto burst into the room, his usual energetic self. "Oi! Sasuke, Hinata, I need your help with this," he said, holding up a set of mission reports. Sasuke stood up, his brief moment of quiet contemplation interrupted. "What is it, Naruto?" Naruto grinned, clearly oblivious to the underlying tension in the air. "Just a few adjustments to our security protocols. We need you both on this. I trust you two to handle it." Hinata nodded, quickly focusing on the mission details with ease. Sasuke, despite his usual disinterest in politics and paperwork, found his attention shifting back to Hinata. How easy it was to work with her, how natural it felt. Even with Naruto's constant interruptions, he could feel himself being drawn into her world, her peaceful, calm world. A world that didn't always involve running or fighting, but instead one of building and protecting. As they went over the details of the mission, Sasuke couldn't shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, he was finally beginning to understand the kind of future Hinata had been talking about. A future where they didn't have to constantly fight. A future where they could be at peace. A future they could build together. And for the first time in a long while, the idea didn't seem so impossible. The next few weeks were a blur of missions, paperwork, and unexpected moments of peace. Sasuke and Hinata found themselves working more closely together, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. Despite his usual gruff exterior, Sasuke began to look forward to their time together, even if it was just a quiet moment shared between missions or a brief exchange of words while preparing for the next task. It wasn't that Sasuke had never had people he cared about. He had Naruto, Sakura, and his family, but this was different. Hinata wasn't just a teammate or a fellow ninja. She was someone who understood him in a way no one else did. She saw the side of him that wasn't always visible to the world, the side that longed for peace, for belonging, for a future that didn't feel like it was always slipping away. One evening, after a particularly grueling mission, Sasuke and Hinata found themselves alone in the village. The sun had just set, casting an orange glow across the sky, and the streets of Konoha were quiet, save for the distant sounds of children laughing and playing. "I think we've earned a break," Hinata said, her voice soft and calm, as she looked up at Sasuke with a small, knowing smile. Sasuke nodded, the exhaustion from the mission still lingering in his muscles. But there was a sense of peace in the air that he hadn't realized he'd been craving. "Yeah, a break sounds good." The two walked in comfortable silence through the village, the weight of their usual responsibilities momentarily forgotten. It felt normal, peaceful. Sasuke couldn't help but notice how natural it felt to have Hinata by his side, walking with him like this. So, what now? Sasuke asked, looking over at her with a slight raise of his brow. What do you usually do when you take a break from everything? Hinata blinked in surprise, as if she hadn't expected the question. She paused for a moment, thinking before answering. I like to visit the gardens near the village's edge. It's quiet there, just the sounds of the wind and the birds. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. The gardens? He had always known Konoha was peaceful, but he'd never paid much attention to its quieter corners. The thought of a garden didn't exactly scream Sasuke Uchiha, but as he looked at Hinata, he figured it might be worth a try. Would you like to go with me? Hinata asked, her voice gentle but hopeful. Sasuke gave her a small, almost imperceptible nod. Sure, lead the way. They walked together toward the edge of the village, the noise of the bustling streets gradually fading into the background. As they reached the gardens, the serenity of the place immediately took over. The air was cool, and the scent of fresh flowers and pine filled the atmosphere. Hinata led him to a small bench beneath a cherry blossom tree, its pink petals drifting lazily in the breeze. She sat down first, gesturing for him to join her. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but then sat beside her. They were silent for a while, both of them simply enjoying the peace of the moment. You know, Sasuke began, breaking the silence, I never imagined I'd be sitting here like this. Hinata turned to him, her eyes soft and warm. You never know what the future holds, Sasuke. Sometimes, the things you least expect are the ones that make you happiest. Sasuke looked at her, feeling something shift in his chest. It wasn't the typical weight of responsibility or the pressure of his past. It was lighter, like something was finally falling into place, something he had never known he was missing. I'm glad I'm here, Sasuke said quietly, his voice almost inaudible, but to Hinata, it was all the confirmation she needed. She smiled at him, her eyes shining with something akin to understanding, but also hope. Me too, Sasuke. Me too. And in that moment, for the first time in a long time, Sasuke didn't feel like he was alone. He had someone by his side, a partner, a friend, and maybe, just maybe, something more. It was a simple moment, but it was one that felt like everything had finally started to make sense. And Sasuke, for once, allowed himself to believe that maybe this was the beginning of something beautiful. As the stars began to twinkle above them, Sasuke found himself thinking about the future once again. But this time, it didn't feel as uncertain. With Hinata by his side, maybe, just maybe, it would be the future he'd always wanted. Days turned into weeks, and Sasuke found himself becoming more accustomed to this new life, one where he didn't have to carry the weight of his past alone. The village was busy, but there were moments of quiet solitude that Sasuke cherished. And in those moments, he found himself seeking out Hinata more and more. Whether it was for a mission, a quiet walk, or just to share the silence of the night, her presence was a comfort he hadn't known he needed. One afternoon, as they sat together in the Hokage office reviewing reports, Sasuke looked over at Hinata, who was carefully reading through the latest mission details. He noticed the way her brows furrowed as she focused, the quiet intensity in her demeanor. He admired it. There was something about her calm, thoughtful nature that drew him in. Hey, Hinata, Sasuke began, his voice a little less stoic than usual. I've been meaning to ask, how do you do it? Hinata blinked, looking up from the papers, her cheeks flushing slightly. Do what, Sasuke? Stay so calm, Sasuke explained. In all the chaos, you always seem centered, like nothing ever phases you. Hinata hesitated for a moment before giving him a shy smile. I guess I've learned to find peace in the little things. When everything feels overwhelming, I just focus on the things that matter, family, friends, and quiet moments like this. Sasuke paused, letting her words sink in. It was a simple response, but it resonated with him more than he expected. I don't know if I'm capable of that, he said quietly. Hinata turned toward him, her eyes filled with understanding. You are, Sasuke. You just need to give yourself time. Time to heal. Time to breathe. No one expects you to have everything figured out. Her words, so gentle yet firm, caught Sasuke off guard. For someone who had been through so much, who had seen so much darkness, Hinata's ability to remain so calm and centered was nothing short of remarkable. It made Sasuke want to open up more, to trust her with the things he had buried deep inside. Before Sasuke could respond, the door to the Hokage office opened with a soft creak, and Naruto walked in with a grin on his face. "Hey guys, the Hokage called for a meeting with the council. They want us to be there ASAP." Sasuke groaned inwardly, knowing that the peaceful moment they had shared was now over. He was about to get up when Hinata gently placed a hand on his arm. "Don't worry," she said, her smile reassuring. "We'll get through it." Sasuke met her gaze, feeling the warmth of her words. It was almost like she had this unspoken ability to make him feel like everything would be okay, no matter how messy the world around them got. They both stood and made their way to the meeting, the weight of the village's problems pressing down on them as usual. But for a brief moment, as they walked side by side, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little lighter. The council meeting was long and tedious, filled with discussions about the latest threats and new missions. Sasuke's mind wandered, his thoughts drifting back to Hinata and the calming effect she had on him. The way she made everything feel more manageable, more human. After the meeting, as the sun began to set, Sasuke found himself walking beside her again, the world outside the council room feeling just a little more bearable. They made their way toward the Hokage monument, the sun casting long shadows across the stone faces of the previous Hokages. "You know," Sasuke began, his voice quieter than usual, "I've been thinking. Maybe I've been too focused on the past. I never really thought about the future until recently." Hinata looked over at him, her expression gentle, waiting for him to continue. "It's not that I didn't care," Sasuke said, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "But I was always looking backward, trying to atone for everything. I never really considered what comes next." Hinata smiled, her eyes softening as she listened. "The future isn't about what you've done, Sasuke. It's about what you're willing to do now. And you've already made so much progress." Sasuke let out a breath, his thoughts swirling. She was right. The future wasn't some distant concept. It was happening now. It was the quiet moments with Hinata. It was the strength he found in his bonds with others. It was hope. "You really believe that?" Sasuke asked, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Hinata nodded, her eyes meeting his with a certainty that made Sasuke feel like maybe, just maybe, everything would be okay. "I do. And I think you've already started building that future, Sasuke. You're not the same person you were before. You're becoming someone who can move forward." For the first time in a long while, Sasuke felt a sense of peace settle in his chest. It was strange, almost foreign, but he couldn't deny it. Maybe the future wasn't as uncertain as he once thought. As they stood there, the village glowing in the fading light, Sasuke realized something. Maybe the greatest mission of all wasn't about saving the world or fixing his past. Maybe it was about finding peace within himself. And for that, he was willing to give everything a chance. With Hinata by his side, maybe it wasn't such an impossible task after all. The days following their conversation felt different to Sasuke. There was a weight lifting off his shoulders, but it wasn't because of the endless missions or the people constantly watching him. It was because, for the first time, Sasuke had the space to simply be. He wasn't just the last of the Uchiha, carrying the burden of his clan's fall. He wasn't just a rogue ninja who had once sought power at any cost. He was Sasuke, and being Sasuke, here in Konoha, felt like a kind of freedom. But, of course, freedom was never simple. It wasn't long before the village found itself under pressure again. Rumors of a potential uprising from rogue ninja groups spread like wildfire, and the Hokage called a meeting to discuss the situation. Sasuke knew this was coming. The peace they had built after the Fourth Shinobi World War was always fragile. As he sat in the meeting room with Naruto, Hinata, and the rest of the village leaders, Sasuke could see the concern in everyone's eyes. The future they were all working towards was constantly in danger of slipping away. But as much as Sasuke understood the stakes, his mind wasn't fully on the discussion. Instead, it was with Hinata. She was sitting next to him, her usual calm demeanor in full effect, as if the chaos of the meeting didn't touch her at all. Sasuke couldn't help but be captivated by how serene she was, how together she seemed, despite the rising tension in the room. She was always like that, grounded, unwavering. Sasuke, on the other hand, had spent so much time running away from everything, even his own emotions, that he never truly learned how to keep his balance in the storm. Sasuke glanced at her from the corner of his eye, but when their gazes met, she smiled at him, a soft and reassuring smile that made the chaos around them fade into the background. It was like Hinata had a way of making everything feel possible, even this fight they were about to face. The meeting dragged on, plans for countering the rogue ninja's movements discussed and debated. Sasuke was engaged, but his thoughts kept wandering back to Hinata. It wasn't just her strength that he admired. It was the way she carried herself. It was how she made everything seem manageable, like there was hope, even when the world seemed to crumble around them. When the meeting finally ended, Sasuke found himself walking next to Hinata again. As they made their way out of the room, Naruto caught up with them, a grin plastered on his face. "Hey, you two," Naruto exclaimed. "Looks like we're about to head into another mess. You ready for it, Sasuke?" Sasuke just gave him a look, one that said everything without needing words. "Always," he muttered, though his mind was still on Hinata, who was walking calmly beside him. Naruto chuckled, but there was a seriousness in his eyes. "You know, Sasuke, you've been a lot different lately. What's up with that?" Hinata glanced at Sasuke, her smile just a little playful. "What do you mean, Naruto?" she asked. Naruto shot them both a look. "I don't know, just seems like the Uchiha isn't as moody as he used to be. What's your secret, Sasuke?" Finally falling for someone, Sasuke's eyes widened for a brief moment before he regained his composure. "I'm not falling for anyone," he said, though his tone didn't have the usual edge. It was softer. He wasn't sure if he was lying to Naruto or to himself. Hinata caught his eye again, her smile barely there, but enough to make Sasuke's heart race. "Sasuke," she said quietly, her voice a little teasing, "you're just hard to read sometimes." Sasuke couldn't help but feel a strange sense of comfort in her words. It was true. He had always been a mystery, even to himself. But somehow, with Hinata, it didn't feel like he had to be anything other than what he was. They reached the edge of the village later that day, ready to face the new threat. The tension in the air was thick, but as they prepared to leave for the mission, Sasuke found himself feeling something else, something that wasn't quite fear or anger. It was hope, and it was thanks to Hinata. Sasuke couldn't deny the strange warmth he felt whenever Hinata smiled at him. It wasn't just the kindness she showed him. It was like she made him forget everything that had weighed him down for years. But there was still a part of him that couldn't fully embrace it. Maybe it was fear of messing things up, or maybe he wasn't sure if he deserved this kind of peace. Anyway, the mission to stop the rogue ninjas had started. The village was buzzing, and Sasuke, Hinata, and Naruto were getting ready to leave the village's gates. Naruto, of course, had his usual energy, and that meant, yep, you guessed it, he was still simping over Sakura. "All right, you guys ready?" Naruto grinned, adjusting the straps on his headband. He was practically bouncing on his feet like a kid on Christmas morning. "I'm just saying, we should totally stop by the flower shop on the way back. I was thinking of getting Sakura-chan a bouquet. You know, to show her I'm serious about this whole being a good husband thing." Sasuke couldn't help the eye roll that slipped out. "Naruto, you've been serious about that for, what, 10 years now? Maybe it's time to stop buying flowers and actually, I don't know, talk to her for once?" Sasuke said, trying to suppress a grin. He wasn't sure if he was trying to help Naruto or just have a laugh at his expense. Hinata, walking beside Sasuke, couldn't help but giggle at Naruto's antics. "Sasuke's right, Naruto," she said, her voice gentle but amused. "Maybe it's time you try something different. But I'm sure Sakura-chan will appreciate the gesture." Naruto, looking hurt for a split second, puffed out his cheeks. "What do you mean? Try something different? I'm being romantic." Hinata shrugged, her smile sweet and teasing. "Well, maybe instead of just flowers, you could, I don't know, cook for her or something." Naruto's eyes lit up, as if a light bulb had just gone off in his head. "Wait, cook," he gasped. "I can totally do that. Maybe I can make her some ramen. It's my specialty." Sasuke snorted. "Yeah, that'll totally win her over." Nothing says romance like instant noodles. He couldn't resist. Naruto was too easy to mess with. Naruto shot him a death glare, but before he could say anything, Hinata chimed in again. Maybe we should just focus on the mission for now? We can talk about your romantic plans later, Naruto. The atmosphere lightened up, and even Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little lighter. It was moments like these that made him forget the darkness that followed him around for so long. The trio set off toward the destination, Sasuke's mind more at ease than it had been in years. Even Naruto's obsessive talk about his romantic genius didn't annoy him. And Hinata, as always, was the calming force in the group. Naruto, meanwhile, was still muttering to himself, excitedly brainstorming ways to really impress Sakura this time, as if he hadn't been failing at that for years. Man, I'm gonna blow her mind with this ramen idea, Naruto said. It's gonna be the best date ever. Sasuke side-eyed him. Do you ever listen to yourself? But there was a certain honesty in Naruto's goofy confidence. He was all in on this. And despite everything, Sasuke couldn't help but admire that. Naruto's ability to go after what he wanted, no matter how many times he'd been shot down, was something Sasuke had always struggled to grasp. Maybe that was why, despite everything, they still got along so well. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the mission ahead of them, Sasuke found himself feeling okay. He wasn't sure if it was Hinata's presence, the light banter with Naruto, or just the simple fact that for once, the world didn't feel so heavy. Whatever it was, Sasuke was grateful for it. Okay, let's do this, Naruto said, finally settling into his usual serious mode. We've got a mission to complete, and no rogue ninjas are going to stop me from getting the perfect ramen recipe for Sakura-chan. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle, even though he didn't let it show. He was right. Nothing would stop Naruto from doing what Naruto did best, charging headfirst into whatever crazy thing he set his mind to. Hinata, once again, just smiled. She always knew how to make everything seem lighter, even when the road ahead was full of danger. The three of them walked onward, side by side, as a new adventure awaited them. The forest was dense, shadows creeping beneath the thick canopy of trees. It wasn't as quiet as you'd expect. The occasional rustle in the bushes or the distant call of a bird kept things just unsettling enough to make you stay alert. But none of that seemed to bother Naruto. No, he was too focused on his genius ramen idea to care about the potential danger lurking in the shadows. In fact, he was practically skipping along like this was some kind of vacation. So, I'm thinking maybe a ramen with extra miso, and I can add some grilled fish. Wait, does Sakura-chan like fish? Nah, I'll just throw in some pork. Naruto kept rambling, and even though it was getting a little annoying, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. It was so Naruto to talk about food when they were supposed to be preparing for a mission. Naruto, we're not here to make a cooking show, Sasuke said, half joking. He was a little surprised by how relaxed he felt, like he was going along for a ride rather than facing some life-threatening mission. But then again, there was something about Hinata's presence that made everything feel manageable. Hinata, who had been walking quietly beside Sasuke, giggled softly. Maybe you should just focus on defeating the enemy first, Naruto, she suggested, her voice light and teasing. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks. You know what, Hinata? That's a great idea. He grinned so wide it looked like his face might split in two. Rogue ninjas don't stand a chance when I'm on a mission to make the best ramen ever. Sasuke had a laugh at that one. Naruto really could take any situation, no matter how serious, and turn it into a joke. He was relentless in the best way. But still, Sasuke couldn't help but wonder. Was Naruto ever serious about anything? Before he could get too lost in thought, a loud crash came from behind them. Sasuke's body instantly tensed, and his hand shot to his sword. Naruto was already in a fighting stance, eyes scanning the surroundings. Did you hear that? Naruto shouted, his voice suddenly filled with excitement. That's the sound of trouble, isn't it? Hinata, too, had her byakugan activated, her eyes scanning the forest with sharp precision. I think there's someone following us, she said calmly. Sasuke didn't waste any time. Get ready. His voice was quiet but firm, as always. We're about to have company. The three of them spread out a little, each taking a defensive position. Sasuke stood near the center, scanning the shadows ahead. It was quiet for a moment. Too quiet. Then, from behind a nearby tree, a figure stepped out into the open. It was a rogue ninja, but not just any rogue ninja. This one had a very familiar face. Sasuke's heart sank. Of course it had to be him. Well, the rogue ninja grinned. If it isn't the famed Uchiha Sasuke, the great hero of the Hidden Leaf Village. This should be interesting. Naruto's eyes lit up. Oh, so you're the one causing trouble? I should have known. You have that vibe. Sasuke's grip on his sword tightened. What do you want, Akira? The rogue, Akira, chuckled darkly. What do I want? Oh, just a little chaos. A little? His eyes glinted. And maybe to take you down, Uchiha. It's been a while since I've faced you one-on-one. Hinata took a step forward, her posture calm but determined. You won't get away with this, she said. We'll stop you. Akira shrugged lazily, clearly unimpressed. We'll see about that. But I'm not here to fight right now. Not yet. He sneered. I'm just here to see how long it takes for you to realize you're all part of the game now. Game? Sasuke repeated, his eyes narrowing. What are you talking about? Akira just smirked. Oh, you'll figure it out soon enough. Then, in a flash, he disappeared into the trees. Sasuke stared into the empty space where Akira had just been, his senses on high alert. We've got to move, he said, his voice now focused and serious. That was just a distraction. He's probably leading us into a trap. Naruto, of course, was already thinking of something else. Well, that's great and all, but do you think this guy has ever tried my ramen? He paused, his face lighting up again. Maybe if I just throw some in his face, we can make him rethink this whole evil ninja thing. Sasuke turned to him with a deadpan expression. Just focus on the mission, Naruto. Hinata couldn't hold back her smile at the absurdity of it all. We'll deal with him, Naruto. Let's stay focused. Naruto gave her a thumbs up. Right. Mission first, ramen later. And with that, the three of them took off, ready to face whatever Akira had planned. Whatever chaos was ahead, one thing was for sure. This mission was never going to be boring. As they moved deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew tense. The usual sounds of nature seemed muffled, almost as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. Sasuke kept his eyes sharp, scanning every movement in the shadows. His mind was working, analyzing the situation, calculating what could be coming next. Naruto, on the other hand, was talking nonstop. So, he said, breaking the silence, if this guy Akira is really a rogue ninja, does that mean he doesn't know about my ultimate ramen technique? He grinned widely. Man, once I show him that, he'll never want to fight again. He'll just want to join my ramen team. Hinata let out a soft laugh, her eyes glowing with affection. I don't think ramen will solve this, Naruto. Yeah, but it's worth a shot. Naruto shrugged, completely unbothered by the impending danger. His optimism was contagious. Even Sasuke had to admit, despite everything, Naruto's unwavering determination to bring lightness to any situation was impressive. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a shrill whistle, followed by the sound of fast-moving footsteps. Sasuke's instincts kicked in immediately. Get ready, he murmured, his eyes narrowing. This is it. Before they could react, a blur of motion shot toward them from the trees. Sasuke's sword was out in an instant, blocking a swift strike from Akira, who appeared like a shadow, grinning maliciously. Did you miss me? Akira taunted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Sasuke gritted his teeth. This is between you and me, Akira. Naruto stepped forward, eager for action. Hey, you're gonna have to get through me first. He charged, using his shadow clone technique to create an army of Narutos, all of them rushing at the rogue ninja with speed and enthusiasm. Akira just laughed, his eyes flashing with amusement. You really think you can beat me with this many copies? He flicked his hand, sending a wave of dark energy that wiped out the clones in seconds. Whoa, okay, that was a little extra, Naruto said, scratching his head. But no worries, I've got plenty more where that came from. Sasuke didn't waste time. His sharingan activated, and in a flash, he was on the move, ready to engage. Hinata, get ready to move in, he said, his voice sharp. We're going to take him down together. Hinata nodded. Right? She activated her byakugan, eyes scanning the area. He's fast, but we can take him if we work as a team. Akira seemed to enjoy the challenge. Oh, this will be fun, he smirked, his form flickering as he disappeared again into the trees. Where'd he go now? Naruto shouted, looking around frantically. Sasuke's sharp eyes never left the surroundings. He's trying to split us up. Stay close. But it was already too late. The moment Sasuke spoke, Akira reappeared right behind Naruto, slamming him into a nearby tree. The blow was hard enough to rattle the whole forest. Naruto groaned, rubbing his head, but a grin spread across his face. Not bad, but you're still going to need more than that to take me down. Hinata's heart skipped a beat, but she stayed calm. Naruto, she called out, but she didn't wait for him to respond. She was already in motion, charging at Akira with incredible speed. Using her gentle fist technique, she struck at his pressure points, hoping to disable his movement. Akira yelped in surprise. "Tsh, you're more than just a pretty face, huh?" But before he could counterattack, Sasuke was right there beside Hinata, his sword slicing through the air with deadly precision. Naruto, now recovered, joined in, adding his own jutsu to the mix. "Take this. Sexy jutsu." He grinned as his transformed self, an exaggerated, overly attractive version of him, appeared before Akira. Akira blinked in confusion for a split second before scowling. "Are you serious right now?" Naruto winked. "It's not about being serious. It's about having fun. Focus, Naruto." Sasuke barked. "We're trying to stop him, not confuse him with your weirdness." Naruto chuckled. "Who says I can't do both? You know what they say. If you can't win with strength, distract them with something ridiculous." He smirked. "And if that doesn't work, I'll just hit him with my Rasengan." Akira, momentarily thrown off by the jutsu, regained his composure. "Enough of this," he shouted, his voice darkening with anger. "You think you can stop me with this nonsense?" Sasuke's eyes gleamed with determination. "We won't let you win, Akira. This ends now." He advanced quickly, striking with a combination of lightning-fast blows. The fight was intense, but despite the chaos, it was almost fun in a strange way. Naruto kept lightening the mood with his antics, while Sasuke and Hinata worked together seamlessly, their movements synchronized as they cornered Akira. Akira grinned, eyes flashing. "You may have some skills, but in the end, you're just pawns in a bigger game." Hinata's expression hardened. "We're no one's pawns," she said firmly. "We fight for what's right, for our home, and for each other." Naruto grinned widely. "Yeah, and we're not going to let some evil ninja ruin our vibe." Sasuke stood tall, ready for the final blow. "This ends here." With one swift motion, Sasuke swung his sword with unparalleled precision, creating a powerful wave of chakra that crashed towards Akira. The rogue ninja barely had time to react, his eyes widening in surprise as the blade's energy hit him, knocking him off his feet. "Is that it?" Akira growled, getting back on his feet, his robe singed and tattered. "You think a single strike will finish me?" Naruto laughed, his usual grin plastered on his face. "Oh, don't get it twisted. We've got more where that came from." Before Akira could gather his strength for a counterattack, Naruto rushed forward, his hand already forming the familiar blue energy ball. Rasengan! With a loud crash, Naruto slammed the Rasengan into Akira's chest, sending him flying backward with incredible force. The rogue ninja hit the ground hard, skidding across the dirt before coming to a stop. For a moment, the world was silent. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see if Akira would get up again. Hinata stepped forward, her byakugan still active, scanning the area for any signs of life. "Is it over?" she asked, her voice soft but tense. Sasuke kept his eyes fixed on the fallen rogue ninja, his expression unreadable. "Stay alert." Just as they thought the battle was over, Akira let out a low laugh, struggling to rise to his feet. His clothes were in tatters, his face bruised, but his eyes burned with a renewed fury. You think you've won?" he hissed. "This is far from over. You'll regret underestimating me." Naruto, always ready for a fight, cracked his knuckles. "Trust me, buddy, If we wanted to underestimate you, we would have stopped after the first round. But you just made a big mistake. Akira's eyes flared with chakra as he began to gather dark energy, the air around him vibrating with intensity. You don't know the half of it. I'll make you pay for every little thing. Hinata stood next to Naruto, her voice firm. We won't let you hurt anyone. Not here, not ever. Sasuke nodded, his expression hardening. Prepare yourself. This time we finish it. With a roar, Akira unleashed a massive burst of dark chakra, sending shockwaves throughout the area. The force of the blast knocked trees over and sent dirt flying in all directions. Sasuke's sharingan flared to life as he leapt into action, using his lightning-fast speed to close the distance between them. He didn't hesitate, slashing at Akira with a series of precise strikes, each one aimed to break through his defense. Akira parried, but the force of Sasuke's attacks was overwhelming. Naruto wasn't far behind. Let's make this epic, he shouted, charging in with another Rasengan. His clone army appeared around him, each one ready for action. The clones rushed forward, distracting Akira long enough for Naruto to land the finishing blow. Akira sneered, dodging one of the clones, but as he did, he wasn't fast enough to avoid Naruto's Rasengan. The blast hit him dead center, sending him flying through the air. The rogue ninja landed hard on the ground, coughing and struggling to stand. He looked up at the three of them, his eyes filled with disbelief and rage. How is this possible? I was supposed to be unstoppable. Naruto grinned, dusting off his hands. Because we're not just some random shinobi. We're Team 7, and we're not going down without a fight. Hinata smiled warmly. You should have known better than to mess with us. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his tone cool. Now, you've learned your lesson. Akira, battered and defeated, looked up at them one last time, a flicker of fear crossing his face. You may have won today, but there's no escaping me forever. I will rise again. With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving behind nothing but the echo of his words. Naruto slapped his hands together, grinning from ear to ear. Well, that was wild. But hey, at least now we can get back to training, right? Sasuke gave him a quick glance, then turned to Hinata. Let's get back to the village. We've earned a break. Hinata nodded. Sounds good. As they made their way back through the forest, the weight of the battle slowly lifted off their shoulders. The tension between them eased, and for the first time in what felt like forever, they could relax. Naruto, always looking for a silver lining, spoke up again, his voice light. So, what do you think, Sasuke? You think now Sakura will finally notice my ultimate skills? Sasuke didn't even look at him, his lips twitching slightly. Maybe, if you stop embarrassing yourself. That is, Naruto laughed, taking it in stride. Hey, it's all part of the charm. Hinata smiled, shaking her head fondly. Just be yourself, Naruto. That's what we all love about you. And with that, the trio continued their journey back to the village, ready for whatever challenges came next, knowing they'd face them together, stronger than ever. As they walked through the forest, the trees slowly gave way to the familiar sight of Konoha in the distance. The village was peaceful as always, but there was a sense of anticipation in the air. It wasn't often that Team 7 found themselves out in the field dealing with rogue ninjas anymore. Naruto, always the talkative one, started humming a random tune as they approached the village gates. Man, I'm starving. After all that action, I deserve a big bowl of ramen, don't you think? Hinata giggled softly. Ramen sounds good. Sasuke, who had been unusually quiet throughout the journey back, just nodded. I'll pass. I'm training later. Naruto looked over at Sasuke with a playful smirk. Oh, come on, don't be so serious all the time. You gotta relax once in a while. You're gonna wear yourself out with all that training. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward. I'm fine. Naruto grinned wider. Yeah, I know. You're always fine. But even you need a break now and then. Hinata stepped forward, her voice calm and reassuring. Maybe after you finish your training, Sasuke, you can join us for dinner. We could all use a little downtime. Sasuke paused for a moment, his gaze softening. I'll think about it. They finally reached the village gates, where the guards greeted them with a casual salute. Naruto waved enthusiastically, but Sasuke just gave a simple nod. All right, I'm gonna head straight to the ramen shop, Naruto announced, already making his way toward the village center. Typical, Sasuke muttered under his breath, though there was a hint of amusement in his tone. Hinata followed Naruto, her pace a bit slower. She turned to Sasuke with a smile. Don't worry, we won't be gone long. Sasuke nodded, his eyes following her for a brief moment before he turned toward the training grounds. But just before he left, he called out to them. Don't take too long. Naruto, who had already made it halfway to the ramen shop, shouted back. We'll be there all night, don't worry. You know how we do. Sasuke shook his head, a rare smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He could never understand how Naruto's energy never seemed to run out. As the two of them entered the ramen shop, the smell of freshly cooked noodles filled the air. Naruto immediately slid into his usual seat, practically bouncing with excitement. One extra-large miso ramen with extra chashu, extra egg, and all the toppings. No shame. I deserve it. The shopkeeper, Tuchi, chuckled at Naruto's usual order. Coming right up, Naruto. Hinata took a seat next to him, her eyes sparkling as she looked over the menu. I'll have the same, please. Naruto grinned at her. You know what's good? Tuchi quickly got to work preparing their orders, while Naruto and Hinata chatted about their day. Despite the chaos they had just faced, it felt like everything was back to normal. So, Hinata, what do you think? Do you think Sakura will ever notice my ramen skills? Naruto asked with a teasing grin. Hinata smiled softly, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. I think if you keep being yourself, Naruto, she'll see just how amazing you are. Naruto blinked in surprise, then smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. Thanks, Hinata. You always know just what to say. Just as their ramen arrived, a loud crash echoed from the outside. Naruto shot up from his seat, his eyes wide with excitement. Another mission? No way, I just sat down. Hinata shook her head, trying not to laugh. It's probably just some kids playing around. Naruto peered outside, his expression suddenly serious. I'll check it out. You stay here. I've got this. Hinata nodded, but as Naruto dashed off toward the noise, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. It was always like this, Naruto charging headfirst into trouble with barely a second thought. But at the same time, she admired his bravery and his dedication to protecting the village. As Naruto reached the source of the noise, he skidded to a halt in front of a small group of children who had knocked over a cart of fruit. The kids, clearly scared, looked up at Naruto with wide eyes. Oh man, you guys are lucky I showed up, Naruto said, grinning from ear to ear. I'll make sure this gets cleaned up, no worries. You guys can run along and play. The kids stared at him for a second before breaking into smiles and cheering. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto waved them off before turning to the cart owner, who was looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Don't worry, I'll make it right, Naruto said with a grin. I'll even get you some new fruit from the market. It's all part of the service. The cart owner shook his head in disbelief, but couldn't help but smile at the boy's energy. Well, you better make it quick, or I'll start charging you for that. Naruto gave a thumbs up before darting off, his mind already on his next great adventure. He ran back to the ramen shop, bursting through the door with a big grin on his face. Everything's handled. Now, where's my ramen? Hinata couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head fondly. Always ready to help, even if it's not a big mission. Naruto sat back down, looking completely unbothered. Hey, a hero's work is never done, you know? Tuchi set down their ramen, and Naruto immediately dug in, slurping up noodles like there was no tomorrow. Hinata watched him, smiling as she took her first bite. The warmth of the ramen, the company of her friends, it was all she needed to feel at home. Even though the days ahead might bring more challenges and surprises, for now, they were just a team of friends, enjoying a moment of peace in the bustling Hidden Leaf village. As Naruto continued to devour his ramen, the usual loud slurps and satisfied sighs filling the air, Hinata couldn't help but glance out the window. The peaceful village life she had always known seemed so calm in comparison to the chaos they often found themselves in. But as always, Naruto had a way of bringing excitement to even the quietest moments. Hey, Hinata, Naruto said between bites, looking up from his bowl with his trademark grin. What do you think we should do next? Maybe a little sparring? Or should we go on a mission? Hinata smiled, her fingers gently touching the edge of her bowl. I think maybe we could take a walk around the village. It's nice to have a peaceful day, right? Naruto paused mid-slurp and tilted his head to the side, blinking in surprise. Walk? We could do that? I thought you want to go fight something. Hinata chuckled softly, shaking her head. It's not always about fighting, Naruto. Sometimes, just being with friends is enough. Naruto blinked again, as if the concept of simply being was a foreign idea to him. But after a moment, he grinned even wider, slamming his fist into his palm. You know what? You're right. A walk sounds awesome. Let's show the village what Team 7 can do. Hinata laughed, her heart warming at Naruto's infectious enthusiasm. She was used to his impulsive decisions, but it still made her smile every time. As they finished their ramen, Naruto paid for the meal, with a generous tip, of course, because he was Naruto Uzumaki and didn't do things halfway. And the two of them set out on their impromptu walk. As they strolled through the village, the familiar sights of Konoha brought a sense of calm to their journey. The bustling marketplace, the children running past laughing, and the distant sound of training from the academy grounds. It all felt so familiar, yet so comforting. It was the life they had fought so hard to protect, the one they had sworn to defend. Do you ever think about what would have happened if we didn't become ninjas? Hinata asked quietly, her gaze drifting toward the horizon. Naruto glanced at her, slightly confused. What do you mean? Hinata hesitated for a moment, unsure if she should ask. But then, her curiosity got the better of her. Well, what if we didn't have the responsibilities of being ninjas? What if we could have just been regular people living normal lives? Naruto stopped walking, looking at her with a thoughtful expression. For a moment, he was silent, his usual energy replaced by a quiet introspection. I think, even if I wasn't a ninja, I'd still want to protect people. I'd still want to make people smile. I don't think being a ninja is what defines me. It's the kind of person I choose to be. Hinata blinked in surprise, touched by his answer. It wasn't something she'd expected Naruto to say, but it was exactly what she needed to hear. She smiled softly, a quiet warmth spreading through her chest. You're right, Naruto. It's not about the title. It's about who we are. Naruto grinned at her, his usual energy returning. Exactly. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, hero of the Hidden Leaf. Who could be better than that? Hinata laughed, shaking her head at his antics. No one could be better than you, Naruto. As they continued their walk, they came across a familiar sight. Sasuke, standing near the edge of the village, staring out into the distance. His back was to them, and he seemed lost in thought. Despite his usual aloof demeanor, there was something almost vulnerable about him in this moment. Naruto's grin grew wide. Hey, Sasuke, what are you doing out here, bro? Sasuke turned his head slightly, raising an eyebrow as if annoyed by the interruption. Training, he said curtly. Naruto raised his hands in mock surrender. Ah, I see. You're always training. But you know what? You deserve a break too, right? A walk, some fresh air. Don't tell me you never take a break. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, but he didn't seem angry. More like he was just tired of Naruto's never-ending energy. I don't need a break. Hinata smiled softly at Sasuke, her voice gentle. Maybe you could come with us, Sasuke. A walk around the village. It's nice. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Fine, but just a walk. I don't have time for anything else. Naruto practically bounced on his feet with excitement. Yes, Team 7 together, just like old times. The three of them walked through the village, the mood light and easy, as if there were no missions, no enemies to face, no wars to fight. Just three friends, enjoying the simple pleasures of being alive and being together. As they walked past the training grounds, they saw Sakura, who was taking a break from her own training. She waved enthusiastically when she saw them approaching. Hey, Naruto! Sasuke! Hinata! Sakura called out, her bright smile lighting up her face. What's going on? Naruto's face lit up, a big, goofy grin spreading across his face. Sakura, we're just taking a walk. Want to join us? Sakura paused for a second, then glanced at Sasuke, who was now walking alongside them. She smiled softly, but didn't say anything, instead choosing to join them. The four of them, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Sakura, walked together, talking and laughing about everything and nothing. It was peaceful, familiar, and, for a brief moment, it felt like nothing could ever break the bond they shared. As they passed by the Hokage's office, Naruto stopped in his tracks, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hey, you know what? I think I'm going to go up to the Hokage's office and bug old Granny Tsunade. She owes me a reward for all my hard work. Sasuke groaned. You're not serious? Naruto turned to him, his grin widening. I am, and you're coming with me. No excuses. Sasuke stared at him for a moment, then sighed. Fine, but I'm not staying long. Hinata giggled softly. I think you two are never going to change. As they made their way to the Hokage's office, the mood felt lighter than ever. It wasn't just a normal day. It was a reminder that no matter how much things changed, some things would always stay the same. The bond between them, their shared history, and the simple joy of being together would always be their greatest strength. And in that moment, surrounded by friends, the village, and a whole lot of ramen, everything felt just right. As they entered the Hokage's office, Tsunade was at her desk, paperwork scattered around her like a battlefield. She looked up briefly as the door swung open, her brow furrowing as she saw Naruto standing there, grinning like a kid who had just been handed a lifetime supply of ramen. You're not here to cause trouble, are you, Naruto? Tsunade asked, her voice steady but tinged with exhaustion. She had learned long ago that where Naruto was, trouble was usually close behind. Who, me? Naruto said innocently, holding his hands up in mock defense. I'm just here to see how you're doing, Granny Tsunade. You've been working too hard. Sasuke and Hinata stepped in after him, Sasuke leaning casually against the doorframe, clearly uninterested in whatever antics Naruto had planned. Hinata, on the other hand, smiled softly at Tsunade, offering a polite greeting. Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples. I appreciate the concern, but I have a mountain of paperwork to deal with. You're all free to go, but please, no distractions today. Naruto's eyes gleamed. Oh, but I'm definitely here for a reason, Granny Tsunade. I think I deserve a reward. I've been saving the village countless times, after all. You know hero stuff? He puffed his chest out dramatically. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. A reward? You're lucky if I give you more than a pat on the back for all the trouble you've caused lately. Hinata gave a soft laugh, stepping forward. Naruto, maybe we should let Tsunade-sama get back to her work. She's probably got enough on her plate. Naruto ignored her, however, his grin never wavering. Nah, she owes me. I need some rest, a vacation, or at least some free ramen. Sasuke looked like he was about to say something, but Tsunade cut him off with a raised hand. Fine, fine. You want a reward? You can take a day off from missions. That's the best I can do. You can lounge around the village for a while. But that's it. Naruto's eyes widened, as if he'd just won the lottery. A whole day off? No missions? Heck yes. Tsunade sighed, rubbing her forehead again. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if you're ever going to grow up, Naruto. Hinata chuckled softly, knowing that no matter how many years passed, Naruto would never change. That's what made him so endearing, even if it drove everyone else a little crazy at times. Thank you, Granny Tsunade. Naruto cheered, his voice loud enough to rattle the nearby window. You're the best. Let's go get some ramen to celebrate, Hinata. Before Tsunade could even reply, Naruto was already heading for the door. Hinata followed him, a smile on her face, while Sasuke simply shook his head in exasperation. You know, Sasuke said, his voice low, I never thought I'd see the day Naruto gets a free pass for doing absolutely nothing. Hinata laughed softly. I think it's just the way he is. He always manages to get what he wants in the end, one way or another. Outside, Naruto was already halfway to Ichiraku Ramen, his usual enthusiasm bouncing off every step he took. Sasuke and Hinata followed, their pace slower and more measured, but the familiarity of the village made the walk pleasant nonetheless. As they approached the ramen shop, Naruto practically burst through the door, already calling out to the owner. Yo, old man, a double serving of miso ramen. Extra pork, extra everything. Naruto grinned, not even waiting for a response before slamming his fist into the counter. I'm on a break today, so make it extra special. The old man behind the counter chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. You always wanted extra, don't you, Naruto? Of course. It's the best way to eat ramen, Naruto said with a smile so wide it could rival the sun. Hinata walked up to the counter, smiling gently. I'll have my usual, please. Sasuke, as always, was more reserved. I'll take the same as usual. The old man got to work preparing their bowls, and as the smell of freshly made ramen filled the air, Naruto practically drooled, leaning over the counter to watch the process. This is the life, he muttered to no one in particular, his eyes practically sparkling. Nothing beats a hot bowl of ramen after a day of being a hero. Sasuke leaned back, crossing his arms. You know, Naruto, you say you're a hero, but most of the time, you're just causing chaos. Hinata couldn't help but laugh. He's not wrong, but that's what makes Naruto, well, Naruto. Naruto shot them both a thumbs up, grinning like a child who had just gotten a new toy. Hey, chaos is part of being a hero. You can't have a boring life when you're out saving the world. As they settled down at the table with their ramen, the familiar comfort of their friendship surrounded them. The day felt light, carefree, and for a moment, it was as if nothing else mattered. There were no missions, no enemies, no responsibilities, just the simple pleasure of enjoying a bowl of ramen with the people they cared about. For Naruto, that was enough. And for the rest of Team 7, they couldn't help but agree. The laughter echoed through Ichiraku as Naruto slurped down his ramen like a man possessed. He looked over at Sasuke, his usual mischievous grin plastered on his face. Hey Sasuke, you gonna eat that or just stare at your bowl like it's gonna bite you? Sasuke shot him a glare, but remained silent, his usual aloof demeanor in full force. Hinata, on the other hand, smiled softly as she took a delicate bite of her ramen. It was a comforting moment, one that felt familiar, yet still new. The tension that had lingered between them for so long had finally melted away, replaced by something simpler: friendship. So, Sasuke, Naruto continued, not giving up, you planning to spend your days sulking, or maybe do something fun for once? Maybe we could. I'm not sulking, Sasuke interrupted, though it was clear that the question had caught him off guard. He took a sip of his broth before adding, I'm just not a fan of these vacations you seem to think are so great. Hinata chuckled under her breath, shaking her head. It's okay, Sasuke. Sometimes you need a break. Even you can't train all the time. Naruto's eyes widened dramatically, and he leaned across the table, clearly excited by the idea. Yeah, imagine this. Sasuke having fun. Maybe he'll even smile. He practically vibrated with excitement. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, but couldn't hide the smallest hint of a smirk. I'll leave the smiling to you, Naruto. It suits you better. Oh, come on. Just once, do something crazy with us. Naruto pleaded, his voice getting louder. We could go prank the academy, or sneak into the Hokage office and... No, Sasuke and Hinata both said in unison, cutting him off. Hinata looked at Naruto with a small smile, her voice gentle. Naruto, I think we should give Sasuke some time to relax. Not everyone can be as energetic as you. Naruto groaned dramatically, flopping back in his seat. It's not fair. I'm fun, and I want everyone else to have fun with me, he whined. I'm having fun, Hinata said quietly, but in my own way. Sasuke leaned back, finishing his ramen in silence before placing the empty bowl on the counter. You two are hopeless. Naruto's eyes widened again. Does that mean you're going to join us? You're getting soft, Sasuke. Don't get ahead of yourself, Sasuke said, standing up. I've got training later. Naruto slumped forward, resting his head on the table. You and your training. You're such a buzzkill. Hinata smiled as she finished her meal, wiping her mouth with the napkin. He's just dedicated. Maybe we should let him have his piece. Naruto groaned. Fine, but I'm having fun today. I'm gonna go bother some people. Maybe I'll visit Sakura. She still owes me an apology for not acknowledging my awesomeness. Sasuke smirked, clearly amused. Oh yeah, good luck with that. Naruto stood up abruptly, fists clenched. I'm gonna make her appreciate me, just wait. She'll regret it. Hinata laughed softly as Naruto marched out the door, his usual over-the-top confidence bubbling up to the surface. Sasuke looked at her, shaking his head. Do you think he'll ever change? Sasuke asked, his tone more curious than serious. Hinata smiled warmly. Not really, but I think that's why everyone loves him. Sasuke looked out the window, lost in thought for a moment before shrugging. Guess so. As they walked out of the ramen shop, the sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, painting the village in hues of orange and pink. The day was winding down, but for Naruto, it was just getting started. Hinata, Sasuke, and Naruto were a strange trio, each with their quirks and differences. But somehow, in their own way, they made it work. Life was unpredictable, chaotic even, but that's what made it so worth it. Naruto had a reputation for never backing down, for always chasing the next adventure with wild energy, and no matter how hard Sasuke tried to stay distant, or how quiet Hinata remained, they always found themselves back at his side. The simple fact was, they were family. As they strolled through the village, Naruto started planning his next big mission. He was calling it that, though it had no official purpose whatsoever, completely unaware of the sunset fading behind them. For now, it was just another peaceful day in Konoha, and that was enough. The next day, Naruto was on a mission again, though this one wasn't nearly as adventurous as the ones he'd usually go on. This time, he was assigned the task of delivering a package to the village outskirts. He whined, complaining that it wasn't the kind of mission that would earn him any cool points. Why do I always get the boring missions? Naruto grumbled, throwing his head back dramatically as he made his way through the village. I'm a ninja. I should be saving the world, not delivering packages. Hinata, who was walking beside him, chuckled at his antics. It's important work, Naruto, she said with a smile. It keeps the village running smoothly. Yeah, whatever, Naruto muttered, still sulking. I need something with excitement. Something with action. Sasuke, who was trailing behind them, rolled his eyes. You're impossible. Naruto shot him a grin over his shoulder. At least I'm fun, Sasuke. Hinata smiled softly, happy to be spending time with both of them. It wasn't often they got to be together in such a casual setting, without any missions or major issues to worry about. For once, it felt like they could just relax. As they reached the village outskirts, the scenery began to change. The busy streets of Konoha gave way to quiet paths, surrounded by fields and distant forests. The fresh air felt different here, cooler and calmer. Naruto paused for a moment, breathing in deeply. All right, let's get this over with, he said, glancing at the package in his hands. Once I deliver this, I'm going to hit the training ground. Who's with me? Hinata looked at Sasuke, a playful glint in her eyes. I think we've seen enough of your training, Naruto. Oh, come on, Hinata. Naruto groaned. You're killing my vibe. I need to train, so I can be even more awesome. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, clearly entertained by Naruto's over-the-top enthusiasm. You're already pretty annoying without more training, Naruto. Naruto pointed dramatically at Sasuke. That's why you're my best friend, Sasuke. You get me? Hinata couldn't help but laugh at their back and forth. It was moments like this that made her feel so at ease with them. The bickering, the teasing, it was all so normal. But it was also exactly what she needed to feel like she truly belonged. Just as Naruto was about to take off in a random direction, because that was his usual method of traveling, the wind picked up and a distant shout caught their attention. Hey, you're here to deliver that package, right? They all turned to see a figure approaching from the edge of the field. It was a familiar face, one they hadn't seen in a while. Choji, Naruto called out, his voice laced with surprise. Choji Akimichi, the ever-lovable member of the Akimichi clan, waved as he jogged over. Hey Naruto, been a while, huh? Naruto grinned, slinging his arm around Choji's shoulders. You know it, buddy? What brings you out here? Choji gave a friendly shrug. Just came out for a little snack. You know how it is? But hey, are you guys all together today? Hinata nodded, smiling warmly. It's nice to have a bit of a break. Yeah, we're on a mission, Naruto added with a dramatic gesture. A super important mission to deliver this package and save the world. You know, no big deal. Choji chuckled. I see. Well, If you're done with your mission, how about we grab some food afterward? Naruto's eyes immediately lit up at the mention of food. Food? Did you say food? Choji, you're speaking my language. Sasuke and Hinata exchanged amused glances. Sasuke spoke up, shaking his head. We should just go home after this, Naruto. No more distractions. Naruto waved him off. Come on, Sasuke. It's Choji, and I'm starving. We can't leave a man hanging. Hinata chuckled softly, and Choji smiled widely. I can't argue with that. Naruto handed Choji the package, finally getting back to the task at hand, though his mind was clearly already on the food that would come afterward. He was bouncing on his feet, practically vibrating with energy. All right, mission complete. Now, let's get to the important part. Choji glanced at the package with a smirk. You really know how to make the delivery feel like a grand adventure. Of course, everything's an adventure when you're me, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke, who had been quiet the entire time, raised an eyebrow again. You're a handful, Naruto. Well, you know what they say, Naruto said with a grin. If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my ramen-filled best. Hinata chuckled. I think everyone can handle you, Naruto. You just make it impossible not to. As they all headed back toward the village, the promise of food and fun ahead, the three friends couldn't help but feel content. They were different in many ways, but they were together, and that was enough. As they made their way back toward the village, Naruto couldn't stop talking about the meal that awaited them. He was practically skipping with excitement, arms flailing around as he envisioned the food in his mind. I'm telling you, Choji, if this is anything less than the best meal I've had in my life, I might have to cancel our friendship, Naruto said dramatically, his voice full of fake seriousness. Choji laughed heartily. You wouldn't dare, Naruto. You know food is what keeps our friendship strong. Hinata smiled as she walked alongside them, enjoying the banter. I think we're all in agreement, she said. Food is the glue that holds us together. Naruto turned to her with a grin. See? Even Hinata gets it. You don't mess with food. Sasuke, who had been silently trailing behind them, rolled his eyes. You guys are a lost cause. All you ever think about is food. But even Sasuke couldn't hide a small smile as he listened to them. Despite his usual cold demeanor, he found himself amused by their antics. It was moments like this, simple, carefree, that reminded him of how much he'd come to value their friendship. They finally reached a small food stall at the edge of the village. It wasn't much, but the smell wafting from it was enough to make their stomachs growl. The owner, an elderly woman with a kind smile, greeted them warmly. Well, if it isn't my favorite customers, she said as she spotted Naruto and Choji. What can I get for you today? Naruto grinned wide. Everything. Just give me everything you've got, he said, practically bouncing on his toes. Choji chuckled, but he wasn't far behind. Same for me, he said, clearly not one to shy away from a large meal. Hinata smiled, feeling a little out of place with the over-the-top enthusiasm of the guys, but she couldn't help but laugh at their excitement. I'll just have a little of everything too, she said quietly. Sasuke, still looking unimpressed by the whole spectacle, finally spoke up. I'll take whatever is quickest. The woman nodded, then started preparing their orders, each dish made with care and seasoned perfectly. It wasn't the finest food in the world, but there was something about the way it tasted when shared with friends. As they dug in, Naruto's face lit up. This is amazing, he exclaimed between bites, his mouth full. Why isn't every meal like this? Choji nodded vigorously. Exactly. This is what I live for. Hinata giggled softly, watching them enjoy themselves. Even Sasuke, though trying to stay calm and collected, couldn't hide the satisfaction on his face. It was moments like this, sharing a simple meal, surrounded by friends, that made everything feel right. Naruto suddenly paused, looking around. Wait a second, he said, raising his finger dramatically. Did anyone else notice something weird today? Choji raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Did someone mess with your ramen again? No, Naruto said, looking more serious now. I mean, we're all hanging out together, no major drama, no battles. It's like the calm before the storm, right? Hinata looked at him curiously. What storm, Naruto? Naruto shrugged, taking another bite of his food. I don't know, I just have this feeling. It's like things are too peaceful, and we all know how this goes, right? Something big's coming, and it's gonna mess with our chill. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He knew that Naruto had a way of sensing trouble when it was still far off. The fact that he was saying it now meant that, somehow, something was on the horizon. You've been watching too many of those ninja movies, Naruto, Choji teased. Naruto grinned. Maybe, but you can't blame me for being ready. The rest of the group chuckled, but there was an undercurrent of something more. Despite the laughter, each of them had a sense that Naruto's feeling wasn't entirely off. It was a reminder of how, in their world, peace never lasted forever. All right, enough about that, Naruto said, shaking off his sudden unease. Let's just enjoy today. No more talk about potential world-ending events. Let's just eat and chill. They all agreed, settling back into their food. But even as Naruto tried to lighten the mood, the thought lingered in the back of his mind. Something big was coming, and they all knew it. For now, though, they were together, and that was enough. It was just another day in the Hidden Leaf, with friends, food, and the knowledge that whatever came next, they'd face it together. The sun had begun to dip behind the village, casting an orange glow over everything as the group wrapped up their meal. Naruto, Choji, and even Sasuke leaned back in satisfaction, rubbing their stomachs with contentment. Now that's what I call a meal, Naruto said, his voice full of exaggerated relief. Seriously, best food in the village, Choji added, his face still a little flushed from the massive portion he'd devoured. Hinata smiled gently. It was really good. Thank you, Annie, she said to the elderly woman who had been running the stall. The woman waved her hand with a laugh. You're all welcome, dear. Come back anytime. As they prepared to leave, Naruto suddenly jumped up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. All right, time for some fun? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. What now? Naruto put his hands on his hips and turned toward the others. All right, everyone listen up. I got a challenge for you all. Not another one of your weird challenges, Naruto, Sasuke groaned, already knowing where this was going. Hinata's curiosity piqued. What kind of challenge? Naruto's grin widened. The ultimate ninja race. Choji looked skeptical, rubbing his chin. A race? Are you sure about this, Naruto? I don't want to mess up my stomach after all that food. Naruto dismissed him with a wave. It's simple. We run from here to the Hokage's office. And the last one there has to buy dinner for everyone tomorrow. And I don't mean ramen. I mean a real feast. Now you've got my attention, Choji said with a chuckle. Hinata looked nervous, but also excited. I'm not very fast, but I'll try. Sasuke was already in his usual serious mode. This is ridiculous, he muttered, but it was clear he was still interested. Fine, let's do it. Naruto turned and pointed dramatically toward the Hokage's building, which could be seen in the distance. All right, on your marks. Get set. He paused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Go! And just like that, the group was off, running as fast as they could. Naruto, as expected, shot forward like a rocket, shouting in excitement as he bolted ahead. I'm winning this. No way anyone's beating me today. Choji, always one to enjoy a good challenge, wasn't far behind, his speed surprising given his size. He kept pace with Naruto, determined to prove that size didn't matter when it came to a race. Hinata, her legs moving faster than usual, was pushing herself. She was determined to not be last, though she still couldn't quite catch up with the others. Sasuke, who had started off slower than the rest, quickly pulled ahead with ease. His legs moved effortlessly, and despite his outward indifference, he was clearly in control of the race. I'm winning, Naruto yelled from ahead, glancing back and throwing up a peace sign, clearly full of himself. Choji grinned, calling back, not for long, Naruto. Hinata found herself laughing despite her nerves, her determination pushing her to keep going. I can do this, she muttered to herself, barely keeping her feet on the ground as she sprinted. Sasuke, who had been focused on the race from the start, finally glanced over at Naruto. You're too slow, he said quietly to himself, but in an instant, he sped up, effortlessly pulling ahead. Wait, what? Naruto yelled in surprise. You weren't even running this whole time. Sasuke didn't reply. He just continued to move with precision, every step a silent declaration of his superiority. He wasn't here to play games. He was here to win. As they neared the Hokage's office, Naruto was panting, his face flushed from the effort. "I'm gonna win this," he shouted, pushing himself to the limit. Sasuke, on the other hand, was practically gliding to the finish line. "Not if I can help it," he muttered before crossing the line first with a smirk. "What?" Naruto exclaimed, his jaw dropping. "No way. You were just messing around." Sasuke casually wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and looked at Naruto with a smug expression. "Maybe you should focus more on running and less on talking next time." Choji came in a close second, laughing as he crossed the line. "I told you, Naruto, you can't beat me in a race." Hinata arrived just a little after Choji, but she was still smiling, proud of how far she'd come. "I didn't come last," she said, a relieved smile on her face. Naruto, still panting, collapsed on the ground dramatically. "You guys are crazy. I swear I'm never challenging you to a race again." Sasuke smirked. "Next time, maybe you'll learn your lesson." Choji, still laughing, put his hands on his hips. "That was fun, Naruto, but you owe us all dinner now." Naruto groaned. "I should have known this was coming. All right, I'll buy dinner. But next time, I'm winning." They all sat down in the grass to catch their breath, laughing and joking about the race. It was another one of those moments that made everything feel normal, even in a world full of danger and uncertainty. They could always rely on each other, no matter how much chaos life threw their way. And for now, that was enough. As the group relaxed, their laughter settling into a comfortable silence, the sounds of Konoha's evening bustle filled the air. The village, always alive, was starting to wind down for the night, the warm glow from lanterns casting a peaceful light over the streets. It was the perfect atmosphere for a little more fun, and of course Naruto couldn't let that go to waste. Okay, dinner is my treat," Naruto exclaimed as he jumped to his feet, suddenly full of energy. "But you guys gotta let me pick the place. You're in for a surprise." Sasuke, who had been leaning against a nearby post, raised an eyebrow. "A surprise? Last time you picked, we ended up eating that weird ramen with that mystery meat." Naruto waved his hands in front of him, his usual grin plastered across his face. "Don't worry, this time it's legit. I promise." Hinata, always the gentle soul, smiled. "Where do you want to go, Naruto?" Naruto's eyes sparkled. "The best place in Konoha. The one and only." "And you better not pick something weird," Sasuke interrupted, already walking toward the village center with Choji following close behind. "Hey, I'm serious this time," Naruto shouted after him, but it was clear that no one was buying it. They reached Naruto's chosen destination, and it was a diner. A normal, cozy place with a neon sign that flashed sushi time and an overly enthusiastic waiter standing outside waving at them. Choji looked at the sign, then at Naruto. "Wait, this is your big surprise? Sushi? I thought we were going somewhere fancy." Naruto shrugged. "What can I say? I'm a man of taste. Who doesn't love sushi?" He gave the waiter a thumbs up as they entered, completely ignoring the skeptical looks from Sasuke and Choji. Inside, the diner had an oddly casual, homey feel, with booths lining the walls and anime-themed decor everywhere. It looked like the kind of place you'd go to grab a quick bite after a long day of training. Hinata found herself chuckling at the cheerful vibe, despite how strange it felt compared to the usual shinobi missions. "Come on, what's the matter? You guys too good for sushi?" Naruto asked, clearly amused by their expressions. "I'm just surprised," Sasuke said, his tone dry. "But I guess sushi's fine." Choji, on the other hand, was already looking over the menu with intense focus. "Okay, now I'm in. I could eat my weight in sushi right now." As they all took their seats, Naruto couldn't stop grinning. "All right, I'll go first. I'm getting the special. Double everything," he announced, and without even looking at the menu, slammed his hand down on the table. Hinata laughed, shaking her head. "Naruto, you're impossible." "Hey, it's gotta be good. Trust me," he said, practically bouncing in his seat. "I haven't eaten here in forever, and I'm telling you, this is going to blow your mind." A few moments later, the waiter came over to take their orders. Choji, still looking over the menu, finally made his decision. "I'll take the mega platter, extra rice." No way I'm leaving hungry. Sasuke, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. Just the regular platter. No need for extras. Hinata smiled shyly at the waiter. I'll have the veggie rolls, please. Thank you. With their orders placed, the group continued to chat about random things. It felt so normal, so easy. They weren't thinking about missions or the chaos that constantly loomed over them. It was a rare moment where they could just be themselves. No drama. No danger. Just good food, good company, and a whole lot of laughs. The sushi arrived, and Naruto wasted no time digging in, practically inhaling his food. See? I told you this place was the best, he said between bites, clearly satisfied. Choji, on the other hand, was savoring his sushi, grinning with contentment. I'll admit, this isn't bad. I could definitely eat here again. Sasuke, ever the stoic one, nodded subtly, but said nothing. His eyes flickered over to Naruto, who was busy stuffing his face. So, Sasuke began, how long until you start complaining about not having enough to eat? Naruto paused mid-bite, eyes wide. What? I'm fine. I could eat a whole buffet and still be good to go. Right? Sasuke said, smirking just a little. Hinata laughed softly, watching the boys with fondness. It's nice seeing everyone so relaxed, she said quietly. Yeah, Choji agreed, glancing around the table. It's like one of those rare moments when everything's chill. Naruto swallowed his food and looked around the table. It's true. We've been through a lot together. Huh? But no matter what happens, we always have moments like these. And that's what matters. Sasuke didn't respond immediately, but his gaze softened. He was rarely open with his emotions, but something about the warmth of the moment felt right. He nodded once. Yeah, it's important. Hinata smiled, content with the simple truth they all shared. It really is. And for once, the world outside seemed a little less dangerous, the shadows a little less ominous. The peace of the moment was enough for all of them. As they finished their meal, Naruto stood up, throwing a few bills down on the table. All right, my treat is officially over. Who's up for a night mission? He asked, the usual energy in his voice returning. Sasuke smirked. I'm not going anywhere tonight, Naruto. But you can go ahead and try to find a mission on your own. Choji laughed. Yeah, Naruto. We're all tired. Let's just call it a day. Naruto, always the adventurer, seemed torn. Fine, but next time, I'm planning something way more exciting. You'll see. Hinata, as always, was supportive. I'm sure it'll be fun, Naruto. With that, the group began walking back through the village, the night air cool against their skin. They didn't know what the future would hold or what missions awaited them. But for now, they were happy. Just a group of friends, enjoying the little moments and sharing laughter. And that was enough to keep their spirits high for whatever came next. As they walked back toward the village center, the quiet hum of Konoha's nightlife filled the air. The occasional flicker of lanterns swayed with the breeze, and the sound of distant chatter echoed from the streets. The stars above twinkled brightly, a soft reminder that the world was still turning, no matter the chaos they'd faced. Hey, you think Sakura's still working at the hospital? Naruto asked out of nowhere, his voice sounding unusually innocent. I haven't seen her in a while. Sasuke rolled his eyes, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. You've been asking about her nonstop since we left, haven't you? Naruto blushed, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. I'm not asking about her. I'm just making sure she's okay. You know, because we're friends and all. Hinata, who had been listening quietly, couldn't help but chuckle. Naruto, you're really not fooling anyone. Hey! Naruto shot her a playful glare. I just don't want her to think I've forgotten about her. Okay? We've been through a lot, and I feel like... Before he could finish, Sasuke cut him off with a dramatic sigh. Naruto, you're not fooling anyone. You've been simping over her for years. Naruto's eyes widened, his cheeks flushing redder than usual. Well, what? I'm not simping. Hinata giggled at the scene unfolding in front of her. You're just being you, Naruto. I'm not simping. I just admire her, okay? She's strong, and she's smart, and she's also out of your league. Sasuke added with a smirk, making Naruto's face turn an even deeper shade of red. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto snapped. but it was clear Sasuke had won this round. Choji, who had been munching on some snacks, let out a loud laugh. Come on, Naruto, we all know you've been pining for Sakura forever. Just admit it. Naruto crossed his arms, glaring at his friends. I'm not pining. I'm just, I don't know, respecting her. Sasuke snickered, clearly enjoying Naruto's discomfort. Yes, sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Hinata put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, her smile soft and kind. Don't worry, Naruto. You're just a little enthusiastic. It's cute. Naruto's expression softened, and for a second, it looked like he was about to say something heartfelt. But then, as always, his impulsive nature took over. Okay, enough about Sakura, he shouted, throwing his hands in the air. Let's focus on something more important, like how I'm the greatest ninja ever. Sasuke rolled his eyes again. Of course you are. No, seriously. Naruto continued, clearly excited. I've been training hard. I've got new moves I've been working on. You won't believe it. It's gonna blow everyone away. Hinata raised an eyebrow, clearly curious. What kind of moves? Naruto grinned. Oh, just you wait. It's top secret. I can't just show you yet. You'll have to wait for the next big mission. Choji looked at him skeptically. Are you sure this is going to be like one of your secret techniques, Naruto? Last time it ended with you accidentally summoning a giant toad in the middle of the village square. Naruto's grin faltered for a second. Okay, that was a small mistake, but this time is different. This time, it's going to be legendary. Sasuke, ever the skeptic, smirked. I'll believe it when I see it. As the group walked along the street, Naruto's enthusiasm couldn't be contained. He kept talking about his new moves, each one more outrageous than the last, while Sasuke, Choji, and Hinata exchanged amused looks. It was clear that Naruto was the same as always. Loud, energetic, and completely unpredictable. Despite the chaos of their lives, moments like these were a reminder of why they all stuck together. They may have been powerful shinobi, but they were also just people trying to enjoy the little moments between the missions and the drama. As they reached the gates of Konoha, Naruto suddenly stopped, staring up at the night sky. The stars shimmered brightly, and the quiet breeze carried a sense of peace. For once, there were no enemies, no missions hanging over their heads. Just the stillness of the night and the comfort of knowing that they had each other. You know, Naruto said, his voice softer now, sometimes I forget how lucky we are. Just to be here, with all of you. Choji nodded, his usual serious demeanor softened. Yeah, I think we've been through a lot, but we always make it through together. Sasuke, though not one to open up easily, gave a small nod of agreement. We've got each other's backs. That's what matters. Hinata smiled, her eyes shining with warmth. That's right. Together, we can face anything. Naruto's grin returned, as wide as ever. And that's why we're going to be the greatest team ever. No one can stop us. And just like that, their laughter filled the night air once more, echoing through the streets of Konoha. Despite the many challenges they had faced, there was always this bond that kept them going. With that, they made their way home, ready for whatever the future might hold, knowing they would face it together. The next day, the sun rose over Konoha, casting its warm rays over the village as it came to life. Naruto was up before dawn, as usual, already outside in the training grounds, practicing his new legendary techniques. Of course, none of his friends were anywhere near ready to witness his self-proclaimed greatness just yet. Sasuke, who had heard the familiar loud sounds of Naruto's training from his window, sighed and rolled out of bed. I swear, that guy's like a human alarm clock, he muttered under his breath. With a lazy stretch, he grabbed his cloak and headed out the door. There was no way he was letting Naruto mess up his quiet morning with his ridiculous antics. Meanwhile, Hinata was already in the village center, handing out flowers for a local festival. Her soft demeanor and graceful movements made her the perfect candidate for helping organize events, even if she was still a bit shy. People admired her kindness, and she loved seeing their smiles. "Good morning, Hinata," one of the villagers called out as he passed by. "Good morning," Hinata replied, her voice warm and welcoming. She always had a way of making people feel special, no matter how busy or chaotic the world around them was. As she handed out flowers, she couldn't help but smile to herself. The thought of Sasuke and Naruto, her two closest friends, made her feel grateful. They had all been through so much together, and now it felt like everything was slowly falling into place. Even with the chaos of Naruto's constant shenanigans and Sasuke's brooding silence, it was comforting to know they were there for her, just as she was for them. Meanwhile, Choji was already at the ramen shop, enjoying his usual breakfast. "One extra-large bowl of ramen, please," he called out cheerfully to the shopkeeper. "Coming right up, Choji," the shopkeeper replied with a smile. It seemed like Choji was always here, ready to start his day with food. And of course, he never seemed to mind Naruto's antics or Sasuke's grumbling. He was the peacekeeper of the group, the one who just wanted to enjoy the simple things in life, like eating good food and hanging out with friends. As Naruto continued his intense training session, he noticed Sasuke approaching from the corner of his eye. "Hey, Sasuke," Naruto called out, waving his hand enthusiastically. Sasuke didn't even break his stride. "You're still at it?" "Huh," he said dryly, giving Naruto his usual look of disinterest. Naruto grinned, not at all deterred by Sasuke's tone. "You know it. My new moves are going to be so awesome. They'll make even you." He paused dramatically, a mischievous gleam in his eye. "A bit impressed." Sasuke snorted. "Impressed? You couldn't even impress yourself with that last technique of yours. Remember the time you tried to create a new shadow clone jutsu and ended up summoning a pig instead?" Naruto's face turned red. "That was a minor miscalculation," he protested, though his tone was more playful than defensive. "This time is different. I'm telling you, Sasuke, when I pull this off, I'll be the most powerful ninja to ever walk Konoha." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "I'll believe it when I see it." Naruto cracked his knuckles, determination radiating from him. "I'm not backing down. I'll prove it to you. I'll show you all what the great Naruto Uzumaki is made of." He took a deep breath, getting ready to demonstrate his newest, most epic move. Just as he was about to execute the technique, something unexpected happened. A loud thud echoed across the training ground. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, and Sasuke barely managed to dodge the random object that came flying toward them. "What the heck was that?" Naruto shouted, turning to see a large rock embedded in the ground near them. He looked around confused. "Did someone throw that?" Sasuke, with his usual calm demeanor, simply observed. "Someone's trying to get your attention, Naruto." Naruto scanned the area, only to see Sakura, standing at the edge of the training field, her arms crossed and an exasperated look on her face. "Naruto," she called out, her voice firm but not unkind. "How many times do I have to tell you to stop practicing jutsu in the middle of the village? You're going to break something." Naruto's face lit up, not with embarrassment, but with that same ever-present grin of his. "Sakura-chan," he yelled, running over to her. "I'm sorry, but you have to see this new move I've been working on. It's going to be amazing." Sakura rolled her eyes, but there was a soft smile tugging at her lips. "I'm sure it will be, Naruto, but you really need to stop causing so much destruction with your moves." Naruto waved her off, his excitement clearly outweighing her concerns. "But it's going to be awesome, I swear. I just need a little more space." And then he glanced over at Sasuke, who was watching the interaction with an expression of complete indifference. "Sasuke's just jealous because he knows I'm going to be the next Hokage." Sasuke snorted. "You're always this dramatic, aren't you?" Sakura laughed softly, shaking her head. "You guys are impossible." Then, turning to Naruto, she added, "I'll believe it when I see it, Naruto. But if you break anything, I'm making you clean up the mess." Naruto, still grinning from ear to ear, gave her a quick salute. "You got it, Sakura-chan. I'll be careful. Promise." And just like that, the chaos of their usual banter returned to Konoha's peaceful morning. Despite all their differences, Naruto's loud antics, Sasuke's brooding silence, and Sakura's ever-present sense of responsibility, their bond was unbreakable. They were family in every sense of the word, and nothing would ever change that. Except, of course, if Naruto ever managed to pull off one of his legendary jutsus without blowing something up in the process. But even that would probably just be another part of their story. The day continued as usual, with Naruto's relentless training, Sasuke's cold indifference, and Sakura trying to keep the peace. But something felt different, as if a subtle change was brewing beneath the surface of their daily routine. Hinata, after a long day of helping organize the festival, found herself wandering through the village, her mind drifting to the idea of the upcoming event. She had been so focused on everything around her, making sure the decorations were perfect and everyone was happy, that she hadn't had a moment to relax. She found herself standing at the edge of the training grounds, watching Naruto from a distance. She smiled to herself, noticing how determined Naruto looked as he continued practicing his jutsu. It was the same energy he had always carried with him, that endless drive to be the best, no matter the odds. Hinata couldn't help but feel a little inspired. "Hey, Hinata!" Naruto's voice rang out, snapping her out of her thoughts. Hinata turned around, startled, but quickly regained her composure. "Oh, hi, Naruto," she said, her cheeks flushing a little. Naruto grinned, his typical over-the-top enthusiasm taking over. "You've got to come see this. I've got this legendary move, and you're the first person I'm showing it to. It's gonna blow everyone's mind." Hinata blinked, a little unsure, but her curiosity was piqued. I'm not sure I'm ready for whatever it is you're planning," she said, laughing softly. Naruto's grin grew even wider. No, this is gonna be different. Just wait." He jumped up and struck a ridiculous pose, hands on his hips like some kind of hero in a cheesy movie. Hinata chuckled nervously, but agreed to watch. "Okay, Naruto, I'll see what you've got." Naruto stood tall, puffing out his chest in a way that made him look more ridiculous than heroic. "Get ready for the great Uzumaki ultimate jutsu of awesomeness." Sasuke, who had been trying to ignore Naruto's antics, finally turned around, his expression flat as always. "This should be good," he muttered under his breath. Before anyone could stop him, Naruto rushed forward, his usual overconfidence blinding him to the fact that he hadn't actually thought through what he was about to do. He yelled a dramatic battle cry and attempted what he believed was the most legendary jutsu ever, only for a random flock of birds to scatter in every direction as the technique backfired. Instead of a powerful move, the resulting explosion just created a giant cloud of dust and leaves. There was an awkward silence. Hinata's eyes widened as she saw the giant dust cloud settle. She bit her lip, trying not to laugh at Naruto's embarrassed expression. Sasuke, ever the stoic figure, sighed deeply. "You've got to be kidding me." Naruto, however, refused to be embarrassed. He stood up from the rubble, shaking off dirt and debris like a puppy after a bath. "See? That's exactly what I wanted. A powerful explosion, right?" he said, still grinning ear to ear. Hinata couldn't help herself anymore. She giggled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. "Naruto, I don't think that was exactly what you were going for," she said gently, her voice full of kindness. Naruto's face turned bright red as he rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, it's a work in progress. Just gotta work out the kinks." He looked over at Sasuke, who was already walking away with his usual deadpan expression. Not everyone can appreciate true greatness. "Huh, Sasuke?" Sasuke didn't even respond, too busy shaking his head in disappointment. Hinata smiled warmly at Naruto. Naruto, I admire how determined you are. Even when things don't go exactly as planned, you never give up." Naruto's grin returned, even wider than before. "Thanks, Hinata. That's why you're my #1 supporter." He gave her a thumbs up, clearly proud of himself for not completely bombing the moment. Hinata's cheeks pinkened a little at his words, but she wasn't about to say anything else. She wasn't the type to draw attention to her feelings. Instead, she simply nodded and smiled, appreciating the effort. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke were watching from a distance. "You really should have stopped him before he tried that," Sakura said to Sasuke with a raised eyebrow. Sasuke shrugged, his hands in his pockets. "Let him fail. Maybe he'll finally learn how to focus." Sakura shook her head with a smile. "You right? Like that's ever going to happen." Naruto, oblivious to the teasing going on behind him, continued to make ridiculous faces at Hinata as he dusted himself off. I'll get it next time, I swear. Just wait, Hinata. You're going to be so impressed. Hinata's smile grew softer. I'm sure you will be, Naruto. Just keep trying. The day carried on with its usual sense of chaos and camaraderie, each of them slowly but surely growing, changing, and finding their way in this world. As they trained, laughed, and learned together, it became clear that no matter how out of control Naruto's plan seemed, there was always room for growth, even if it took a few embarrassing fails along the way. And as the evening sun set behind Konoha's towering trees, the village settled into a peaceful silence, each of them carrying the bonds they shared with them, knowing that together, they could face whatever came next. Well, maybe except for Naruto's next great jutsu attempt. But hey, that was just another part of the ride. As the night settled over Konoha, the village's lights flickered on, casting a warm, golden glow on the streets. Naruto, despite his disastrous attempt at showing off, was still riding high on the rush of his legendary jutsu. He was absolutely convinced that next time would be the one to truly wow everyone. Hinata, though, was already starting to feel a bit worn out from the day's activities. She had been helping out with festival preparations all week, and while she loved being busy, she couldn't shake the feeling that she might need a break. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling her name from behind. Hinata! She turned around to see Sakura jogging up to her, a cheerful grin on her face. Hey, are you heading home already? Sakura asked, wiping a little sweat from her brow. Yes. I think I'll rest for a bit, Hinata replied softly, offering a small, tired smile. It's been a busy day, but it's nice to see everything coming together for the festival. Sakura nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I can't believe how much everyone's put into it. It's going to be awesome. You know, you've been working extra hard. Maybe we can all take a break tomorrow? You, me, Naruto, and Sasuke. Just relax for once. Hinata looked up, surprised by the suggestion. Relax? I think that sounds nice, she said, her cheeks tinged pink. A little time off from the hustle and bustle wouldn't be so bad. Just as she was about to agree, Naruto burst onto the scene, his usual energetic self. Hey, what's up, Hinata? You ready for round 2 of the great Uzumaki ultimate jutsu of awesomeness? Sakura groaned, half exasperated and half amused. Naruto, no. Not again. Please. For everyone's sanity, just take a break, all right? Naruto pouted dramatically. Come on. You guys know I'm a natural-born hero. You're just waiting for me to blow your minds. He pointed dramatically at the sky. The world needs to see my greatness. And besides, Hinata is totally going to be there to witness it. Hinata, looking slightly nervous but amused, glanced at Sakura. I think we can all use a break, she said, trying to gently steer Naruto away from his next inevitable disaster. Naruto blinked in confusion. A break? He asked, his head tilted like a confused puppy. But this is the perfect time to show off my skills. You gotta trust me. Sakura rolled her eyes. Naruto, no one's questioning your skills, but you literally just blew up half the training grounds with your skills last time. Naruto's shoulders drooped, but he quickly perked back up. Fine, but only because Hinata says so, he declared, sticking his tongue out playfully at Sakura. Hinata couldn't help but giggle at his antics. Maybe we could just have a nice, quiet evening together? The festival is coming up, and it might be nice to get some rest. Sakura smiled warmly at Hinata. That's actually a great idea. We could all just hang out, grab some food, and talk. No jutsu. No explosions. Naruto, although slightly disappointed that his jutsu showcase was postponed, agreed with the suggestion. All right. I'll give the world some time to breathe before I blow their minds. Tonight, we just chill. What do you say, Sasuke? You in? Sasuke, who had been standing at the edge of the conversation, simply raised an eyebrow. Whatever, he muttered, his face betraying no hint of interest. But deep down, even Sasuke knew that he wouldn't pass up an opportunity to get some rare peace and quiet. The four of them, Naruto's energetic nature balancing out Sasuke's calm demeanor, made their way to a nearby restaurant. The night sky above them was filled with stars, the cool air brushing their faces as they chatted about everything and nothing at all. For once, it wasn't about being the best ninja or doing anything crazy. It was just four friends, enjoying each other's company. As they settled down at the restaurant, their conversation drifted to less serious topics. Sakura and Hinata talked about the festival decorations, while Naruto rambled on about his future jutsu attempts. Sasuke, as usual, stayed mostly silent, but he couldn't hide the slightest smile at the absurdity of Naruto's enthusiasm. "I've got a new jutsu idea," Naruto suddenly blurted out between bites of ramen. "It's going to be like the greatest jutsu of all time. Just you wait. I've been thinking of it for days. It's going to make even the Hokage go, 'Wow, Naruto, you're a genius.'" Sakura slapped her hand to her face. "We're all going to regret this, aren't we?" she mumbled, but the grin on her face betrayed her true feelings. Hinata giggled, the sound soft and soothing. "I'm looking forward to seeing it, Naruto. You've got a lot of energy, and I think that's really amazing." Naruto looked at her with wide eyes, his face turning bright red. "You really think so?" he said, his voice suddenly full of excitement. "I'm going to be the best ninja ever, just wait. And when I do, I'll take you all out for ramen every day." Sasuke scoffed from his seat. "Yeah, sure," he said, rolling his eyes but secretly admiring Naruto's undying confidence. The rest of the evening passed in laughter, easy conversation, and the warmth of camaraderie. No missions, no jutsu, no epic battles. Just four friends, enjoying a rare moment of peace. And as they left the restaurant, Naruto, of course, couldn't help but throw out one more comment. "All right, everyone, get ready because next time you'll be blown away." Sakura laughed, shaking her head. "Sure, Naruto. Sure." And even Sasuke, despite his stoic nature, couldn't hold back a small, knowing smirk. "Yeah, whatever you say, Naruto. Whatever you say." As they all parted ways that night, a quiet thought lingered in the back of Hinata's mind. Maybe, just maybe, she was starting to see that the most important thing wasn't the destination, but the people you journeyed with. And with Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and herself, she was ready to face whatever came next, even if it involved more of Naruto's great jutsu attempts. After all, she couldn't help but smile at the thought. Life with them would always be an adventure. As the days went on, the Hidden Leaf Village buzzed with preparations for the upcoming festival. The streets were lined with colorful banners, stalls filled with treats, and kids running around with excitement. Naruto, of course, was determined to make this festival one to remember. And he wasn't alone. Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke were all pitching in as well. Hinata had been tasked with setting up the flower arrangements for the festival, something she enjoyed but also found quite tiring. Every time she bent down to arrange the flowers, she'd glance up to see Naruto, grinning, laughing, and somehow managing to be involved in every single thing at once. "Naruto, stop it," she heard Sakura shout from a distance. Hinata turned just in time to see Naruto standing on top of a stack of crates, waving his arms around dramatically. He was, of course, doing his best impersonation of a majestic hero. "You're all welcome for my ultimate festival contribution," he yelled, causing the nearby villagers to stop and stare. Sakura had her hands on her hips, clearly trying not to laugh. "Naruto, you're going to knock something over if you're not careful." Naruto ignored her, eyes sparkling with his usual over-the-top confidence. "Trust me, Sakura, nothing can stop the future Hokage. The world needs to see my genius in action." Hinata giggled softly, shaking her head. She couldn't help but smile. Despite his chaotic energy, Naruto had a way of making everything more fun. It was like no matter what happened, you couldn't stay upset around him for long. Sasuke, who had been quietly working in the background, rolled his eyes. "Naruto, you're going to get us all in trouble. You know that, right?" Naruto waved him off. "It'll be fine, Sasuke. Everything's fine. I got this." Hinata couldn't help but smile at the banter between them. It was so easy to forget just how much had changed over the years. The group had gone through so much together, but no matter how much time passed, it always felt like they were still the same team. She looked at Naruto again, his excited chatter echoing through the streets as he tried and failed, to demonstrate some new jutsu to anyone who would listen. Honestly, she was starting to think he was just doing it for the attention, but she couldn't help but find it charming. She knew he had the heart of a hero, even if his methods were unconventional. The day before the festival, the team took a break to rest. They met up at the village's largest park, a peaceful place by the river where they could finally sit down and relax. Naruto plopped down on the grass, taking a deep breath. I've been waiting for this. The festival is tomorrow, and it's going to be amazing. You guys are going to see my ultimate jutsu. Sakura rolled her eyes, but smiled. If I hear about that jutsu one more time, I might just lose it. Hinata laughed softly, settling next to Sakura on the grass. You're not the only one. Sasuke just leaned back, hands behind his head, closing his eyes as he let the breeze wash over him. If we get through tomorrow without any major explosions, I'll consider it a success. Naruto dramatically gasped, sitting up straight. Major explosions? Come on, Sasuke. I'm not going to explode anything. Yet, Sasuke opened one eye. I give it 3 hours after the festival starts. Hinata smiled at their banter. Despite everything, they were still the same group. It was comforting in a way. She had always admired their strength, but it was moments like these that made her appreciate the peace they had found, even if it was fleeting. The next day, the festival finally arrived. The streets of Konoha were filled with laughter, music, and the sense of delicious food wafting from every corner. The sun shone brightly, and everyone in the village was out celebrating. Naruto was, of course, hyped up beyond belief, running around the village square in his usual chaotic manner, trying to sneak in last-minute jutsu demonstrations. Sakura, already a bit frazzled, was keeping an eye on him from a distance. Naruto, if you make any more fireworks explode in the middle of the festival, we're all going to have to hide. Hinata was setting up near the food stalls, helping with the arrangements. She caught a glimpse of Naruto, who was surrounded by a crowd of children, all eagerly watching him attempt yet another jutsu. She could hear his excited voice over the noise. All right. Watch this, kids. The ultimate Uzumaki jutsu. Hinata couldn't help but chuckle. Despite everything, Naruto always managed to make people smile. She couldn't deny that it was part of his charm. He had a way of making even the most ordinary things feel extraordinary. As the festival continued, everything went relatively smoothly. That is, until Naruto, in his usual reckless enthusiasm, accidentally set off an actual fireworks show in the middle of the square. The sky lit up with explosions of color, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, the entire festival paused. People turned their heads, eyes wide, as the giant fireworks shot up, filling the sky with dazzling lights. And in that brief moment of silence, a loud, exaggerated voice broke through the crowd. See, I told you, Naruto shouted triumphantly. That's what I call fireworks with style. Sakura sighed, but this time, she couldn't help but laugh. Naruto, you're impossible. Hinata, too, couldn't help but laugh. You really know how to make an entrance, Naruto. Even Sasuke, who had been standing on the sidelines with a rare smirk on his face, gave a small chuckle. I'll admit, that was impressive. The festival continued on, now filled with even more excitement than before. Naruto, true to his word, kept delivering one questionable jutsu after another. And while the villagers were skeptical, they couldn't help but appreciate the spectacle. As the evening drew to a close, the four of them found themselves sitting together by the village's massive bonfire, watching the flames dance in the night air. This was actually fun, Sasuke said, his voice softer than usual. A good change of pace. Hinata nodded, her heart light. It was nice to just be together, without worrying about missions or battles. Sakura leaned back, closing her eyes. Yeah, it's been a while since we've all just relaxed. Naruto, ever the optimist, grinned. We've got a lot more fun to come, trust me. This is just the beginning. And for the first time in a long time, everything felt right. The peace, the laughter, the friendships. It was all they needed to keep going. Even if Naruto couldn't quite stop blowing things up, they knew they'd always have each other. As the night deepened, the glow from the bonfire cast flickering shadows on their faces. The sounds of the festival were starting to die down, but the warmth of the evening still lingered in the air. Naruto, as usual, was in high spirits, stretching his arms wide, basking in the sense of victory he always managed to create, no matter how questionable his methods were. "I should run for Hokage right now," Naruto said, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Look at all this. Only a true hero can pull off something like this. People are going to talk about this festival for decades." Sasuke glanced over at Naruto, eyebrow raised. "Right, because you almost set the village on fire with that last jutsu." Naruto shrugged, completely unfazed. "Now what's a little fire between friends, huh?" Hinata smiled softly. "Well, it was impressive in its own way." Sakura laughed. "Just make sure you don't blow up anything else before the night ends, Naruto." The conversation drifted into a comfortable silence, the four of them sitting together, letting the warmth of the fire and the peaceful atmosphere of the village sink in. But, of course, Naruto's mind was always racing 100 miles ahead. "All right, I'm definitely going to tell everyone that I single-handedly saved the festival tomorrow," he declared dramatically. Sasuke rolled his eyes, leaning back on the log they were sitting on. "Naruto, you didn't save the festival. You almost ruined it." Hinata couldn't help but laugh. "You're both so stubborn." Sakura grinned. "But that's what makes it fun, right?" As the night grew later, Hinata couldn't help but think about how far they had all come. She glanced over at Naruto, his loud voice and wild antics still the same as ever. But beneath it all, she saw how much he had grown. He wasn't just a loud, mischievous kid anymore. He had become someone everyone could rely on, someone who held the village together in more ways than one. Sasuke, too. He may have been quieter, more reserved, but there was a warmth to him now that hadn't been there before. She smiled softly. Their team had gone through so much, and yet, despite everything, they were still here. Together. Sakura, as always, was the heart of it all, keeping everyone grounded. She was tough when she needed to be, but also had this incredible kindness that made everyone want to be better, do better. And then there was her, Hinata. She'd never been the loudest or the most outgoing, but somehow she felt like she was exactly where she needed to be. She had grown so much, too. From the shy, unsure girl she once was to someone who could stand confidently by her friend's side, knowing she had just as much to contribute. But as much as she appreciated the peace they had, part of her couldn't help but feel a little excited about what came next. The future was still wide open for all of them. There would be more adventures, more missions, more moments like this one. Because no matter how much things changed, the bonds they shared would always remain the same. And maybe, just maybe, she could start to feel more confident in herself, too. After all, with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura by her side, there was nothing they couldn't face together. Naruto broke the silence with a loud yawn. "Man, I'm totally wiped. But I'm still gonna have the best dream ever tonight. Maybe I'll dream I'm Hokage already." Sakura snorted, rolling her eyes. "You right? In your dreams, Naruto." Hinata laughed, her voice soft but warm. "You're already our hero, Naruto." Naruto grinned, not quite understanding the depth of Hinata's words, but it didn't matter. He was content knowing that his friends had his back, just as he always had theirs. No matter what, they were a family now. Sasuke, usually the quiet one, surprised them all by leaning forward slightly. "It's not about the title. It's about who you are." Naruto blinked, taken aback for a moment by Sasuke's rare words of wisdom. Hinata smiled warmly. "And you've always been a hero, Naruto, with or without the Hokage title." The night passed quietly after that, each of them lost in their own thoughts as the fire slowly burned down to embers. Eventually, they made their way back to the village, the moonlight casting a soft glow over the streets. The festival was over, but the memories they had made would last far longer. And while there were still battles to fight, missions to complete, and challenges ahead, for that one night, they could simply enjoy the company of their friends. Together, in the peaceful village they had all worked so hard to protect. "Let's make the future even better," Naruto said, looking up at the stars. Hinata nodded, her heart filled with hope. Together, and they would. The next few days passed by in a blur of training, missions, and the usual hustle and bustle of life in Konoha. But even with all the chaos, there was still something undeniably different about the air. There was a sense of peace, a feeling that everything was, for the moment, exactly where it should be. Hinata had grown more confident with each passing day. She wasn't the shy, quiet girl she once was. Now, she could hold her ground, speak up when it mattered, and most importantly, she was starting to see the potential in herself that her friends had always seen in her. Of course, Naruto still couldn't keep his mouth shut. "Hey, Sasuke," Naruto shouted, running up to him while waving his hands. "What's up? You doing anything fun?" Sasuke looked at him with that signature deadpan expression. "Fun? You're asking me that?" "Well, yeah." Naruto grinned. "I mean, you've got a lot of free time now that you're not constantly training, right?" "Free time?" Sasuke echoed, blinking. "You really think I'm going to spend it on fun stuff? I've got work to do." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Dude, you seriously need to chill. Life's too short to be all serious all the time." Hinata smiled from behind, watching the two of them bicker. Even though it was always the same back and forth with them, she couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. They were family, and there was comfort in that constant, predictable dynamic. Sakura, who had been walking with her, nudged her gently. "They never change, do they?" Hinata laughed softly. "No, they don't. But I think that's what makes them so special." "Yeah, and what makes you special is how much you've changed, Hinata." Sakura grinned. "You're way more confident now. I'm proud of you." Hinata blushed slightly, looking down at her feet. "Thank you. I'm still working on it." "You're doing great," Sakura said, offering her a warm smile. Meanwhile, Naruto was still going on about his latest genius idea. "All right, so here's the deal," he said, looking at Sasuke as if he were revealing the secret to the universe. "We'll go on a mission, just the two of us, to bond or whatever. Maybe we'll find a super rare ninja scroll or something. That's the kind of thing that makes Hokage-level ninja, right?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Naruto, do you even understand the concept of mission?" Naruto waved him off. Yeah, but imagine this. You and me battling side by side, doing cool ninja stuff, and maybe saving a village. Now, that would be epic." Sasuke stared at him, unimpressed. "Yeah, sure. That sounds like you, all right. Hey, you're just jealous, 'cause I'm going to become Hokage, and you're still stuck at number 2, Naruto teased, flashing a smug grin. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, there was a flicker of something. Was it pride? Annoyance? Who could say? But then he turned away, muttering, "If that ever happens, I'll be there to make sure you don't blow up the village with your idiocy." Hinata couldn't help but laugh, and Sakura joined in, even though they'd heard this exact exchange 1,000 times before. "Come on, guys," Sakura said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "We all know that if anyone's going to blow up the village, it's going to be you." Naruto puffed out his chest. "Only because I'm saving it from evil. You'll see, I'm going to do something amazing soon, and when I do, everyone's going to remember it for generations." Hinata's eyes sparkled with affection. "We already remember everything you do, Naruto. You don't need to be the Hokage to be a hero." Naruto froze, the words sinking in. "Yeah, you're right," he said quietly, for once not with a grin, but with a serious expression. "It's about who you are, not the title." Sasuke, hearing that, looked over at Naruto. It was rare for Naruto to be so thoughtful, but there it was. "Well, whatever happens, we're all in this together," Sasuke said, his voice as calm and matter-of-fact as ever. "Exactly." Naruto beamed, his earlier confidence back in full swing. "And that's why we're going to make the greatest ninja team ever. So, what do you say, Sasuke? Mission time?" Sasuke let out a long sigh. "Fine, but this better not involve you doing something stupid. I don't do stupid things. I do heroic things." Naruto shot back with a wink. Sakura rolled her eyes. "We'll see about that." As the four of them walked off toward the village gates, laughing and chatting, it was clear that while their paths may have changed and their futures were still uncertain, one thing was for sure: they'd always have each other. Through thick and thin, they were in this together. And for the first time, it felt like they were really ready for whatever came next. "Let's go make some memories," Naruto declared, his voice full of energy. Sasuke looked over at him, then back to the road ahead. "Yeah, but no exploding villages. Deal." Naruto grinned as the adventure continued. As they made their way to the mission briefing, a sudden gust of wind swept through the village, rustling the leaves of the trees and carrying with it the distant sound of laughter and chatter from the villagers. It was a reminder that, despite everything, life in Konoha went on. Naruto, as always, was the first to break the silence, his voice full of energy. So, Sasuke, you ever wonder what it'd be like if we actually worked as a team instead of constantly bickering? Sasuke shot him a sideways glance, his usual stoic expression barely hiding the faintest hint of amusement. I'm pretty sure we work as a team. It's just you who likes to complicate things. Oh, come on. You know you love my genius plans, Naruto said, puffing out his chest. I mean, remember the time I saved you from that trap you fell into during that one mission? Sasuke, ever the grumpy one, raised an eyebrow. You mean the time you almost got us both killed with your so-called genius plan? Naruto paused for dramatic effect. Well, yeah, but in the end, I still saved the day. And you're welcome for that. Sakura couldn't help but laugh. You know, sometimes I wonder how we even survive with Naruto around. Hinata, smiling softly, added, I think that's what makes him special. His enthusiasm. Naruto beamed at Hinata, clearly pleased with the compliment. Exactly. See, Hinata gets me. Sasuke sighed and shook his head, clearly used to their antics by now. You two are hopeless. The group arrived at the mission office, where the Hokage was waiting for them. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her expression serious as she looked over a stack of paperwork. About time you guys showed up, Tsunade said with a smirk, looking at Naruto and Sasuke. I thought I was going to have to send a search party for you. Naruto grinned sheepishly. Sorry, Hokage-sama. We were just making sure we were all in sync. You know, team bonding. Sasuke shot him a look that clearly said, not this again, but Tsunade just rolled her eyes. Whatever. I've got a mission for you four, and it's a big one. You're going to be handling a dangerous rogue ninja group that's been spotted on the outskirts of the Land of Fire. They've been causing trouble, and it's time to put an end to it. The group immediately grew serious. A rogue ninja group wasn't something to take lightly, even if Naruto was making jokes. We'll take care of it, Sasuke said, his usual calm demeanor returning. Tsunade nodded. Good. I knew I could count on you. But this mission won't be a walk in the park. You'll need to be ready for anything. Naruto clenched his fist, his usual grin back on his face. You don't need to worry about us, Tsunade. We got this. We'll wipe out those rogue ninjas and have time for ramen after. Hinata smiled at his enthusiasm, and even Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little bit of pride in his team. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Well, just make sure you focus on the mission first. I don't want any of you getting distracted. Especially you, Naruto. Naruto saluted dramatically. You got it, Hokage-sama. This mission is going down like a storm. With the details of the mission in mind, the team set off toward the outskirts of the village, ready for whatever dangers lay ahead. As they walked, Naruto couldn't help but add his usual flair. All right, team. We're going to be like a ninja hurricane. Fast, powerful, and impossible to stop. Naruto declared with his trademark enthusiasm. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but even he knew that Naruto's energy was contagious. Let's just focus on the task at hand, Naruto. Sakura nodded. We got this. Together. And with that, the team made their way toward the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. But no matter what happened, one thing was clear. As long as they had each other, they could face anything the world threw at them. The adventure was just beginning. As they neared the edge of the village, the air grew heavier with the anticipation of the mission ahead. The path was familiar, but the tension in the air made it feel different. Naruto bounced along, his usual energy slightly dimmed by the seriousness of the mission. He glanced at Hinata, who was walking beside him. You okay, Hinata? He asked, his voice softer than usual. Hinata smiled at him, a bit nervous but still determined. I'm fine, Naruto. I just want to make sure we're all safe. Naruto grinned. Don't worry. With you by my side, there's no way we can lose. Right, Sasuke? Sasuke didn't respond immediately, but he gave a small nod, which Naruto took as an affirmation. He chuckled, then turned to Sakura, who was walking ahead of them. Hey, Sakura, don't you think I'm pretty much the best ninja there is? I mean, you don't see anyone else pulling off epic moves like me. Sakura shot him an amused look over her shoulder. Oh, I'm sure your epic moves are something no one could forget. Naruto puffed his chest out. That's the spirit, Sakura. You know it. I'm basically the star of this team. Sasuke, rolling his eyes again, muttered. And yet somehow, we're still getting things done despite your genius. Naruto winked at him. Hey, don't be jealous. You couldn't do it without me. Sakura shook her head, smiling despite herself. You two never change. As they walked further out, the village's busy noise faded, and the quiet of the forest around them took over. The distant rustle of trees and chirping of birds filled the air. It almost felt peaceful, but it didn't last long. They soon reached the clearing where the rogue ninja group was said to be hiding. The moment they stepped into the open, the atmosphere shifted, and they could feel eyes on them from the shadows. Naruto, ever the one to break the tension, called out loudly. All right, rogue ninjas, we're here to kick your butts and save the day. Come out and face us. There was a brief silence, followed by a mocking chuckle from the trees. So, the mighty Konoha ninja are here, came a voice, dripping with sarcasm. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Stay alert. We don't know how many there are. Naruto gave a dramatic nod. I'm always alert. My ninja senses are on full blast. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet rumbled, and several rogue ninjas dropped from the trees, landing in front of them in a perfect line. Each of them wore the black cloaks typical of rogue ninjas, their eyes hidden beneath hoods, but their malicious intent was clear. One of the ninjas stepped forward, his voice dripping with confidence. You think you can stop us? We've taken down entire villages. What makes you think you can handle us? Naruto grinned wildly, taking a step forward. Because we're the best. You may have cool cloaks and all, but we've got something better. Our will to never give up. The rogue ninjas smirked. We'll see about that. Without warning, they rushed forward, and the battle began. Sasuke and Naruto were already in sync, working together to take down the first few rogue ninjas. Naruto's shadow clones appeared in a flurry of motion, each one creating a diversion as he rushed in with Rasengan in hand, while Sasuke effortlessly cut through opponents with his Chidori. Sakura was swift and precise with her punches, each blow landing with deadly accuracy, and Hinata's gentle fists moved with a graceful speed, striking down enemies with calm precision. Naruto yelled over the chaos. This is what I'm talking about. Teamwork. We're unstoppable. Sasuke didn't respond, focused on the fight, but his quick glances toward Naruto showed that even he couldn't deny how well they were working together. The rogue ninjas, though skilled, were no match for the sheer force of Konoha's finest. The battle raged on, but it was clear that victory was within their grasp. Naruto, his face lit up with excitement, kept charging forward, fighting with all his might. Sakura, taking a breather after knocking out her opponent, looked over at Naruto and Hinata. I can't believe we're doing this again. But you know what? I think I might actually start enjoying this whole teamwork thing. Naruto, his grin impossible to miss, laughed. Told ya, we're like the Avengers. Only cooler and with more ramen. Hinata giggled, her eyes full of admiration for Naruto's relentless enthusiasm. You really never change, do you? Naruto shrugged, wiping a bit of sweat from his brow. Hey, I'm a force of nature. You can't stop greatness. The rogue ninjas were starting to fall back, realizing they were outmatched. Sasuke delivered a final blow, sending their leader crashing to the ground. He stood over the fallen rogue ninja, his usual cool demeanor in place. That's it. It's over. Naruto punched the air. Another win for the good guys. And just in time for lunch. The team gathered together, breathing heavily but victorious. Sasuke didn't smile, but his eyes softened as he looked at the team. We're not done yet, he said, turning to face the rest of them. Let's go home. Naruto threw an arm around Sasuke's shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. See, Sasuke? I told you. Teamwork makes the dream work. Sakura and Hinata shared a laugh as they walked back towards the village, the sounds of victory echoing in their steps. It was another successful mission, and another adventure in the ever-chaotic life of Team 7. As they made their way back toward Konoha, the weight of the battle slowly started to lift off their shoulders. But Naruto, still riding high on his victory, wasn't quite ready to settle down. "So, what's next on the agenda?" he asked, looking over at Sasuke with a grin that could light up the entire village. "I mean, come on, we can't just go back to normal after this. We need something big." Sasuke sighed, shaking his head. "You're never satisfied, are you?" Naruto laughed. "Why settle for ordinary when you can have epic?" Sakura chuckled and tossed a playful punch at Naruto's arm. "You should really learn to take a break, Naruto. Not everything needs to be epic. Sometimes chill is good too." Naruto stuck his tongue out. "But where's the fun in that? Besides, I'm just getting started." Hinata smiled softly at the interaction, her heart warmed by the familiar bickering between Naruto and Sasuke. It's good to see things back to normal. Just then, Naruto's stomach growled loudly, cutting through the conversation. Everyone turned to him, and his face instantly turned bright red. "Well, you know what they say," Naruto began, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. "A ninja's gotta eat. And what's the best way to celebrate a victory? With a massive bowl of ramen." Sakura rolled her eyes. "Of course. You'd think after all these years you'd be able to focus on something other than food." Naruto, however, was already bouncing with excitement, his mind completely consumed by the thought of ramen. "Nah, ramen is the best. It's like, I don't know, the secret to all my strength." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "That's an interesting theory." Hinata, trying to hold back a giggle, said, "I think it's the way he puts so much energy into everything he does." Naruto flashed her a huge grin. "Exactly. You get me, Hinata? I'm all about the ramen, the adventure, and, well, okay, maybe a little bit of training." Sasuke glanced at Naruto, his expression still cool, but something close to amusement flickered in his eyes. "Let's just make sure you don't blow up the kitchen this time." "Oh, come on. That was one time," Naruto protested. "It wasn't my fault the stove was too close to the wall." Sakura shook her head with a smirk. "I'll never forget that day. We nearly had to rebuild the entire kitchen." Naruto puffed his chest out. "Well, I did make it up to you guys with that amazing meal afterwards, right?" Sasuke didn't answer, instead choosing to continue walking with a slight smirk. "Let's just get back to the village." As the team walked back into the bustling streets of Konoha, the familiar sights of the village greeted them. Children running through the streets, merchants calling out their wares, and the sound of people chatting filled the air. It was a world that had always felt like home. And even though their mission was over, there was still something exciting about simply being there together. The adventures, the chaos, the endless bickering. It was all part of the fabric that held their team together. "I'm gonna get that ramen now," Naruto declared, his eyes sparkling with determination. "And nothing can stop me." Sakura laughed. All right, but don't get too carried away this time. We got a team dinner to get to later." Naruto groaned dramatically. "Ugh, you know what? Fine, I'll have 2 bowls, and then we'll go straight to the team dinner. Only if it's ramen-themed." Hinata giggled. "You really do love ramen, don't you?" "Love? Nah, it's more than that. It's destiny," Naruto said with all the seriousness in the world. Sasuke just shook his head, clearly trying his best not to laugh. "You're unbelievable." But as they made their way to their favorite ramen shop, the familiar chaos of their friendship felt like the best kind of adventure. Maybe it wasn't always about saving the world or defeating the bad guys. Sometimes it was about the moments they shared, laughing and eating together. And as for Naruto, well, he was already planning his next grand adventure. But for now, a bowl of ramen was exactly what he needed. As they reached the ramen shop, Naruto barged in like a hurricane, nearly knocking over a table on his way to the counter. The shopkeeper, Tucci, looked up from behind the counter, his face lighting up when he saw Naruto. Naruto?" "The usual?" Tucci asked with a knowing smile. "You bet," Naruto said, grinning ear to ear. "Make it extra spicy today. I'm feeling like a ninja on fire." Sasuke and Sakura followed behind, shaking their heads in unison at Naruto's antics. Hinata, as always, smiled warmly, a soft chuckle escaping her lips at the scene. 2 bowls of miso ramen, please, Sasuke said to Tucci, though he didn't seem too enthusiastic about it. Hold the extra spicy for me. Coming right up, Tucci replied, already moving to prepare their order. As they sat down at the table, Naruto was practically bouncing in his seat. I swear, nothing beats the taste of ramen after a mission, he said, licking his lips in anticipation. It's like all the flavors of victory in one bowl. Sakura rolled her eyes, but couldn't help but smile. You'd think it was the most important thing in the world, Hinata added, but it makes him happy. Exactly, Naruto said, pointing at her like she'd just cracked the code. Ramen equals happiness. I can't explain it, but it's the ultimate ninja food. Sasuke just sighed, pulling a pair of chopsticks from his sleeve. If you say so. Tucci returned with their bowls, and Naruto immediately dug in with the enthusiasm of a kid at a candy store. He slurped the noodles loudly, making exaggerated sounds with each bite. Ah, this is the good stuff, he sighed, his eyes closed in bliss. This ramen is like 100% heart and soul. No wonder you're the best, Tucci. Tucci just chuckled. You always know how to make an old man's day, Naruto. Sakura took a more modest approach to her meal, delicately picking up her chopsticks. You really do love ramen, don't you? Naruto looked up from his bowl, his face serious for a moment. Love? Nah, it's more like, I'm in love with it. Like, I could marry ramen if I had to choose between it and anything else. Sasuke glanced at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. I think the ramen would reject you. Hinata giggled softly, and Sakura gave Sasuke a playful nudge. I think we've all learned by now that nothing can stop Naruto when he's on a ramen mission. Exactly, Naruto said, mouth full. Ramen isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. They all laughed at that, the moment feeling simple but perfect in its own way. The world might have been full of shinobi missions, battles, and danger, but here, right now, it was about something as simple as a bowl of ramen and the bond they all shared. As Naruto continued to eat, Sasuke glanced over at Hinata, noticing the soft smile she had on her face. Her eyes were fixed on Naruto, but there was something different about her expression, something he hadn't quite figured out yet. Hinata caught his gaze, and for a split second, she looked away, her cheeks turning a light shade of pink. Sasuke felt an unfamiliar warmth spread through his chest. He wasn't sure what it was, but he was starting to realize that maybe things weren't as straightforward as they seemed when it came to relationships. Meanwhile, Naruto was still talking about his ramen philosophy, his energy never dipping. I've been thinking we should all go on a ramen tour. Hit up every ramen shop in every village, see who has the best noodles. I bet I'd find some secret ramen technique that would make me even stronger. Sakura chuckled, shaking her head. Only you would come up with something like that. You're welcome, Naruto said, grinning wildly, then slurped his noodles with an exaggerated flourish. I'm just here to change the world, one bowl at a time. Sasuke could barely keep the smirk off his face. One bowl at a time, huh? Exactly, Naruto said, as if Sasuke had just said the most profound thing in the world. Hinata smiled at the banter, but something about the way Sasuke had looked at her earlier stayed with her. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but there was something different about the way things were going between them lately. Maybe it was because of the mission or the way they'd been thrown into situations together, but she could feel a change in the air. Maybe we should do a tour, Hinata suggested shyly, her voice soft but hopeful. But, maybe we could go to a few other places too, not just ramen shops. Naruto turned to her, eyes sparkling. See, that's why you're the best, Hinata. You get me. A ramen tour, and maybe a few other adventures mixed in, a Naruto and Hinata team-up special. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He had a feeling that this team-up, no matter how ridiculous it sounded, would end up being one for the books. And as Naruto continued talking about their next adventure, the sound of their laughter and the warmth of the moment filled the ramen shop, like the calm after a storm. The world outside might have been crazy, but in that tiny shop, they were just friends enjoying a bowl of ramen together. It was more than enough, and maybe, just maybe, that's all they needed for now. As they finished up their ramen, the group made their way out of the shop, their bellies full and their spirits high. The sun had dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden glow over Konoha. It was the perfect time for a walk, and despite all their different personalities, they found themselves strolling side by side. Naruto, ever the chatterbox, was still going on about his ramen tour idea. I swear, we could make it into a series or something. Naruto and Hinata's ultimate ramen adventure. What do you think, Sasuke? You could be the serious one who judges the noodles while I'm over here, bringing the energy. Sasuke didn't look at Naruto, but simply muttered, I'd rather just eat the ramen. Sakura rolled her eyes. No surprise there, Sasuke. You're always the least excited about the fun ideas. But Sasuke had his own ideas that he wasn't sharing. As they walked, he couldn't help but notice how natural it felt walking with everyone. Maybe it was just the quiet evening, or maybe it was the growing sense of contentment, but he was starting to understand that there was more to these bonds than he initially realized. Hinata, walking beside Sasuke, glanced over at him from time to time, trying to gauge his mood. It was hard to read him, but she couldn't deny the little spark of warmth she felt whenever they walked together like this. The feeling was strange but comforting. And then Naruto, as if reading the air or just being his usual loud self, said, Sasuke, you're so quiet today. What's going on? Are you still brooding about something? If you want to talk, we can have a bro-to-bro chat. Sasuke shot Naruto a look. No, I'm fine. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you're not going to get in on the ramen action. We could find the spiciest ramen in the whole world and challenge each other to see who can handle it. Naruto continued, completely ignoring Sasuke's subtle rejection. Don't you ever get tired of talking about ramen? Sakura asked, raising an eyebrow. Ramen's important. Naruto protested. If you're not passionate about ramen, what are you passionate about? Well, for one, I'm passionate about not dying on a mission, but I guess that's too boring for you, huh? Sakura teased. Naruto blinked, momentarily thrown off. Hey, that's serious stuff. We're ninja. Gotta keep those missions in mind, you know? You never stop, Sakura said with a laugh, shaking her head. As they continued walking, the familiar streets of Konoha around them began to fade into a quiet, peaceful night. The usual hustle and bustle of the village had quieted down, and the only sounds left were their footsteps and the occasional laugh or comment. Sasuke, noticing how quiet the night had become, couldn't help but find a strange peace in the silence. He glanced at Hinata again. She was walking slightly ahead, talking quietly with Sakura, and he wondered, not for the first time, what it was about her that made him feel like he didn't need to be so guarded all the time. But before he could think much more about it, Naruto was back in full force, now trying to get Sakura to agree to his ramen challenge idea. Come on, Sakura. You're not telling me you've never dreamed of eating ramen all day, every day, just for the thrill of it. Sakura rolled her eyes, but there was a small smile on her face. I'm sure I'd be sick of it in a week. You just gotta believe in the power of ramen. It's a ninja's secret weapon. Naruto grinned. Maybe for you, Sakura teased. But some of us prefer not to go into a food coma after one meal. Naruto laughed. You're just mad because you couldn't handle the ramen heat. I get it, it's okay. The banter between them was as familiar as ever, and yet Sasuke found himself appreciating it more than he would have expected. There was something about this group, something simple yet meaningful, that made him feel like he was part of something greater. Not just an elite ninja, but a friend, a teammate. The group eventually found themselves by a small park at the edge of the village, the stars twinkling above. They sat down on the grass, enjoying the peaceful evening. The quiet sounds of the village, the rustling of leaves in the trees, and the distant laughter of children filled the air. For a while, no one spoke. They all just sat together, each lost in their own thoughts, but comfortable in the shared silence. Finally, it was Hinata who broke the silence. I'm glad we could all spend time together like this. It's really nice. Sasuke looked at her and nodded. Yeah, it's not bad. Sakura smiled. I think we all needed this. Just to take a break from everything for a moment. Naruto, of course, didn't take long to add his thoughts. Well, I think we deserve a victory lap after that ramen meal. But yeah, this is nice. We should do this more often. Hinata smiled at the group. Maybe we can, someday. And as they sat together, the night air cool and calming, it was clear that the bonds they had, whether from missions, shared hardships, or just hanging out, were something that would last. Not just between Sasuke and Hinata, but all of them. Through all the chaos and craziness of being ninja, this simple moment felt like home. In the end, that was all they really needed, each other. The night grew deeper, and the group was still lounging in the park, the weight of the day's adventures finally catching up with them. Hinata yawned, stretching her arms above her head. "I think I could sleep for a week," she said, her voice soft and tired. Sakura chuckled, glancing at her. "You and me both. But hey, it's nice to just relax once in a while." Naruto, of course, wasn't quite ready to call it a night. "No way. We still have so much to do," he exclaimed, jumping up from the ground and throwing his arms in the air. "I'm not done with my ramen dreams yet. We still have more to conquer." Sasuke rolled his eyes, his usual deadpan expression on his face. "Of course you're not done. There's always more ramen to eat." Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Exactly. The ramen empire has no end." Sakura looked at him, shaking her head with a grin. "It's always ramen with you, isn't it?" "You got it," Naruto declared proudly, grinning ear to ear. "I'm on a mission to make ramen history." Sasuke snorted, but didn't say anything more. He knew Naruto too well by now to try and change his mind. Hinata laughed softly at Naruto's excitement, looking at him with a small smile. "You never change, do you?" Naruto stopped, glancing at Hinata. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "You're always so energetic," she said, the smile still playing on her lips. Sakura chuckled. "Energetic? That's an understatement. The man's a walking energy drink." Naruto puffed his chest out, pretending to be insulted. "Hey, I'm just a bundle of pure, unfiltered, unstoppable energy. Who needs sleep when you have this much power?" Hinata shook her head, amused by Naruto's antics. "You're something else, Naruto." Sasuke leaned back, staring up at the sky for a moment, as if thinking. The stars twinkled above them, a stark contrast to the chaos of the ninja world. Despite all the battles and the trials they had gone through, this simple moment felt like peace. It was strange how this group, so mismatched, so different, had become something he could count on. Maybe that's what made it all worth it. The fact that, no matter how much they fought or argued, they were always there for each other. Sakura stretched, breaking the silence. All right, I think it's time to head home before Naruto decides he's going to build an entire ramen empire right here in the park." Naruto gasped dramatically. "Why not? Konoha's missing out on the greatest ramen revolution the world has ever seen." Sasuke couldn't help but smirk at his friend's antics. "Please don't." With a final chuckle, the group got up and began walking back toward the village. The night air was crisp, and the quiet streets of Konoha stretched out before them. It wasn't a long walk, but it was a peaceful one, and for once, no one was rushing. Naruto, still energized from their earlier discussions, kept chattering on about his ramen dreams. And then, get this, we could have a ramen festival with everyone in Konoha coming together to judge the best ramen. What do you think? Sakura sighed, half amused, half exasperated. "I think you've officially lost it." Hinata giggled quietly, clearly entertained by Naruto's unrelenting enthusiasm. "He's very passionate." Sasuke didn't say anything, but he was content to listen to the banter. He didn't need to say much to know that this was what mattered. The quiet moments spent with friends, the simple joys of being with people who didn't judge you for your quirks, and the knowledge that despite everything, they had each other's backs. As they walked through the gates of Konoha, the village lights shining warmly in the distance, Naruto's voice rang out again. All right. But next time, we're totally doing the ramen challenge. No excuses." Sasuke shot him a look. "Yeah, sure. Maybe when you can actually finish a whole bowl without complaining." Naruto smirked, his usual playful grin back in place. "We'll see about that." And with that, the group of friends continued their walk, the night filled with laughter and easy conversation. No grand missions, no epic battles, just them, walking side by side, enjoying the simple peace that came from being together. In the end, it was the small moments like this, the laughter and shared glances, that made everything worthwhile. The bonds they shared were strong, and nothing, not even ramen, could break them. And in that moment, with the stars above and the village peaceful around them, they knew they had found something even more precious than victory on the battlefield. The warmth of family, the strength of friendship, and the unshakable connection that would carry them through whatever challenges came next. The morning sun broke through the leaves, casting warm beams over the village. Konoha was waking up, and so were our favorite shinobi. Naruto was already up, standing at the gate with his usual hyperactive energy, waiting for the others to arrive. He had plans, big plans. Well, big in his mind anyway. Sasuke, Hinata, Sakura, come on, hurry up, he yelled at the top of his lungs, bouncing on his heels. Sasuke, who had only just woken up and was still trying to finish his first cup of coffee, shot Naruto a glare. I swear, Naruto, if you keep yelling like that, I'm going back to bed. Hinata, always the polite one, smiled softly. Good morning, Naruto. What's the rush? Rush? I'm not rushing, Naruto said, feigning innocence. I just want to get things moving. You know, world domination through ramen? Or at least ramen domination. Sakura, who had been walking quietly behind the others, rolled her eyes but smiled. Naruto, you've been talking about ramen for hours. You really need a new hobby. But Naruto, ever the optimist, just grinned even wider. Nah, ramen is life. You'll see. Soon enough, everyone in Konoha will know about the best ramen shop in the world. My ramen. They won't be able to live without it. Sasuke chuckled under his breath, and for a brief moment, it was easy to forget all the chaos that had happened over the years. It was moments like these that made him realize how much things had changed, and how much they'd stayed the same. You're going to run this village into the ground with your ramen obsession, aren't you? Sasuke said, half mocking. Not if I run it first, Naruto replied, laughing. The group made their way to Ichiraka Ramen, and as expected, it wasn't long before Naruto began his usual routine, slurping down ramen like it was his job, ignoring everyone's complaints about the noise. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged knowing glances while Hinata, as always, tried to quietly enjoy her food, her cheeks slightly flushed as Naruto's antics continued. But there was a strange sense of peace in these moments. Despite the constant chaos and the past struggles, this small, silly gathering was their normal. There was something comforting about being surrounded by the people who understood you completely, no questions asked. As Naruto slurped another mouthful of ramen, he suddenly stopped. Hey guys, he said, a serious expression crossing his face for the first time that day. You know what we should do? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, wary of what kind of crazy idea Naruto was about to suggest. What now? Sakura asked, already bracing herself for the inevitable. We should throw a huge festival. A ramen festival. Invite everyone in the village. There'll be games, music, and of course ramen. Naruto's voice was filled with enthusiasm as he leaned forward on the counter. Sasuke looked unimpressed. You're already planning a festival over ramen? Yup. Naruto grinned. It'll be legendary. Hinata, ever so sweet, nodded. That actually sounds fun. Sakura groaned, but couldn't hide her smile. Only Naruto would think of something like this. As the laughter and conversation continued, Sasuke found himself not so much resisting Naruto's ideas anymore, but simply accepting them. In a weird way, these plans, ridiculous as they were, felt right. This was their life now. Maybe ramen would take over the village, maybe not. But one thing was for sure, they were all in this together, no matter how bizarre the journey. Later that afternoon, word of Naruto's ramen festival idea began to spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. It wasn't long before the village was buzzing with excitement. People from all over the village started signing up to participate in the event, from local food vendors to musicians, to kids who just wanted to show off their ninja skills. Sasuke couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw Naruto shaking hands with villagers he'd never even seen before, enthusiastically promising them a taste of ramen history. Sakura stood off to the side, laughing at the spectacle. I swear this guy could sell ice to an Eskimo. He's good at making people believe in his ideas, Hinata said with a soft chuckle. Sasuke just shook his head, though a small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was hard to stay serious when Naruto was involved. The festival preparations kicked into full gear, and soon enough, the day arrived. The entire village seemed to be in on it, from the small children handing out flyers to the local businesses getting involved. Even the Hokage was giving a speech on the importance of ramen in Konoha's culture, something Sasuke never thought he'd hear in his lifetime. Naruto stood at the center of the makeshift stage, grinning from ear to ear. Thank you, he yelled, his voice carrying over the crowd. I present to you the first ever Naruto Uzumaki Ramen Festival. Sasuke leaned over to Sakura, his expression deadpan as ever. This is ridiculous. Yeah, but it's also kinda amazing, right? She replied, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Sasuke gave a small nod, the tiniest hint of a smile forming on his lips. I guess, as long as it doesn't turn into a disaster. Don't worry, Naruto shouted, completely oblivious to the possibility of disaster. It's going to be the best day ever. And so, with Naruto's usual brand of enthusiasm and the village's eager support, the ramen festival kicked off in full force. It didn't take long for the event to become a huge success. The games, the music, and, of course, the ramen brought everyone together in ways Naruto could only dream of. The villagers laughed, ate, and danced into the night, celebrating the silly yet meaningful idea that had brought them all closer together. Sasuke watched, his arms folded, a rare, contented smile on his face. He still didn't understand how ramen could hold such power, but for once, he wasn't going to question it. As the evening wore on, the festival's energy didn't die down. If anything, it got even more chaotic and more fun. People from every corner of Konoha had come to join in the celebration, from the little kids showing off their ninja moves to the older villagers who had somehow found themselves roped into competitive ramen-eating contests. Naruto, ever the attention grabber, was at the center of it all. He was practically vibrating with excitement as he darted from one booth to the next, making sure everyone was having a good time. Sasuke had to admit, there was something contagious about Naruto's enthusiasm. The sheer volume of his energy was enough to pull even the most grumpy of villagers into the fun. Hey, Hinata! Naruto shouted, spotting her near the ramen contest table. Come on, you're up next. Time to show him how it's done. Hinata blushed, but there was a determined look in her eyes. I'll give it a try. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle as Hinata took her place at the ramen-eating table. She was sweet, polite, and now, apparently, she was about to devour a mountain of noodles in front of an entire crowd. Sasuke had never seen her quite so competitive before. All right, Hinata, you can do this. Naruto cheered, pumping his fist in the air. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but couldn't resist watching. He never thought he'd see the day when he'd be watching his wife compete in a ramen-eating contest. But here they were. Hinata's calm demeanor contrasted with the chaos around her, but she ate with a determination that had everyone cheering. Go, Hinata! Sakura shouted from the sidelines. Show him who's boss. Sasuke wasn't sure if it was the crowd or the pressure of the contest, but for a split second, Hinata's usual shy nature seemed to melt away. She was in her element, and for the first time, Sasuke saw her as more than just the sweet, quiet girl he'd married. She was strong, competitive, and, dare he admit, kind of badass. She's got this, Sasuke muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Naruto, who had been loudly cheering on everyone else, suddenly found himself in an intense showdown with a particularly large villager. The ramen-eating contest had become a battle of pride, and Naruto, of course, was not about to lose. You're going down, Naruto shouted, grinning like a maniac. Sasuke just shook his head. I can't believe this is happening. But even he couldn't deny that there was something oddly entertaining about watching Naruto and the others get wrapped up in the frenzy of the festival. It was a far cry from the battles, politics, and ninjutsu they had all spent their younger years focused on. In this moment, there was no war, no missions, just ramen, laughter, and a sense of togetherness that couldn't be ignored. As the night went on, the festival continued to thrive. Music played in the background, and villagers mingled, enjoying everything from karaoke contests to ninja obstacle courses. Even Sasuke found himself getting caught up in the fun, though he tried to pretend he wasn't. At one point, he noticed a group of kids dressed in ninja headbands trying to replicate some of the more complicated jutsu moves. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at the sight of them attempting his chidori. Though, naturally, it ended in a spectacular disaster with one of the kids accidentally shocking themselves. "Nice try, kid," Sasuke muttered under his breath, crossing his arms. Hinata was still at the ramen-eating contest table, her face flushed with concentration as she finished her last bowl. She was putting everyone else to shame. Even Naruto, who had been eating nonstop, couldn't keep up with her pace. "Wait, hold up," Naruto said, dramatically placing his chopsticks down. "Hinata wins." The crowd erupted in applause, and Hinata shyly lowered her gaze, her cheeks pink. I didn't expect to win." Sasuke walked over to her, a proud smirk on his face. "I guess I underestimated you. Don't make me do this again." Hinata laughed, clearly relieved it was over. But there was a sparkle in her eyes. She was enjoying herself, and Sasuke couldn't help but admire the way she was able to balance her usual calmness with the fun of the festival. Naruto was already setting up the next challenge, much to Sasuke's dismay. All right, enough ramen. Time for the next event. Let's see who can throw the best kunai." The festival carried on late into the night. From throwing competitions to impromptu dance-offs, it was a whirlwind of activities that had everyone laughing and bonding in ways Sasuke hadn't expected. But as the night wound down, with the stars shining above Konoha and the village slowly settling into the peaceful quiet of the late evening, Sasuke found himself sitting with Hinata, Naruto, and Sakura at a table, watching the final fireworks display. Sasuke said, breaking the comfortable silence. "This was actually fun." Naruto grinned. "Told you. No one can resist the power of ramen." Hinata smiled softly, her hand gently brushing Sasuke's. "It was a nice change of pace." Sasuke nodded. "Yeah, a nice change." As the fireworks lit up the sky, Sasuke realized something. Maybe it wasn't about the ramen. Maybe it was about the people. The people who made this village feel like home. No matter how crazy things got, no matter how ridiculous Naruto's ideas were, this was their world. And it was perfect in its own chaotic way. "Yeah," Sasuke said, turning to Hinata. "This was perfect." And for the first time in a long while, Sasuke felt truly at peace. The night dragged on, and the festival finally reached its peak. The fireworks had painted the sky in colors that made the entire village feel alive, the bright explosions reflecting in the eyes of every villager. Sasuke sat back, enjoying the moment in a way he never thought he would. It wasn't just about the festivities. It was about the people, the memories they were creating, and the bonds that tied them all together. Naruto, as expected, couldn't stay still for long. He jumped up, dragging everyone along for another one of his impromptu games. "All right, enough of sitting around. Let's see who can jump the farthest," he declared, already setting up a random line to jump over. Hinata gave him a nervous look, but Sasuke noticed a hint of amusement behind her usually calm demeanor. "Are you sure that's a good idea, Naruto?" Naruto grinned, practically bouncing on his feet. "Of course it is. What's the worst that could happen?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "You're about to find out. Don't be so grumpy, Sasuke," Naruto called over his shoulder, already sprinting toward the jump. With his usual over-the-top confidence, he launched himself into the air, aiming for the line. He landed in a roll, dramatically raising his arms as if he'd just won the greatest battle of his life. "I did it!" Naruto shouted, looking around for everyone's praise. Hinata's face flushed with embarrassment as she tried to stifle a laugh. "Naruto, you could have just jumped normally." Sasuke shook his head, unable to hide a small smile. Of course, Naruto would go for the dramatic flair. That's his way. "Your turn, Sasuke," Naruto hollered, turning to him with that mischievous grin Sasuke knew all too well. "I think I'll pass on this one," Sasuke replied, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not in the mood to make a fool of myself." But before he could even turn to leave, Naruto was already pushing him toward the starting line. "Come on, don't be such a downer. I'll even cheer you on." Sasuke gave him an incredulous look, then sighed. "Fine." He took his position, mentally preparing himself. One thing was for sure. He wasn't about to let Naruto show him up. With a quick run-up, Sasuke launched himself into the air, effortlessly clearing the line. Unlike Naruto, he landed smoothly, his feet hitting the ground like a true shinobi. There was a moment of silence before the crowd erupted into applause, and Sasuke couldn't help but smirk. There, happy now? Naruto, clearly not one to be outdone, narrowed his eyes. I'll beat that next time. Sasuke nodded, a little proud of himself. We'll see about that. As they made their way back to their seats, Hinata slipped her hand into Sasuke's, her touch gentle but warm. That was fun, she said quietly. Sasuke glanced at her, surprised to see her so relaxed. I didn't expect you to enjoy jumping contests. I didn't at first, she admitted, but it felt good to just let go. It's nice to do something silly for once. Sasuke thought about that for a moment. It was true. They had all been through so much battles, responsibilities, hardships, but tonight was different. It was a reminder that sometimes it was okay to just have fun. And with Hinata by his side, he could finally understand what it meant to enjoy these moments, no matter how silly they were. You're right, he said, squeezing her hand. It's nice to just be here. The two of them sat quietly for a while, watching the last of the fireworks fade into the night sky. In that moment, Sasuke realized that all the things he had fought for, the battles, the missions, the sacrifices, had led him to this point. It wasn't the power or the glory that mattered most. It was the people he had by his side. And with Hinata and Naruto around, Sasuke felt like he could finally breathe. I guess this festival wasn't so bad after all, Sasuke muttered, leaning back in his chair. Hinata smiled softly, resting her head on his shoulder. I'm glad you think so. As the night turned into morning and the last of the festival goers began to trickle home, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. The world might be unpredictable, and life might never stop throwing challenges their way. But for tonight, it didn't matter. What mattered was the here and now. And right now, he had everything he needed. Hinata, Naruto, and the village of Konoha, his family. The next few days flew by in a blur of training, missions, and the usual hustle and bustle of life in Konoha. But Sasuke noticed a shift in his perspective. There was a calmness in his life now, a quiet that came with knowing he had a family to protect. Sure, the whole village still gave him strange looks now and then, but he didn't mind. He wasn't the same person he was before. He had found something worth fighting for. And speaking of family, Naruto was, as always, up to his usual antics. Sasuke found himself dragged into yet another one of Naruto's spontaneous plans. All right, Sasuke, today's the day, Naruto shouted, bursting into Sasuke's office uninvited, as usual. We're going to do some real bonding. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, barely looking up from the paperwork he'd been working on. Bonding? What are you talking about now? Naruto grinned like a kid in a candy store. I'm talking about a training session, but with a twist. We're going to do it like old times. You, me, and Hinata. A real three-person squad. Sasuke blinked, setting his pen down slowly. Are you out of your mind? Training with you and Hinata? That's going to be a disaster. Don't be a buzzkill, Sasuke, Naruto said, not even bothered by Sasuke's skepticism. It's going to be great. Plus, Hinata's been wanting to get in on the action more lately. I mean, she's got mad skills, right? Sasuke couldn't argue with that. Hinata was strong, stronger than people gave her credit for. But the idea of training with Naruto and his enthusiastic style of training was a bit much to handle. Fine, Sasuke sighed, rolling his eyes. But this better not turn into one of your team-building exercises. Naruto clapped his hands together. Yes, team building. That's the spirit. Meet you at the training grounds in an hour. As Sasuke made his way to the training grounds, he wondered what exactly he was getting himself into. Would he be stuck listening to Naruto talk nonstop about his dreams of becoming Hokage? Would Hinata be in over her head, trying to keep up with their intense training? The thought made him groan. But when he reached the training grounds, he was surprised. Hinata was already there, looking ready and serious, something he didn't expect. You're here early, Sasuke commented, raising an eyebrow. Hinata smiled softly, her hands clasped behind her back. I wanted to make sure I was prepared. I've been training on my own, but this will be different, won't it? Sasuke nodded, giving her a small smile. It will be. But don't worry, I won't go too hard on you. Naruto appeared just then, running up with that same excited energy he always carried around. "All right, team, let's get this party started." Sasuke and Hinata exchanged a glance, both trying to suppress a laugh at Naruto's enthusiasm. This was going to be a wild ride for sure. The training session started off normal enough. A few basic exercises, some sparring, a lot of Naruto shouting and charging into things head first. But as they continued, Sasuke noticed something that caught him off guard. Hinata was holding her own against Naruto, and not just that, she was excelling. Her gentle fists flowed effortlessly into rapid movements, countering Naruto's brash, unpredictable attacks. Sasuke watched in awe as she gracefully dodged Naruto's punches, using just the right amount of force to knock him off balance. "Not bad, Hinata," Sasuke said, genuinely impressed. Hinata flushed a little, still humble as ever. "Thank you, Sasuke." But Naruto wasn't about to let her steal the spotlight. He jumped in, a huge grin on his face. Okay, Hinata's got moves, but you haven't seen me at full power yet. Prepare yourself, Sasuke." Before Sasuke could react, Naruto charged at him with a surprising burst of speed. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, dodging the attack with ease. "Is that the best you've got?" Sasuke smirked, ready to finish the training session with a bit of a challenge. Naruto grinned, his confidence only growing. "Nah, I'm just warming up." The next few minutes were a whirlwind of punches, kicks, and jutsu, with Sasuke and Naruto going back and forth. But in the midst of their sparring, Sasuke couldn't help but notice something. It wasn't just the thrill of the fight that kept him going. It was the bond, the unspoken understanding between the three of them. Hinata, who had been quietly observing, stepped in during a break. "You're both very strong," she said, her soft voice breaking the tension. Sasuke and Naruto paused, panting from the intense training. Naruto threw his arm around Sasuke's shoulders, laughing. "We're like the ultimate trio. Nothing can beat us." Sasuke gave him a deadpan look. "Don't get carried away. We've still got a lot of work to do." But deep down, Sasuke couldn't deny it. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he truly had a family, a team, and maybe, just maybe, that was the strength he had been searching for all along. The next day, Sasuke was still riding the high from the unexpected bond he had started to feel with Naruto and Hinata. It wasn't something he was used to being part of a team, that is, he was more comfortable with being alone, doing things his way. But having them around, it felt different. Not bad, just different. He was in the middle of training when Naruto suddenly appeared out of nowhere, shouting, "Sasuke, we gotta talk." Sasuke didn't even flinch. He'd grown accustomed to Naruto's loud entrances. "What now, Naruto?" he asked, his voice as dry as ever. Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Hinata and I were talking, and we think it's time for you to have a proper date night with her." Sasuke froze mid-motion. A date night? Was Naruto serious? "What are you talking about?" he asked, feeling the heat rise to his cheeks, something he wasn't used to. Naruto leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. "Come on, Sasuke. You've been married to her for a while now. Don't you think it's time to take her out somewhere nice? You know, show her a good time?" His grin was so wide Sasuke almost thought it might split his face. Sasuke just stared at him. "I don't need you setting up my love life, Naruto. Besides, I'm not exactly the date night type." Naruto wasn't fazed. "You're right. You're more like the brooding, mysterious loner who forgets how to smile type. But that's why I'm here, to make sure you actually do something nice for her." Sasuke sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Why do I feel like this is going to be a disaster?" Naruto raised both arms dramatically. "Because, my friend, you're Sasuke Uchiha, the guy who can dodge 1,000 kunai and defeat the strongest enemies. But when it comes to simple romance, you're lost." Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "I'm not that bad." Naruto laughed, shaking his head. "You are. But don't worry. I got your back. I'll help you plan the perfect date. It's going to be so smooth, you won't even know what hit you." The idea of Naruto being his romantic advisor was terrifying. But Sasuke knew if he didn't let Naruto help, it would only make things more awkward. And honestly, he wasn't sure what to do either. That night, the date was set. Sasuke, with the help of Naruto's not-so-subtle guidance, found himself standing in front of a fancy restaurant, his hands stuffed in his pockets. He had no idea what he was supposed to do. Was he supposed to be charming? Funny? Or just himself? Hinata arrived, looking as graceful as ever, and Sasuke could barely look her in the eye. She looked stunning, of course, her soft smile never failing to make his heart skip a beat. But that only made him feel more self-conscious. Hinata gave him a gentle smile as they sat down. "I'm glad we're doing this, Sasuke-kun." Sasuke shifted in his seat, feeling uncharacteristically nervous. "Yeah, me too." The waiter arrived, and Sasuke almost forgot how to speak when it came time to order. I'll have this," he said, pointing to something on the menu without even reading it. He felt like a fool. Hinata just smiled, obviously trying to keep things casual. "I'll have the same," she said politely. As they waited for their food, Sasuke could feel his mind racing. What was he supposed to say now? Should he compliment her? Or just talk? Small talk? Ugh, why was this so difficult? Thankfully, Hinata broke the silence with a soft laugh. "You know, Sasuke-kun, you're not as bad as Naruto makes you out to be." Sasuke blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" "Well," she said, looking shyly at the table, "Naruto said you're a little awkward when it comes to these things. But I think you're doing just fine." Sasuke couldn't help but smirk, feeling a little lighter. "Naruto has a big mouth. Don't listen to him." Hinata giggled softly. "I don't mind. It's kind of cute." Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. Cute? He didn't know how to react to that. Was she really calling him cute? As the night went on, Sasuke began to relax a little. They talked about everything and nothing, missions, life in Konoha, and even some silly memories from their childhood. It felt easy, natural, even. He found himself laughing at Hinata's stories about her early training days and how she used to be shy around Naruto. By the end of the night, Sasuke felt like he had stepped into a new world. The world of normal life, of love, laughter, and actually enjoying someone's company. As they walked out of the restaurant together, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little proud of himself. He had survived the night without embarrassing himself. Well, too much anyway. But more than that, he had realized something important. Maybe he wasn't as bad at this whole relationship thing as he thought. And as they walked back to the village, hand in hand, Sasuke allowed himself to feel a small, but genuine, smile tug at the corners of his mouth. The next few days after the date, Sasuke felt different. Not like he was suddenly a whole new person, but something had shifted. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but there was a feeling of contentment. He'd actually enjoyed himself, which was more than he ever thought he'd get out of a date night. But of course, Naruto didn't let him live it down. Every time Sasuke saw him, Naruto would give him that knowing grin, as if he had orchestrated the entire thing. "So, Sasuke, how was the date? Did you finally realize you're not a total robot?" Naruto teased one morning while they were training. Sasuke rolled his eyes, trying his best to ignore the endless teasing. "It wasn't that bad." Naruto leaned in, squinting dramatically. Sure. You were practically glowing when you came back." "Don't think I didn't notice." Sasuke's face flushed slightly. "Shut up, Naruto." The teasing didn't stop, but it didn't bother Sasuke as much anymore. If anything, it felt like a weight had lifted off his shoulders. He wasn't just Sasuke Uchiha, the brooding loner anymore. There was more to him than that now. More fun even. One afternoon, while Naruto and Sasuke were resting on a bench after an intense training session, Sasuke glanced over at Hinata, who was practicing her gentle fist technique in the distance. She looked so peaceful and serene. And for the first time in a long while, Sasuke felt this overwhelming warmth in his chest. This was real. This was his life now. He wasn't just pretending to be the bad boy or the strong, silent type anymore. He was a husband, a real person. And then Naruto, of course, had to ruin the moment. "Hey Sasuke, what are you thinking about? You're making that face again. The one where you look like you're about to go off on some deep, brooding journey or something." Sasuke blinked and quickly wiped the expression off his face. "Nothing," he muttered, feeling like he was caught in some weird emotional moment he wasn't used to dealing with. Naruto chuckled. "You know, you're not fooling anyone. I can see this soft side of you coming out. And I'm loving it. Sasuke huffed, standing up. You're unbelievable. Naruto just grinned like he was winning some sort of victory. Nah, I'm just telling the truth. You've got this. And I'm gonna make sure you don't mess it up with Hinata. Sasuke shot him a glare. I don't need your help, Naruto. Naruto gave him a mock pout. Ah, come on. What kind of wingman would I be if I didn't keep an eye on you? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, but there was a slight tug at the corners of his lips. Maybe he did need Naruto's help, just a little bit. After all, he was new to this whole being a husband thing. That night, Sasuke and Hinata found themselves walking through the village, taking in the peaceful evening air. They'd been spending more time together lately, and Sasuke felt himself getting more and more comfortable in her presence. It was like he was finally able to relax and just be himself without all the pressure of being the last Uchiha or the lone warrior. Hinata glanced up at him, her eyes soft and kind. Sasuke-kun, she began, I'm really glad we did this. Sasuke looked down at her, surprised by her sudden words. Yeah, me too. Hinata smiled, her cheeks tinting pink. I know we've been through a lot, but I think we're doing okay. Don't you? Sasuke felt his heart give a little lurch. Yeah, we are. The moment stretched on for a few seconds, just the two of them walking side by side in comfortable silence. It wasn't awkward. It wasn't forced. It was just peaceful. Then, of course, Naruto appeared out of nowhere, sliding up beside them with that same goofy grin on his face. So, Sasuke, you feeling all lovey-dovey yet? He teased. Sasuke groaned, trying to ignore the smile that tugged at his lips. Naruto, you're ruining the moment. Hinata laughed softly, and Naruto just shrugged unfazed. I'm just saying, Sasuke, you're lucky to have someone like Hinata. Don't mess it up. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but couldn't help feeling a little grateful for Naruto's strange way of showing concern. I won't, he muttered, but deep down, he knew it was true. He wouldn't mess this up. As the three of them walked through the village, Sasuke couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, this relationship thing wasn't as difficult as he thought. And with Naruto, for all his teasing, in his corner, Sasuke was actually starting to believe he could do this whole husband thing. And maybe, just maybe, he was starting to enjoy it. The next few weeks passed by quickly, and Sasuke was getting used to the rhythm of his new life. He'd gotten better at balancing his time between missions, training, and spending time with Hinata. Honestly, he'd never thought he'd be able to do all of that and still keep his cool. But here he was, juggling it all like a pro, thanks to Hinata's steady presence and Naruto's incessant teasing that somehow made everything easier. One day, Naruto pulled Sasuke aside during lunch. Okay, man, let's be real for a second, he said, his usual mischievous grin nowhere in sight. How are things going with Hinata? Like really going? Sasuke frowned, unsure of where this conversation was heading. We're fine, Naruto. Why do you ask? Naruto leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if telling Sasuke some kind of top-secret information. Well, I just wanted to make sure you're not blowing it. I'm your best friend, so it's my job to make sure you're not being a total idiot, especially with Hinata. Sasuke sighed and leaned back against the wall. I'm not blowing it, he said, feeling a little defensive. She's great. Yeah, I know, Naruto said, grinning like a fool. I just wanted to hear you say it. You gotta treat her right, Sasuke. You know how amazing she is? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. What's your point, Naruto? Naruto's grin faltered slightly, but then it came back stronger than ever. My point is, don't mess it up. If I see you slacking, I will have words. Words? You think you can teach me about relationships? Sasuke deadpanned. Absolutely, Naruto said without hesitation. I'm practically a love expert at this point, don't you think? I've been through enough drama to write a whole book. Sasuke didn't know whether to laugh or just roll his eyes. I'll be fine, Naruto. I've got it handled. Naruto wasn't buying it. Just remember, if you ever need advice on anything, I'm your guy. Look at me. I'm a pro at making people fall for me. Sasuke didn't even respond to that, choosing to ignore his best friend's ridiculous boasting. I'll handle it, all right, he muttered. Later that evening, Sasuke and Hinata were sitting on a bench near the village's flower garden, the cool night air brushing against their faces. The stars above them glittered like tiny diamonds in the sky. Hinata was gently holding Sasuke's hand, her fingers intertwined with his in a way that felt so natural. Sasuke almost didn't realize it until she spoke. You know, Sasuke-kun, Hinata began, her voice soft and shy as usual. I'm really happy we're doing this. I've always admired you, even from afar. I didn't know. I didn't know we'd end up like this. Sasuke looked down at her, his usual gruff demeanor softening. I never thought I'd end up like this either, he admitted quietly. But I'm glad I did. With you? Hinata smiled, her cheeks blushing as she looked away shyly. You've changed so much, Sasuke-kun. I'm proud of you. Sasuke's heart gave a weird twist at her words. I haven't changed that much, he muttered, not sure how to handle the warm feeling spreading through him. Hinata chuckled softly. No, you have, and it's a good thing. Sasuke felt a strange sense of pride, knowing that Hinata saw him that way. It was hard to believe how much he'd grown in such a short time, but somehow it felt right. For once in his life, he didn't mind being vulnerable. Not with her. Just as the peaceful moment settled, Naruto showed up out of nowhere, naturally, just as Sasuke was about to say something meaningful. Hey Sasuke, I was looking for you too, Naruto said, walking over with his usual carefree grin plastered on his face. I thought I'd check in and make sure everything's still great between you two lovebirds. Sasuke resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Naruto, what do you want? Naruto ignored Sasuke's tone and sat down next to them with a dramatic sigh. I just thought it was time to make sure you guys don't get too boring, you know? I mean, I'm here for the fun stuff. Don't want you to miss out on all the fun. Hinata giggled softly, her eyes twinkling as she glanced at Naruto. We're doing fine, Naruto. You don't need to worry. Sasuke shot Naruto a glare, but Naruto just waved it off, completely unaffected. I'm not worried, Naruto replied, grinning. I'm just making sure you don't forget to enjoy the little things in life. Sasuke just sighed and glanced at Hinata, who was still smiling, clearly enjoying the banter between the two of them. Sasuke could barely believe it. He had a life now, a real life, with friends, with a wife. It wasn't perfect, but it was his. And for once, he didn't mind it being a little chaotic. Fine, Naruto, Sasuke said, his voice unusually relaxed. I'll make sure to enjoy myself. Naruto's face lit up, and Sasuke felt a weird sense of satisfaction at seeing his best friend so happy. Maybe there was something to all this after all. Maybe, just maybe, this wasn't so bad. And maybe he was actually looking forward to the future. As time passed, Sasuke found himself gradually slipping into a routine. Between missions, training, and spending time with Hinata, there was a sense of stability he hadn't expected. But stability also meant facing the quirks of married life, something he wasn't exactly prepared for. One evening, as they sat in their cozy home after a quiet dinner, Sasuke found himself staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Hinata was reading a book beside him, her soft hums filling the room. The peaceful atmosphere was a welcome change from the chaos of his past, but it made him realize just how domestic things were becoming. Hey Sasuke-kun, Hinata said, her voice breaking through his thoughts. I was thinking maybe we could start planning a little vacation? It's been a while since we've had a break from all the missions. Sasuke blinked, glancing at her. A vacation? You mean just the two of us? Hinata nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yes, it could be fun. We could go somewhere quiet, maybe a little village or the mountains. Somewhere peaceful where we can relax and enjoy the time together. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle. The thought of being alone with Hinata in a quiet place sounded incredibly appealing, but at the same time, he wasn't sure how to handle the idea of a vacation. Are you sure you want to take a break from all of this? He asked, waving a hand around, gesturing to their home and the peaceful surroundings. Hinata smiled warmly. Yes, Sasuke-kun, I think it would be nice for us to recharge. You work so hard, and sometimes it's important to slow down and just be together. Sasuke stared at her for a long moment, and then, for the first time in a while, he smiled. It wasn't one of his usual smirks or sarcastic grins. It was a genuine smile. All right, he said, his voice soft. Let's do it. Hinata's face lit up with joy, and Sasuke found himself feeling a little more excited than he had expected. The idea of a vacation with her sounded perfect. A chance to leave behind all the expectations and responsibilities, if only for a little while. As they discussed where they might go, the thought of relaxing in a quiet place with Hinata felt like the most appealing thing he could imagine. No missions, no pressure, just the two of them away from everything. Maybe this was what he needed to truly find peace in his life. Meanwhile, Naruto was still, well, Naruto. He had been relentlessly texting Sasuke, bombarding him with random thoughts about how he and Hinata should take their vacation at some remote hot spring. As if Sasuke didn't know how to relax, Naruto seemed to think he had it all figured out. Yo, Sasuke. Naruto had messaged earlier that day. Make sure to visit the hot springs when you guys go. Trust me, Hinata's gonna love it. Don't mess it up, okay? Or I'll personally come there and make sure you do. Oh, Sasuke could already hear Naruto's voice in his head as he read the message. He rolled his eyes, ignoring the urge to respond. Honestly, he had no idea what kind of advice Naruto was trying to give him, but Sasuke didn't mind. For once, Naruto's chaotic energy didn't annoy him. It was just, Naruto. Hey, Hinata, Sasuke said, glancing over at his wife, who was still looking through her book with a soft smile. Naruto's sending me weird messages about our vacation. Hinata looked up from her book, her smile widening. What kind of messages? Sasuke read the text aloud, trying to mimic Naruto's excited tone as best as he could. Make sure you go to the hot springs. Hinata will love it. And don't mess it up, or I'll come over there. He paused and added, I have no idea what he's talking about, but it sounds like he's planning our vacation for us. Hinata giggled at the message. Naruto is always so full of energy. But I think he's right. I've heard the hot springs are amazing. It might be nice to unwind there. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. I guess we could check it out? I mean, it doesn't sound terrible. Hinata grinned, clearly enjoying Sasuke's rare enthusiasm. It sounds perfect, don't you think? We could spend the whole day relaxing, and you can finally take a break from all the intense training and missions. Sasuke nodded slowly, finally allowing himself to feel the excitement building in his chest. All right, let's do it. A vacation, hot springs, and no missions. It sounds like exactly what we need. And so, just like that, their plan was set. A peaceful vacation with no interruptions, no worries. Just the two of them, finally taking a step back from the responsibilities that had consumed their lives. Sasuke couldn't help but wonder, maybe life with Hinata wasn't so bad after all. The day of their vacation finally arrived, and Sasuke felt a strange sense of anticipation that he hadn't experienced in a long time. He had spent most of his life running from one mission to the next, always busy with one responsibility or another. But now, there was a calmness surrounding him, as if he were about to embark on something entirely new. Hinata had packed everything for the trip, of course. She had made sure to bring all the essentials, clothes, toiletries, snacks, because who could survive a trip without snacks? And even a few little surprise treats for Sasuke. Sasuke, on the other hand, packed, well, barely anything. He hadn't even remembered to pack any extra socks. As they made their way to the village's gates, Sasuke found himself glancing at Hinata, who was practically radiating happiness. Her excitement was contagious, and despite his usual stoic demeanor, he found himself feeling eager too. Are you sure you got everything? Sasuke asked, trying to mask his own uncertainty with a half-smirk. You don't want to forget anything. Hinata nodded, her eyes gleaming. I think I've got everything, Sasuke-kun. Don't worry, I'm prepared. She paused, then added with a playful smile, but I'm sure you'll forget something. You always do. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but couldn't help the chuckle that escaped. I don't forget things. I just don't prioritize stuff the way you do. Hinata's smile widened. Well, I'm glad I'm here to take care of the details. It's part of the fun, right? Sasuke sighed dramatically, but let it slide. It was true. He wasn't exactly the most prepared person in the world, but it wasn't a big deal. Not when he had Hinata by his side. The journey to the hot springs village was quiet at first. As they traveled by foot, Sasuke couldn't help but notice how peaceful everything felt. No battles, no fighting, no impending doom hanging over them. Just a quiet road winding through the forest, leading to their destination. It was weirdly nice, As they finally arrived at their destination, Sasuke looked around at the tranquil village. The air was fresh and crisp, and the sound of the nearby river made everything feel even more serene. People were going about their day, but there was a distinct calmness about the place. Hinata's eyes sparkled as she took in the sights. "It's perfect," she said, her voice full of excitement. "Just like I imagined." Sasuke nodded, trying not to show too much emotion, but even he couldn't deny the charm of the place. They were in a quiet corner of the world, away from all the chaos. It felt right. After checking into their cozy little inn, Sasuke and Hinata were shown to their room. The traditional wooden walls and soft lighting created a soothing atmosphere that made it easy to forget the world outside. They had their own private hot spring right in their room, complete with a beautiful view of the surrounding mountains. "Okay, Sasuke-kun, let's relax," Hinata said, her voice gentle and calm as she started unpacking. "We could take a nice bath in the hot spring, and then maybe go for a walk around the village. I'm sure you'll love it here." Sasuke, still not entirely used to this level of relaxation, raised an eyebrow. "A bath, huh?" Hinata laughed softly. "Yes, a bath. You've been so tense lately. It's time to let go of all that stress." Sasuke grunted, but couldn't hide the small, amused smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "All right, I guess I can give it a try." As they changed into their robes and entered the hot spring, Sasuke had to admit that it was actually kind of nice. The warm water soothed his muscles, and for the first time in a long while, he felt himself truly relax. Hinata sat beside him, her presence calming as always. They didn't need to speak. The silence between them was comfortable, filled only with the sound of the water and the distant bird song. After a while, Sasuke let out a contented sigh. "Okay, I'll admit it. This isn't so bad." Hinata smiled, her voice soft. "I'm glad you're enjoying it. We both deserve this." For a moment, Sasuke didn't respond, just closing his eyes and allowing himself to sink further into the peacefulness of the moment. He had spent so much time running from his past, constantly chasing after something, justice, vengeance, or even redemption. But now he realized he didn't need to chase anything anymore. He had everything he needed right here. As he sat there, Hinata's hand brushed against his, and he looked up at her. There was no need for words. In that moment, Sasuke felt a quiet sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the peace he'd found, for Hinata's unwavering support, and for this strange, beautiful life they were building together. And just as Sasuke started to feel completely at ease, he heard a voice that made his eyes snap open. "Yo, Sasuke. I knew you'd be here. Is the water warm enough? Should I come in too?" Sasuke's heart sank, and he immediately shot up from the water. He glanced over at Hinata, who was now covering her face in embarrassment. "Naruto," Sasuke growled under his breath. Of course, Naruto had decided to show up. Only he would find a way to ruin this moment. Sasuke stood up from the water with a frustrated sigh, his eyes narrowing as Naruto, wearing a ridiculously oversized towel, barged into the room without knocking. "Seriously, Naruto?" Sasuke snapped, trying to hide his annoyance as Naruto grinned, completely unfazed by the tension in the air. Naruto shrugged. "I figured you two wouldn't mind some company. You're always so quiet and serious. I thought I'd bring some excitement." Hinata, still blushing from the embarrassment of the situation, shot Sasuke a pleading look. "Sasuke, please don't let him ruin this." Sasuke let out a long, slow breath. He could already feel his mood shifting from relaxed to "I'm about to snap." "Naruto, this is a private hot spring." "Private? You're ruining it," Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Naruto pouted, clearly undeterred. "Come on, don't be such a killjoy. Besides, Hinata's been looking forward to this. What's the harm in a little company?" Sasuke turned to Hinata, and for a brief moment, their eyes locked. Hinata's gentle smile, even in the face of this chaotic interruption, made him hesitate. She looked at him with that unspoken plea in her eyes, the one that said, "It's just Naruto, Sasuke, don't let him spoil our time." Sasuke sighed, shaking his head. "Fine, but no weird stuff, Naruto. Understand?" Naruto gave an exaggerated salute, beaming with excitement. "You got it, Sasuke. I'm here to make sure you both have fun. Don't worry, I'll behave. I swear. Hinata, ever the peacemaker, gave Naruto a soft smile. Thank you for joining us, Naruto. But maybe we could all enjoy the hot spring together? Naruto's face lit up. Heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He immediately dropped his towel and jumped into the hot spring without hesitation, sending waves of water splashing all over the place. Sasuke groaned, rubbing his temples. I should have just stayed home. The rest of the afternoon went exactly as you'd expect with Naruto around. Sasuke spent most of it trying to keep his cool, while Naruto continued to splash around, making jokes and completely ignoring Sasuke's attempts to maintain some semblance of peace. Despite everything, though, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little amused at Naruto's antics. Even if the guy was a giant pain, it was hard to stay mad at him when he was so Naruto. By the time the hot spring had started to lose its relaxing vibe, the three of them had finally agreed to get out. Sasuke was still irritated but managed to keep it in check. Hinata, on the other hand, was trying to act like everything was perfectly fine, though it was clear she was slightly embarrassed by Naruto's lack of boundaries. All right, Naruto said, stretching as he climbed out of the hot spring. You two go relax. I'll catch up with you later. I'm heading out to find some food. It's a vacation, after all. Can't skip the good eats, right? Sasuke rolled his eyes. I swear, if you bring back ramen... Of course. Ramen's life, Sasuke. Naruto called out as he sprinted away. Hinata couldn't hold back a small laugh, shaking her head. He's certainly something... Sasuke chuckled, feeling a little lighter. Yeah, he's always been something. As they walked back to their room, Sasuke was struck by how normal everything felt. Despite the madness that was Naruto, there was something comforting about it. It wasn't perfect, but nothing ever was. Hinata turned to him with a smile, her eyes sparkling with that warmth he'd grown so used to. It's okay, Sasuke-kun. We'll still have our time. It's just Naruto being Naruto. Sasuke gave her a small smile. I guess you're right. But next time, we're having a real vacation. No interruptions. Hinata nodded. Agreed. And for the first time in a long time, Sasuke truly felt at peace. Later that night, after the chaos of Naruto's unexpected visit had died down, Sasuke and Hinata finally found themselves alone, enjoying a quiet moment together under the stars. They were back in their cozy little cabin, and the world outside seemed to fade away as they sat on the porch, sipping tea. Sasuke leaned back against the wooden railing, staring out at the moonlit landscape, his thoughts distant. He was still processing everything that had happened. The whole day had been a blur of Naruto's antics, a random hot spring visit, and of course, his never-ending quest to make Sasuke's life more interesting. Hinata, on the other hand, was content just sitting beside him, her presence soothing in a way that made all the noise and chaos feel miles away. She was watching him quietly, her gentle smile never wavering. Are you thinking about Naruto again? She asked, breaking the silence. Sasuke smirked, glancing at her. What gave it away? My annoyed expression? Hinata chuckled softly, shaking her head. No, it's just, I know him too well. You both are a little like two sides of the same coin. One's calm, the other's, well, Naruto. Sasuke laughed, a rare sound that even surprised him. It wasn't a deep, hearty laugh, but more of a light chuckle, something he only allowed himself around her. I suppose you're right, but even I can't help but admire his ability to not take life too seriously. Hinata's eyes softened, her gaze lingering on Sasuke for a moment. You should try it sometimes, Sasuke-kun. It's okay to let go and laugh. I think that's what Naruto does best. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, turning to her. Laugh? You mean like when he keeps calling me Mr. Brooding Uchiha? Hinata's smile widened, and she playfully nudged his arm. Exactly like that. He shook his head, though the smile tugging at his lips was impossible to hide. He really is impossible. But you like it, Hinata added softly, her eyes meeting his. There was a warmth in her expression that made his heart skip a beat. Sasuke's gaze softened as well, and he found himself lost in her eyes for a moment. She had this way of making everything feel right. Even though their world was filled with chaos and unexpected moments, when he was with her, things felt simple. Peaceful. Maybe I do, Sasuke replied quietly, his voice almost a whisper. The silence that followed was comfortable, the kind of silence that only true companionship could bring. It wasn't awkward or forced. It was just peaceful. After a few moments, Sasuke glanced over at her. I'm still not sure how we got here. How did I end up with someone like you? Hinata smiled, a light blush creeping onto her cheeks. Maybe you finally realized that sometimes the best things come when you least expect them. Sasuke's lips twitched into a small grin. Maybe. They both fell into a comfortable silence again. The sound of the wind rustling the trees and the distant chirping of crickets filling the air. It was moments like these that Sasuke cherished the most, moments of stillness, with nothing but the person he cared about beside him. As they sat there, the night feeling like it could last forever, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of peace that he hadn't felt in years. For the first time in a long while, he was content with Hinata by his side, content with the future that was slowly unfolding, and content with the fact that, despite everything, he had found someone who understood him in a way no one else ever had. And maybe, just maybe, that was all he needed. "Thank you, Hinata," Sasuke whispered, his voice barely audible in the quiet night. Hinata's eyes softened as she looked at him, her heart swelling with affection. "For what, Sasuke-kun?" "For being here," he said, his gaze meeting hers with sincerity. "For everything," she smiled, a smile that reached her eyes, and for a moment, it felt like the world around them had faded completely. It was just the two of them, and in that moment, everything felt perfect. The next morning, Sasuke woke up to the smell of something delicious wafting through the cabin. He blinked a few times, disoriented at first, before he realized that Hinata was already up. The sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow over the room. The usual peace of early mornings in the hidden leaf village settled around him, but there was something different today. Maybe it was the way his heart felt lighter, or the way the air seemed to hum with a new kind of energy. He stretched and made his way to the kitchen, where Hinata was busily preparing breakfast. She looked up from the stove, her face lighting up when she saw him. "Good morning, Sasuke," she greeted cheerfully, her voice warm and soft. Sasuke couldn't help but smile. It was impossible not to. Her happiness was contagious, and it made everything feel right. "Morning," he replied, walking over to the counter. "It smells good in here." Hinata chuckled. "I hope you like it. I thought I'd try something a little different today." She set a plate of steaming pancakes in front of him, topped with fresh fruit and syrup. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. "I didn't know you could cook," he said, eyeing the food like it was some kind of rare treasure. Hinata laughed lightly, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I picked up a few things over the years." She paused for a second, her expression turning a bit more serious. "I hope it's to your liking." Sasuke smirked, picking up a fork. "If it's anything like your tea, I'm sure it'll be great." The way she'd made the tea the night before had been nothing short of amazing. He wasn't one to admit it often, but the girl had skills. And for some reason, he found himself looking forward to everything else she would make. Maybe it was because she made it with so much care, or maybe it was because, well, he just liked her presence. As he took a bite, he couldn't help but feel his appreciation grow. "This is actually amazing," he said, his voice more sincere than he intended. Hinata's eyes sparkled, and she looked down at her hands shyly. "I'm glad you like it," she whispered. "I just wanted to do something nice." Sasuke's heart did a strange flip in his chest, and he put his fork down for a moment. He looked up at her, meeting her gaze. "Hinata?" "Yeah," she asked, her voice a little uncertain but hopeful. "Thank you," he said quietly, his expression softening. "You've done more for me than I could ever repay." Hinata blinked in surprise, her lips parting as if to say something, but she was interrupted by a loud, obnoxious knock on the door. Both of them froze, and a moment of awkward silence hung in the air. "I swear if it's Naruto again," Sasuke muttered, rubbing his temples. Hinata giggled nervously. "Do you think it's him?" Sasuke didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to the door, fully expecting another chaotic encounter. As soon as he opened it, however, he was met with a pleasant surprise. It wasn't Naruto. It was Sakura. "Hey, Sasuke. I heard you were back." and I thought I'd drop by, she said brightly, her hands on her hips, as if she had every right to barge in whenever she pleased. I brought some snacks. Sasuke let out a deep sigh. This better not be a repeat of yesterday. Sakura raised an eyebrow, clearly unfazed by his sarcasm. Don't worry, I'm not here to start anything. Just wanted to see how you two are doing. Her eyes flicked to Hinata, who was standing behind Sasuke in the kitchen. Hinata gave a polite smile. Hi, Sakura-chan. Sakura smiled back, but there was a subtle tension in her gaze. Sasuke noticed it right away, but he didn't comment on it. Not yet, anyway. Well, I'm glad to see you both, Sakura said, her voice a little softer now. I just wanted to make sure everything's good. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Everything's fine. We're just trying to enjoy some peace and quiet. Sakura's eyes twinkled mischievously. Peace and quiet, huh? I wouldn't count on it for long. You know Naruto's planning something, right? Sasuke sighed dramatically, plopping back down at the table. I'm not surprised. Hinata, sensing the mood shift, gently placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. We'll figure it out, she said quietly, offering him a reassuring smile. Sasuke nodded. For a moment, everything felt like it was falling into place. With Hinata by his side, he could face whatever the world threw at him, whether it was Naruto's next ridiculous plan or Sakura's sudden visits. They had their own little world here, and nothing was going to take that from them. But deep down, Sasuke knew that life in Konoha was never going to be boring. Not with Naruto around. Still, for now, he was happy. And that was enough. The next day, everything seemed to be on track. Sasuke and Hinata had settled into their routine. Breakfast together, followed by a quiet walk around the village, and then spending the afternoon in their little cabin. Sasuke had even gone so far as to admit, somewhat reluctantly, that he was starting to enjoy the calmness of it all. But, of course, peace in the Hidden Leaf Village was a luxury few could afford for long. It started with a loud bang on the door, followed by Naruto's unmistakable voice shouting from the other side. Oi, Sasuke, I got something that'll blow your mind, Naruto yelled. Open up. Sasuke groaned, feeling the beginnings of a headache forming. I swear this guy is a one-man disaster. He rubbed his forehead, then stood up and walked to the door, already dreading what Naruto could have cooked up this time. He opened the door to reveal Naruto, standing there with a wild grin on his face. Behind him, Sakura was trying, and failing, to hide a giant stack of papers, her face a picture of sheer exasperation. What is it now, Naruto? Sasuke asked, already feeling the weight of the situation settling on his shoulders. Naruto threw his arms up dramatically. I've got a big surprise, Sasuke. We're throwing you and Hinata a welcome back party. You two deserve a celebration for getting married, and I know just the place. Sasuke blinked. A party? Yeah, a party, Naruto said enthusiastically. We'll invite everyone, have food, drinks, games. It's going to be epic. Sakura stepped forward, shaking her head. Honestly, Sasuke, you know how Naruto gets when he gets an idea in his head? It's going to be huge. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. And why exactly are you trying to get me involved in this madness? Well, Sakura said with a hint of a smirk, it wouldn't be a proper celebration without you, would it? Hinata walked over, her calm presence immediately diffusing the tension in the air. She gave Naruto a soft smile. A party sounds nice, Naruto, but maybe we could keep it small. Naruto looked like she'd just told him he'd won the lottery. Small? No way. This is going to be the biggest thing Konoha's ever seen. Sasuke's head hit the table with a dull thud. He could already hear the sound of Naruto's voice in his head, hyping up the entire village for an event that would be as chaotic as it was loud. It seemed like no matter how hard he tried to escape it, Naruto would always drag him into something ridiculous. Fine, Sasuke muttered, but only if I can at least avoid getting dragged into more pranks. I'm not doing any of that stupid stuff you do, Naruto. Naruto gave him a thumbs up. Deal. No pranks. But you're still going to have to dance. Sasuke nearly choked. Dance? You're out of your mind. Sakura snickered. Oh, come on, Sasuke. You know you've got some moves? Sasuke shot her a glare, but there was a small part of him that was almost looking forward to the chaos. It wasn't like he had any choice in the matter anyway. The next few days were a blur of preparations. Naruto managed to get half the village involved. Neighbors, merchants, even the kids were planning performances. Sasuke was caught in a whirlwind of meetings with people trying to decide what food to serve, how many decorations were too many, and which games would be fun without making him want to disappear into the ground. By the time the day of the party arrived, Sasuke was exhausted just from the planning alone. He found himself once again sitting in his cabin, trying to mentally prepare for the chaos ahead. Hinata, on the other hand, seemed unbothered by it all. She smiled as she adjusted her dress in front of the mirror. It was a simple, elegant piece that made her glow without drawing too much attention. She looked beautiful, and Sasuke couldn't help but stare at her for a moment, his heart skipping a beat. "You look amazing," Sasuke said quietly, making her turn to face him. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she smiled warmly at him. "Thank you, Sasuke-kun," she said softly, adjusting a stray lock of hair. Sasuke smiled back, even though he knew they'd be walking into an event that would be anything but peaceful. At least he had her by his side, and that made everything a little more bearable. The moment they stepped outside, the sound of music and laughter filled the air. Konoha was alive with energy, and as they walked toward the center of the village, Sasuke couldn't help but notice how many people had come out to celebrate. And there, standing in the middle of the crowd, was Naruto, wearing an obnoxious, oversized party hat, of course, waving enthusiastically at them. "Yeah, Sasuke, Hinata, over here!" he shouted, causing the crowd to cheer. Sasuke couldn't help but let out a small laugh despite himself. This is going to be a long night. As they approached the festivities, Sasuke felt his shoulder tense, already preparing for the worst. He could hear the sounds of music, people shouting, and the occasional crash of something being knocked over. Naruto, of course, was the center of it all, leading the chaos with his usual boundless energy. Hinata nudged Sasuke gently. "It's not so bad," she said, her calm voice a sharp contrast to the commotion around them. "Everyone seems happy." Sasuke sighed. "Yeah, but the noise. I swear, this is why I didn't want to party." He glanced at Naruto, who was now attempting, and failing, to breakdance in the middle of the crowd, while Sakura and Kakashi watched with looks of amused horror. Naruto saw them and immediately ran over, still wobbling from his failed breakdancing moves. "You guys made it. Perfect timing," he said, grabbing Sasuke by the arm and pulling him toward the stage where an obnoxiously large banner read, "Sasuke and Hinata's Epic Celebration." Epic? This isn't a celebration. This is a disaster waiting to happen, Sasuke muttered under his breath, trying to pry his arm free from Naruto's death grip. "But Sasuke, you've got to get involved," Naruto insisted. "The whole village is here, and we need you to make it legendary." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Legendary? What do you want me to do? Start a fire with my sharingan and dance around it like some kind of circus act?" Naruto's eyes lit up, and Sasuke immediately regretted saying anything. "Yes. Wait, no, not the fire part, but the dancing. You have to do it. Come on. Just a few moves for the village." Naruto was practically bouncing with excitement. Sasuke shot him a look that could freeze a river. "I'm not dancing." "Okay, fine, I get it," Naruto said, crossing his arms with mock seriousness. "But you have to at least join us in the game of Spin the Shinobi." Sasuke stared at him blankly. "Spin the what now?" Hinata, who had been quietly observing the scene, couldn't help but giggle. "It's a tradition. Everyone spins, and the person they land on has to do something silly." Sasuke's face paled. "I didn't sign up for this." But it was too late. Naruto was already dragging him to the spinning wheel, with the crowd cheering them on like they were about to witness a death match. He could already hear Sakura's teasing voice behind him. "Come on, Sasuke. Show us what you've got. A little spin never hurt anyone." Before he knew it, the wheel was spinning, and the crowd was chanting. Sasuke had never felt more uncomfortable in his entire life. When the wheel finally slowed, it stopped right on him. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Sasuke! Sasuke! Sasuke!" they chanted. Sasuke turned to Naruto, who was grinning like a madman. "Well, you're up now, Sasuke. What are you going to do for us? Sasuke clenched his fists. You want me to do something silly? Fine. He stepped forward, then did the most Sasuke thing he could think of. He just stood there, arms crossed, staring coldly at the crowd. His intense gaze was enough to make a few people back up a step, but to everyone else, it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. Naruto, who had been waiting for something outrageous, burst into laughter. I can't believe it. Sasuke's idea of silly is literally doing nothing. He doubled over in laughter, holding his stomach. Hinata smiled warmly, shaking her head. I think that was perfect. Sasuke sighed in relief, but his victory was short-lived. Immediately after, the next person spun the wheel, and guess who it landed on? Hinata. The crowd went wild. Hinata! 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 She blinked, looking around nervously. Me? I'm not sure. Naruto came up to her and gave her a big thumbs up. You got this, Hinata. Do something fun. His eyes were sparkling like he was about to witness the world's greatest show. Hinata blushed but stood up. Well, if everyone's watching, she stepped forward, put her hands on her hips, and in a low, soft voice said, I'll sing. The crowd fell silent for a second, unsure of what to expect. And then she sang. Her voice was beautiful, sweet, and completely unexpected. The entire village watched in awe as Hinata, the quiet, gentle Hyuga, delivered a performance that made Sasuke's heart skip a beat. It was the kind of moment that made everyone forget about the noise, the chaos, and the ridiculousness of the party. When she finished, the crowd erupted in applause. Naruto was practically jumping up and down. Hinata, you're amazing. Sasuke stood there, speechless, his heart feeling a little more full than it had before. The party continued, filled with laughter and cheers. Sasuke found himself laughing too, his earlier discomfort melting away. Maybe this whole celebration wasn't so bad after all. And when the night finally ended, with everyone too exhausted to go on, Sasuke and Hinata found themselves walking back to their cabin. Hands entwined, the soft glow of the moonlight casting a peaceful atmosphere. Sasuke didn't say much, but there was a small smile tugging at his lips. It had been a long, strange day, but at least it had been full of surprises and maybe a little more fun than he'd ever imagined. As they reached the door to their cabin, Sasuke turned to Hinata, his expression softer than usual. Thanks for making this bearable. Hinata smiled up at him. I'm glad you had fun. Sasuke grinned. Yeah, I guess I did. And for the first time in a long while, Sasuke Uchiha felt like he was exactly where he was meant to be. The days following the wild party passed in a blur of laughter, simple moments, and a steady sense of peace that Sasuke hadn't experienced in, well, ever. As the sun rose each morning, he found himself waking up beside Hinata, and each day felt a little more real. No longer just a shinobi constantly fighting his past. He was becoming something else, a husband, a partner, and for once, a person who wasn't weighed down by the expectations of the world. Naruto, of course, was still Naruto. As much as Sasuke tried to enjoy his time off, Naruto made sure there was never a dull moment. It was a daily routine of Naruto barging into their cabin, dragging them both into spontaneous missions, and making sure Sasuke never had a chance to relax. Yo, Sasuke, Naruto yelled one morning, bursting into their home with no warning, as usual. You ready for today's big mission? We're gonna save the village from the ultimate disaster. Missing ramen. Sasuke barely looked up from his tea. Naruto, we're not saving the village from ramen. The ramen shop is right there. You can walk to it. Hinata, ever the peacemaker, smiled at Naruto. Maybe you can let Sasuke have a break today? Naruto crossed his arms and pouted. No, Sasuke's gotta help me. The mission is critical. We need backup to make sure the ramen isn't too spicy, and someone has to tell the chef that the noodles need more oomph. And guess who's the only person who can get the job done? He pointed at Sasuke dramatically. Sasuke couldn't help the sigh that escaped his lips. Only you would make an emergency out of ramen. But even as he grumbled, he knew there was no escaping Naruto's ridiculous mission. He stood up, making his way toward the door. Fine, but only because I'm hungry too. Naruto cheered like a kid on Christmas morning, immediately pulling Sasuke into what could only be described as an absurd mission. Hinata followed along behind, amused by the way Sasuke was dragged into the most ridiculous tasks, yet somehow still managing to stay cool through it all. When they reached the ramen shop, the familiar sight of Naruto's insatiable hunger was as funny as ever. He was already halfway through a bowl of ramen, slurping it down like it was his life source, and even Sasuke couldn't hold back a smirk. Hinata sat beside Sasuke, her gentle smile never fading. "So, how are you liking the village life? I know it's a bit chaotic, but—" She trailed off, watching as Naruto dramatically complained to the chef about the noodles being not spicy enough. Sasuke turned to her, his usual aloof expression softening when he saw her eyes filled with warmth. "It's different," he admitted, "but I think I can get used to it. As long as Naruto doesn't drag me into any more missions." Hinata chuckled softly, her smile playful. "I think you secretly enjoy it, Sasuke." "Don't lie." Sasuke scoffed, but deep down, there was a part of him that did enjoy these silly moments. After everything he had been through, the quiet life with Hinata, and the occasional chaos that Naruto brought, it was starting to feel like home. "All right, Sasuke, you're up," Naruto said, waving him over to the counter. "Time for you to sample this ramen. We can't let the chef get away with under-seasoning this masterpiece." Sasuke rolled his eyes, but walked up to the counter. He glanced at the bowl in front of him, the steam rising in thick swirls. With a quick glance at Naruto, he took a cautious bite. His eyes widened. "This is perfect." Naruto looked at him in disbelief. "Wait, what? You actually like it?" Sasuke nodded, taking another bite. "It's not bad. Not bad at all." Hinata, watching this exchange, laughed quietly. "I think the world is finally changing, Sasuke." Sasuke shot her a look, but couldn't hide the small smile on his face. "Yeah, maybe." As the day went on, they spent their time together, enjoying simple things. Walking through the village, stopping by the market and talking with the villagers. Sasuke found himself relaxed, and for the first time in years, he felt like he could just be. Not the legendary Uchiha, not the lone warrior, but Sasuke. The husband, the friend, the man who was slowly finding a place where he truly belonged. Later that evening, as they sat under the stars in the peaceful quiet of their cabin, Sasuke turned to Hinata, his gaze soft and thoughtful. "Thank you for everything," he said, his voice low. Hinata smiled, her heart swelling at his words. "There's nothing to thank me for, Sasuke. We're a team." Sasuke nodded slowly, a rare, genuine smile tugging at his lips. A team? And for the first time in his life, Sasuke felt like he truly had everything he needed. As the days passed, life in the Hidden Leaf Village became a series of small, beautiful moments. Sasuke and Hinata settled into a rhythm, one that felt almost too normal for someone like Sasuke, but in the best way possible. The chaos of his past seemed distant, like a storm cloud that had finally passed. But of course, nothing in Naruto's world was ever completely calm. One day, as they sat on a bench near the village's edge, watching the sunset, Naruto appeared out of nowhere, once again bursting in with his signature energy. "Yo, Sasuke, Hinata," he yelled, practically leaping over the bench to land beside them. "I've got an idea for a new team mission." Sasuke didn't even flinch, used to Naruto's dramatic entrances by now. He simply raised an eyebrow. "Another mission? What now?" Naruto grinned. "We're gonna make the best ramen stand in the entire village. You know, like the ultimate ramen experience. I need both of you for this." Obviously, Hinata, ever the optimist, looked curious. "That sounds interesting. What's the plan?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "Simple. We combine all the best ramen recipes in the village into one mega ramen bowl. Sasuke, you're going to be the taste tester, and Hinata, you're in charge of the presentation. We're going for style and flavor." Sasuke deadpanned. "A ramen mission? Again?" "Yep," Naruto said, already pulling them both to their feet. "But this time, we're not just eating ramen. We're making history. It'll be legendary." Hinata chuckled, the sound light and cheerful. "Sounds like fun, actually. Let's see what we can create." Sasuke groaned, but followed them anyway. As annoying as Naruto could be, there was something about the energy he brought that made it impossible to resist joining in. And deep down, Sasuke knew this silly mission wasn't about the ramen at all. It was about spending time with people who truly understood him. The next few hours were a blur of noodles, spice, and laughter. Sasuke, naturally, took the job of taste tester very seriously, though Naruto kept pushing him to try increasingly ridiculous combinations. At one point, he was convinced he had accidentally eaten a bowl with 5 different kinds of chili peppers in it. "Sasuke," Naruto said, his voice full of mock concern. "You gotta try this one. It's the spiciest ramen we've ever made." Sasuke took one look at the fiery concoction and scowled. "No chance." "Oh, come on," Naruto urged, holding the bowl out. "Just one bite. For the village." Sasuke shot him a glare, but couldn't help smirking. "I'll pass on that one, thanks." Meanwhile, Hinata was expertly arranging the ramen bowls for presentation, her delicate hands adding a perfect garnish of herbs, spices, and tiny decorations. Sasuke had to admit, she was a perfectionist, and it showed in everything she did. By the time the ramen stand was ready, the entire village gathered to sample the legendary ramen. It was a ridiculous event, but that didn't stop it from being a blast. Everyone from the village elders to the kids lining up to get a bowl of the ultimate ramen seemed to love it. Sasuke, despite himself, found a sense of satisfaction in the whole thing. It wasn't about being a warrior or a hero anymore. It was about these moments, the ones that made him feel like he was a part of something bigger than himself. As the night wound down and the last bowl of ramen was served, Naruto stood up on a crate, arms wide. "And that's how you make history, my friends. A ramen mission that will go down in the books." Sasuke rolled his eyes, but his lips twitched upward. "You're ridiculous." Hinata laughed softly beside him. "But he's your best friend, right?" Sasuke paused, then nodded. "Yeah, he's annoying, but he's my best friend." The three of them stood together, watching the last rays of sunlight dip below the horizon. There was a quiet, unspoken understanding between them. This was where they belonged. Together, in a world where they could finally take a breath, share a laugh, and live a life that was more than just survival. Sasuke leaned back against the wall of their small ramen stand, feeling a sense of peace he never thought he'd find. Maybe I can get used to this." Hinata smiled, her eyes soft. "I think you already have." And for the first time in his life, Sasuke realized that maybe peace didn't always mean silence. Sometimes it meant having people to laugh with, people who saw him for more than just a shinobi, and that he could get used to. As the days passed, the world around them continued to change. Sasuke, once the brooding lone wolf, found himself embracing the quieter moments in life, like sitting on the porch of their home with Hinata, watching the stars in the sky. "Do you ever think about the future?" Hinata asked one evening, her voice soft as she leaned her head on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke looked out at the village, his gaze thoughtful. "I used to. A lot. But now I don't need to worry about it as much. It's different now." Hinata smiled, her eyes reflecting the light of the moon. "It's nice, isn't it? To just live in the moment." Sasuke didn't respond immediately, just letting the silence between them settle. But deep down, he was finally starting to feel something he hadn't in years, a sense of contentment. And with that feeling came a certain realization. "We've come a long way," he muttered under his breath, barely loud enough for Hinata to hear. She looked up at him, surprised. "What do you mean?" Sasuke shrugged, not used to talking about his feelings, but willing to open up a bit more. From everything. From when I first left the village. All the pain, the anger, the loneliness. I thought that was the way it was supposed to be. But now, I don't feel that way anymore." Hinata's smile widened, and she reached over to squeeze his hand. "I'm so happy to hear that." Sasuke gave a small, genuine smile in return, something that he never thought would happen with anyone, especially not after everything he'd been through. But there, in the quiet peace of the Hidden Leaf Village, he realized that it wasn't just the village or the mission that had changed him. It was Hinata, and in a way, the unexpected journey of learning how to live for more than just survival. Meanwhile, Naruto was, as usual, busy with his endless schemes. A few days later, he showed up at their doorstep, grinning like a maniac. "Guess what? I have the best idea ever," he declared, practically bouncing with excitement. Sasuke could already feel the eye twitch forming. What now? Naruto ignored his tone and continued. I was thinking we should throw the biggest festival the village has ever seen. Music, food, games, all of it. And of course, we need you two to help out. You'll be the special guests, and we'll make this festival one for the history books. Sasuke stared at him blankly. A festival? Really? Yeah, Naruto said, absolutely undeterred by Sasuke's skepticism. It'll be the ultimate celebration of the village. No one's ever seen anything like it. Hinata looked excited by the idea. That'd sound fun. A festival for everyone. Children, families, even the older generations. Naruto grinned. Exactly. We'll show the whole world what Konoha's all about. Sasuke's eyebrow twitched, but he sighed and folded his arms. Fine, but I'm not dressing up or doing anything ridiculous. Naruto laughed like Sasuke had just said the funniest thing in the world. Of course you're going to dress up. It's a festival. Everyone dresses up. Sasuke opened his mouth to argue, but then he caught the look on Hinata's face. She was already imagining the possibilities, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, Sasuke grumbled. But no funny costumes. I'm not going to look like an idiot in front of the whole village. Deal, Naruto said, locking it in with a firm nod. This is going to be the best festival ever. And just like that, Sasuke found himself once again roped into another one of Naruto's crazy ideas. As much as he pretended to be reluctant, deep down, Sasuke knew it wasn't about the costumes or the festivities. It was about the people, about being with his friends and family, enjoying the simple things in life that he'd never thought possible. The festival planning kicked off in full swing. Everyone in the village pitched in, some designing decorations, others cooking food, and a few even organizing games and activities. It was a whirlwind of activity, but Sasuke couldn't help but find himself caught up in it. With each passing day, the excitement grew, and he began to see the village in a new light, less of a place to fight and more of a place to love and care for. And so, the day of the festival arrived. The village square was transformed into a dazzling display of lights, food stalls, and laughter. Children ran around with painted faces, while adults enjoyed the vibrant atmosphere. The air was thick with the smell of grilled meats, sweet desserts, and everything that made the village feel alive. Sasuke stood by a food stall, watching the scene unfold. Beside him, Naruto was stuffing his face with a bowl of ramen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is the best thing ever, Naruto said between bites, his words barely intelligible. Sasuke smirked. Of course it is. You planned it. Hinata walked up, her gentle smile lighting up the space around them. It's amazing, isn't it? Everyone's so happy. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, it is. And for once, Sasuke felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. In the Hidden Leaf Village, surrounded by friends, family, and the warmth of a life he never thought possible. He still had the scars of his past, but they no longer defined him. Instead, it was the future, his future with Hinata, Naruto, and the rest of his new family, that mattered most. As the sun set and the festival lights twinkled above them, Sasuke realized that maybe, just maybe, he was finally home. As the festival raged on, Sasuke found himself wandering through the village square, trying to get away from the hustle and bustle for just a moment of peace. Of course, that moment didn't last long. He could hear Naruto's voice even from a distance, shouting for someone to join him in yet another ridiculous game. Come on, Sasuke. You can't avoid me forever, Naruto called out, laughing as he waved his arms. We need one more player for the tug-of-war. Sasuke sighed, rubbing his temples. He thought about slipping away unnoticed, but then Hinata caught up to him. Sasuke-kun, she said softly, a little shy as always. It's fun to be a part of it all. Don't you want to join them? Sasuke glanced at her, trying to keep his cool, but there was something about her that made him soften. Maybe it was the way she looked at him, or how she always believed in the best in everyone, even when they didn't deserve it. He wasn't sure. Fine, he said reluctantly, but I'm not doing any more games. Last time I did, Naruto had me wearing a bunny costume. Hinata chuckled, a soft and warm sound that made Sasuke feel more at ease than he had in a long time. "I'm sure it'll be different this time," she said, taking his hand. "Besides, it'll make him happy. He looks up to you?" "Yeah, well," Sasuke muttered, shaking his head. "That's just his way of getting me to do ridiculous things." But despite his words, he let Hinata guide him back toward the crowd, where Naruto was waving his arms wildly like he was calling a pack of wolves. He immediately jumped into the middle of the group, slinging his arm around Sasuke's shoulders. "There you are! Come on, buddy, you've got this!" Sasuke gave a look that could melt steel, but Naruto was unfazed. "What's the worst that could happen, huh?" Naruto continued, practically bouncing with energy. "If you lose, I'll let you take the first bite of the barbecue." Sasuke groaned. "Fine, let's get this over with." And so, the tug-of-war began. Sasuke, Naruto, and a few random villagers lined up against another team, all of them geared up with ropes and their most determined expressions. Sasuke stood with his usual stoic face, but inside, he had to admit, this was actually kind of fun. The energy, the excitement, and the fact that everyone was so into it made him forget about his usual brooding. Naruto shot him a grin. "Let's win this one for the village." They pulled with all their might. Sasuke's muscles flexed, the tension in the rope growing thick with each passing second. Naruto was cheering them on loudly, even though it sounded more like a battle cry than any real cheer. Just when it looked like they were about to lose, Sasuke shifted his grip, pulling back with every ounce of strength he had left. The other team stumbled, giving them just enough of an advantage to win. "We did it!" Naruto shouted triumphantly, lifting Sasuke up in the air. Sasuke, who didn't enjoy being hoisted like that, immediately kicked his feet, but Naruto didn't seem to notice, too busy celebrating. Hinata was standing nearby, clapping with a bright smile on her face. "You did great, Sasuke." Sasuke let out an exaggerated sigh. Yeah, don't get too used to this. I'm not becoming the village's tug-of-war champion." But despite his grumbling, Sasuke couldn't deny the sense of pride he felt in that moment. It wasn't just about winning the game, it was about being part of something bigger. A community, a family. Later that night, as the festival began to wind down, Sasuke found himself back on the porch of their house, the sounds of laughter and music still faintly drifting through the air. Hinata joined him, carrying 2 cups of tea, and handed one to him with a soft smile. "This was a good day," she said quietly, sitting beside him. "Thank you for being a part of it, Sasuke-kun." Sasuke took the tea, savoring the warmth of the cup in his hands. "Yeah," he muttered, "I guess it wasn't so bad." Hinata nudged him playfully. "I told you you'd have fun." Sasuke shot her a rare smile, the kind that only she could bring out of him. "Maybe you were right." They sat in silence for a while, sipping their tea as the moon hung high in the sky. The village, now calm after a long day of festivities, felt like the peaceful place it was meant to be. And in that moment, Sasuke realized that despite everything he had been through, despite the darkness in his past, he had found something worth fighting for. A family, a home, and the quiet joy of knowing that he didn't have to carry the weight of the world alone anymore. With Hinata by his side and the village they loved surrounding them, Sasuke finally felt like he was exactly where he needed to be. Home. As the days passed, Sasuke continued to adjust to life in Konoha. The village, despite its usual chaos, had become a place where he felt comfortable. And for someone like Sasuke, that was a big deal. It wasn't just about the missions or the quiet moments he shared with Hinata. It was about the sense of belonging, of knowing that no matter how much the world around him changed, he had a place here. But even in the peace of his new life, there were still moments when old habits kicked in. Like when Naruto showed up at his door, once again begging him to train with him. "Sasuke, come on, I need to get stronger." Naruto whined, banging his fist against the door like a man on a mission. Sasuke rolled his eyes, not even bothering to look up from the book he was reading. "Naruto, I told you, I'm not doing any more crazy training routines with you." "But Sasuke, I'm serious." Naruto's voice grew more insistent. "This time, I'll make it super fun. We can do some really intense drills. You know, the kind that'll make you feel like you're on top of the world." Sasuke groaned, his head tilting back in exasperation. That's what you said last time, and I ended up carrying you home because you passed out after 10 minutes. Naruto's face lit up with a grin. Yeah, but you still carried me. That means I'm one step closer to being a real ninja, right? Sasuke stared at him for a moment, his patience on its last thread. But then he thought about it. He could just ignore Naruto, or he could indulge him for a few hours. It wasn't like he had anything pressing to do today. Fine, Sasuke said, standing up and stretching. But this better not turn into another disaster. Yes, Naruto shouted, pumping his fist into the air like he had won the lottery. Let's go, Sasuke. As they headed to the training grounds, Sasuke couldn't help but think about how much Naruto had changed. Sure, he was still loud, a little obnoxious, and completely unpredictable, but there was something different about him now. He wasn't just the hyperactive ninja anymore. He was someone who had earned the respect of the village, someone who had worked hard to get to where he was. Sasuke couldn't deny that, despite himself, he admired that persistence. It reminded him of the days when he was younger, when he had trained relentlessly to become stronger. Those days, however, were long behind him. When they reached the training ground, Naruto immediately jumped into action, attempting to perform a complex series of shadow clones and taijutsu moves. Sasuke watched him for a moment, arms crossed, waiting for the inevitable crash and burn. And of course it happened. Naruto landed flat on his back after tripping over his own feet, looking up at the sky with a dazed expression. Ow! Naruto groaned, reaching up a hand to rub his head. That wasn't part of the plan. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle. Despite himself, Naruto always had a way of making everything entertaining. You never learn, do you? He said, holding out his hand to help him up. Naruto took it gratefully, flashing Sasuke a big grin. No, but I'm not giving up. Sasuke just shook his head, but there was a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. All right, let's try something simpler. But I'm warning you, don't make me do all the work. As they continued their training session, Sasuke realized that these moments, these simple, chaotic, and sometimes ridiculous moments, were the ones that made his life in Konoha feel real. The laughter, the jokes, the frustrations. It was all part of the strange, wonderful family that he had come to love. Later that day, Sasuke found himself back at the house, the sun setting in the distance as he watched Hinata prepare dinner. Her calm presence was a sharp contrast to the chaos of the afternoon, and Sasuke felt himself relax as he leaned against the doorframe. How was training? Hinata asked, turning to smile at him. Surprisingly tolerable, Sasuke replied with a smirk. Naruto is still as insane as ever, though. Hinata laughed softly. He's always been like that, hasn't he? Yeah, but at least he keeps things interesting, Sasuke said, walking over to sit beside her at the table. I guess that's what keeps him going. They ate dinner in comfortable silence, the kind that only came from being completely at ease with someone. Sasuke could feel the warmth of the room, the quiet peace settling around him. In this moment, there was no war, no danger, just the simple joy of being with the people he cared about. As he finished his meal, Sasuke realized that he had everything he had ever wanted: family, friends, and a home. And he couldn't ask for anything more. For the first time in a long while, Sasuke felt like he was truly at peace. Years passed, and life in Konoha continued to be as hectic and unpredictable as ever. But through all the battles, missions, and daily challenges, Sasuke and Hinata grew closer, building a life together. It wasn't always perfect. There were still moments of silence, still awkward conversations, and the occasional clash of personalities, but they made it work. Their bond strengthened over time, and soon, the village could feel the change in the air. One evening, after a quiet dinner, Sasuke turned to Hinata, his usual stoic expression giving way to something softer. Hinata, Sasuke began, his voice uncharacteristically hesitant. There's something I've been thinking about. Hinata looked up from her plate, her eyes full of curiosity. What is it, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke took a deep breath, the weight of his words sinking in. I think it's time for us to take the next step. Hinata blinked in surprise, her cheeks flushing. Next step? Sasuke gave a small nod, his eyes locking with hers. I want us to get married. The words hung in the air for a moment, and for once, Sasuke felt a knot in his stomach, unsure of how she'd react. But then, Hinata's face broke into a radiant smile, the blush on her cheeks deepening. I would love that, she whispered, her voice full of warmth. Sasuke let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Then it settled. And so, the two of them started planning the wedding, a simple, intimate affair with only close friends and family. Despite Sasuke's usual aversion to attention, he found himself actually enjoying the process. There was something about the idea of officially committing to Hinata that made everything feel real. For once, he wasn't running from his past. He was embracing his future. The day of their wedding arrived, and the entire village seemed to buzz with excitement. Even Naruto, of course, was ridiculously over the top with his enthusiasm, insisting on being the one to give a speech. Even though it was filled with awkward pauses and rambling about how Sasuke finally found someone who could handle his brooding. But despite Naruto's usual antics, it was a beautiful day. Surrounded by their friends and loved ones, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and even the more reserved members of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke and Hinata exchanged vows, their eyes locked in a shared promise of a future together. The ceremony was simple, but it was perfect. Afterward, the newlyweds found themselves in a quiet corner of the reception, away from the bustle of the party. "I can't believe this is real," Sasuke said softly, his hand resting in Hinata's. Hinata smiled, her eyes shining. "I never thought this day would come, but I'm glad it did." Sasuke looked at her, his expression more vulnerable than usual. "Me too." And so, Sasuke and Hinata began their new life together. It wasn't long before their home was filled with laughter, joy, and the sounds of small feet running around. They welcomed a child, a son, with the same spiky hair as Naruto and the same determination as Sasuke. His name was Ryo, and from the moment he could walk, he seemed to have inherited the best traits of both his parents. He had Hinata's gentleness, her ability to calm even the most chaotic situations, but he also had Sasuke's drive. The boy was determined, focused, and always asking questions, so many questions. He was a curious child, much like Naruto had been, but with a calmness that set him apart. It became clear, very quickly, that Ryo was something special. One day, Sasuke found himself watching Ryo train with Naruto, who had insisted on helping the boy develop his ninja skills. Ryo was quick, more agile than Sasuke had ever been at his age, and his control over chakra was already impressive. Even Naruto, who had seen many prodigies in his time, couldn't hide his awe. "He's faster than you were at that age, Sasuke," Naruto said with a grin, ruffling Ryo's hair. "I think the kid might surpass us both." Sasuke, though proud, didn't say anything. He simply watched as Ryo, with an intense focus that was both unnerving and admirable, practiced his jutsu. As Ryo grew, so did his abilities. By the time he was a teenager, he was already mastering techniques that took his parents years to perfect. Sasuke was impressed, though part of him couldn't help but feel a little competitive. After all, he'd spent most of his life pushing himself to be the best, and now, here was his son, effortlessly rising above him. One day, during a training session, Sasuke finally decided to test Ryo's skills. They stood on the training field, both of them facing each other, a slight breeze ruffling their clothes. "Ready, Ryo?" Sasuke asked, his voice calm but holding a challenge. Ryo nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. "I've been ready, Dad." With a quick motion, Sasuke launched a series of shuriken towards Ryo, expecting him to dodge with the same skill every ninja his age possessed. But what happened next stunned him. Ryo didn't just dodge. They moved so quickly that Sasuke barely registered it. The shuriken were deflected with a swift movement, and in the blink of an eye, Ryo appeared in front of Sasuke, hand raised, ready to land a blow. Sasuke froze, caught off guard by the speed and precision. His son had surpassed him, there was no doubt about it. "Impressive," Sasuke murmured, his lips curving into a rare smile. "You've gotten better?" Ryo lowered his hand, a grin spreading across his face. "I learned from the best." And Sasuke realized, in that moment, that Ryo had indeed surpassed them both. Not just in strength or speed, but in the way he approached the world, calm, focused, and ready to take on whatever challenges came his way. Sasuke watched as Ryo continued to grow, his pride for his son unwavering. There was no need for rivalry, no need for competition. Ryo was part of a new generation, one that would carry Konoha's legacy into the future. And as Sasuke looked back at Hinata, who stood beside him, watching their son with the same pride, he couldn't help but feel that their family, this family they had built, was the greatest thing he had ever accomplished. They had everything they needed, and that was enough. As the years passed, Ryo's abilities only grew stronger. He wasn't just a prodigy. He was a force to be reckoned with. His reputation spread across Konoha, and soon the neighboring villages were talking about the young shinobi who seemed to have inherited the best traits of both the legendary Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Ryo's chakra control was unmatched for someone his age, and his jutsu, both ninjutsu and jinjutsu, were incredibly advanced. But it wasn't just his power that set him apart. What made Ryo truly exceptional was his ability to unite people. Like his mother, he had an innate understanding of how to connect with others, how to listen, and how to make those around him feel understood. One evening, during one of his training sessions with his parents, Ryo stopped and turned to them. "Mom, Dad, I think it's time," he said, his voice filled with determination. "I want to go out and see the world." Hinata looked at Sasuke, her gentle eyes filled with concern. "Are you sure? You're still young, Ryo. There's so much to learn here in Konoha." Sasuke, as stoic as ever, placed a hand on Ryo's shoulder. "It's a big world out there, kid. You've learned a lot here, but you'll never know your true limits unless you push yourself." Ryo nodded, understanding. "I want to do this. I want to find my own way and see what's out there." With a final embrace, Ryo packed his things and set off on his journey. It wasn't an easy decision, but it was the right one. He wasn't just going to be the son of Naruto and Sasuke. He was going to forge his own path. As the days passed, Sasuke and Hinata continued their lives in Konoha, though they both felt a little emptier without Ryo around. Their son's absence was a quiet reminder that time was always moving forward. One day, several months after Ryo left, word came that he had been spotted near the Hidden Sand Village, where he was training with Gaara, the Kazekage. Apparently, Ryo had already made quite an impression. He had managed to impress Gaara not only with his skill, but also with his ability to understand the complexities of leadership, something Sasuke never thought he'd see in such a young shinobi. "Your son is something else," Gaara had said to Sasuke during one of their meetings. "He's got the same drive as you did at his age. Maybe even more." Sasuke's usual stoic demeanor softened, but he didn't respond. Instead, he simply looked out over the horizon, thinking about how far Ryo had come. One day, Sasuke received a letter. It was from Ryo. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for the silence. I've been training hard, and I wanted to tell you something. I'm going to challenge myself like you did. I've been offered a chance to take part in a tournament with shinobi from across the world. I know it's a big deal, but I think I'm ready. I'll be back soon. Don't worry about me." The words struck Sasuke deeply. His son, the one he had watched grow up, was now making decisions on his own. The feeling was bittersweet. He was proud, but a part of him missed Ryo more than he could express. Sasuke and Hinata decided to visit the village where Ryo was competing. It had been a long time since they had seen their son, and the thought of him fighting in such a high-stakes tournament made them both nervous. When they arrived, they found Ryo standing in front of a crowd of spectators, his head held high, ready to face opponents from all over the world. His face showed the confidence of someone who had already won the battle before it even started. "Ryo," Sasuke said as he approached, his voice softer than usual. Ryo turned, his eyes lighting up when he saw them. "Mom, Dad!" He smiled brightly, the warmth in his expression a stark contrast to his usual focused demeanor. "You sure you're ready for this?" Hinata asked, her voice filled with motherly concern. Ryo nodded, his gaze steady. "I'm ready, but I wouldn't be here without everything you both taught me. I've learned from the best." Sasuke gave him a small, approving nod. "Then make us proud." The tournament was fierce, with shinobi from all over the world showcasing their skills. But no one could deny Ryo's strength. He breezed through his matches, defeating opponents who had decades of experience under their belts. The crowd erupted in cheers as he moved closer to the finals, and Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swell within him. Finally, Ryo stood face-to-face with his final opponent, a young shinobi from the Hidden Cloud Village, known for his speed and lightning-fast reflexes. It was a fight to remember. The two were evenly matched, each pushing their limits. But in the end, it was Ryo's calmness under pressure, his ability to read his opponent's moves, that gave him the edge. With a final, fluid movement, Ryo landed the decisive blow. The crowd went wild, and Ryo stood victorious. Sasuke and Hinata rushed to the arena, where their son stood, holding his hands up in triumph. "You did it, Ryo," Hinata said, her voice thick with emotion. "I told you I was ready," Ryo replied, grinning ear to ear. Sasuke placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "You're not just ready, Ryo. You're something else." And in that moment, Sasuke knew that Ryo had not only surpassed him in Naruto in strength, but had also become something that no one could ever take away, a shinobi who would shape the future of Konoha and beyond. As Sasuke looked at Hinata, he realized that the next generation was already on its way to greatness. And he couldn't be prouder. Ryo's victory in the tournament became the talk of the shinobi world. Word spread quickly about the young prodigy, who had not only defeated opponents from the most powerful villages, but also displayed the leadership skills that even veteran shinobi admired. Back in Konoha, his return was met with a hero's welcome. The streets were lined with villagers cheering for him, and his parents couldn't have been prouder. Ryo had done it. He had proven that he was more than just the child of legends. He was making his own legacy. Sasuke, who had always kept his emotions in check, found himself smiling. It was a small, rare smile, but it was there, a sign of how much Ryo had impressed him. Hinata was practically glowing, her eyes filled with pride and joy as she watched her son take his first steps into a future that was entirely his own. But Ryo wasn't satisfied with just being a champion. He knew that real strength came from protecting others, not just from winning battles. And so, he began to travel again, not for tournaments this time, but to help those in need. He'd heard of villages on the brink of war, and he was determined to stop the fighting before it could spread. His travels took him to places where his name had become almost legendary. In each village he visited, Ryo would face not just battles, but challenges that tested his heart and mind. In some, he brought peace between warring factions. In others, he helped rebuild after destruction. Ryo's growth wasn't just in strength. It was in understanding the world around him, in finding the balance between the power he wielded and the responsibility that came with it. It wasn't always easy, and there were times when the weight of his decisions left him questioning everything. But then he'd remember his parents' lessons, Naruto's optimism, Sasuke's wisdom, and Hinata's kindness. They had all shaped him into who he was, someone who could bring light even to the darkest places. One day, after a particularly challenging mission, Ryo returned to Konoha, exhausted but fulfilled. As he entered the village, he was met by his parents and friends who had been eagerly waiting for his return. "Did you miss me?" Ryo grinned as he walked up to them, his face still slightly bruised from his latest encounter. Hinata immediately hugged him, relieved to have him home. "Of course we missed you, Ryo. You always make us proud." Sasuke, still the stoic figure, nodded. "Good work. But remember, there's always more to be done." Ryo chuckled. "I know, Dad. But first I'm taking a break. Maybe I'll even treat myself to some ramen. I'm starving." Naruto, who had heard Ryo's voice from a distance, came running over. "Ryo, you're back. I've got a fresh bowl of ramen with your name on it." As they all gathered together to catch up, Ryo couldn't help but feel at home. Konoha was where he belonged, but he also knew that his journey was far from over. He had a whole world to shape, and he was determined to do so with the same strength, heart, and determination his parents had shown him. Ryo's journey was only just beginning. The future was bright, and with his parents by his side, he knew that anything was possible. Years passed, and Ryo's journey through the shinobi world continued to unfold in ways no one could have predicted. He had surpassed every expectation placed on him, not just as the son of legends, but as an individual, carving out his own path. He had faced foes that tested his strength, and friends who pushed him to become a better person. Yet, there was always a lingering question in the back of his mind. What comes after being a hero? One day, Ryo returned from a mission that took him to a faraway land where the concept of peace had been forgotten long ago. He was physically drained, but mentally sharper than ever. As he walked through the village gates of Konoha, he noticed something that stopped him in his tracks. Konoha had changed. It wasn't just the architecture that had improved, it was the energy. There was a sense of peace in the air, one that hadn't been there before. The once familiar streets were full of families, children laughing, and the elderly sitting on benches enjoying the simple moments. Konoha had grown stronger, not just in defense, but in unity. Ryo had always known that his parents, Naruto and Hinata, had helped build this future. But now, it was clear that his own actions had contributed as well. He had brought a new wave of change, one that wasn't about defeating enemies or proving strength. It was about creating something lasting. And yet, even with all the progress, Ryo could still hear the voice of his father, Naruto, in his head. "You're a hero, Ryo. But remember, heroes never rest." Ryo smiled at the thought, but he knew what that really meant. Being a hero wasn't about saving the world once and calling it a day. It was a commitment, a responsibility that never truly ended. He made his way to the Hokage's office, a place that had once been a symbol of all his father had achieved. Walking through the door, he was greeted by the familiar sight of his mother's desk, where she had been working long after hours, making sure Konoha remained safe. The old photograph of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata still stood proudly on the shelf, a reminder of everything they had fought for. Hinata looked up and smiled when she saw him. "You're back already, Ryo? How was the mission?" "Good, Mom. But I've been thinking." Ryo trailed off, scratching his head. "What's next for me? I've won tournaments, traveled to distant lands, and brought peace. But there's still this feeling that something's missing." Hinata's eyes softened. "I think it's natural to feel that way, Ryo. You've done so much already, but you've still got time. You don't have to have everything figured out right now." Ryo frowned. "But I want to know what comes next. I feel like there's more I could do." Just then, Naruto walked in, carrying a steaming bowl of ramen. "What are you two talking about?" "I'm starving, and you're making me think about life's deep questions." "Come on, Ryo. Let's eat first, then we'll figure it out." Ryo couldn't help but laugh. Despite everything that had changed, Naruto remained as goofy and carefree as ever. As they ate, Naruto leaned back in his chair and looked at his son with a more serious expression. "Ryo, you've done a lot. You've already shaped the future of Konoha. But the real question is, what do you want to do with that future? Because there's always a new challenge out there, but it's up to you how you face it." Ryo nodded, taking in his father's words. "You're right, Dad. Maybe I've been so focused on being a hero that I forgot what it means to live. I guess I need to figure that out." Hinata smiled. "Take your time, Ryo. You don't have to be in a rush. The world will still be here when you're ready." Ryo looked around at his parents. Naruto, who had once been an underdog but now was a symbol of hope, and Hinata, who had been his pillar of support through every challenge. They had built something together, a future where Konoha thrived. And now, Ryo had his own place in it, a legacy to uphold, but also a chance to create his own path. The next day, Ryo set off on a journey once again. But this time, it wasn't just to defeat an enemy or to prove himself. It was to discover what kind of shinobi he wanted to be, beyond the title of hero. And with his parents' guidance, he knew he could find that balance, just as they had done before him. The future of the Hidden Leaf Village was bright, and Ryo's story was far from over. As Ryo set off on his journey of self-discovery, the village of Konoha continued to evolve. People came and went, and with each passing day, new generations of shinobi were born, raised, and trained. But even as the world around him changed, Ryo knew that one thing would always remain the same: the bonds of family and friendship that kept the Hidden Leaf Village strong. Years later, Ryo found himself back at the gates of Konoha, though this time he wasn't alone. By his side stood a young woman who had become his closest ally, and in many ways his mirror. Her name was Emi, a promising ninja with a fiery spirit and a heart full of dreams. She was someone Ryo had met during his travels, someone who had challenged him in ways no one else could. Emi was everything Ryo wasn't. She was calm when he was impulsive, strategic when he was reckless. Together, they had formed a bond that neither time nor distance could break. And now, standing side by side, they were ready for the next chapter of their lives. "I'm glad you're back, Ryo," Emi said, giving him a playful shove as they walked through the village gates. "Konoha feels different. I've never seen it so peaceful before." Ryo grinned. "That's because it's finally in the hands of people who know what they're doing. My parents might have done the heavy lifting, but we're the ones who get to enjoy the fruits of their labor." Emi raised an eyebrow. "And you think you're ready to take on the responsibility of maintaining all this peace?" Ryo paused, thinking, "I don't know if I'm ready for all of it, but I'm ready to try. After everything I've been through, I've realized that maybe the greatest challenge is just living life, finding joy in the little things, and maybe a little bit of ramen." Emi laughed. "Well, as long as ramen's involved, I think we can handle anything." As they walked deeper into the village, Ryo couldn't help but feel the weight of his family's legacy, but it didn't feel heavy anymore. It was a reminder of everything they had accomplished and everything they still had left to do. And with Emi by his side, he was ready for whatever came next. But life had a funny way of throwing curveballs. Just as they approached the Hokage's office, the door swung open, and a familiar face appeared, Sasuke Uchiha. He was no longer the brooding, solitary figure from Ryo's childhood. Now, he was a respected leader and a father of two. "Ryo," Sasuke said, his voice as calm as ever. "Hinata wanted to speak with you. It's about your future." Ryo shot him a confused look. "My future? I'm just trying to figure out what's next for me. Not exactly sure what your wife wants with me." Sasuke smirked, his usual cool demeanor intact. "You'll find out soon enough." Hinata always had a way of seeing what others don't. As Ryo stepped into the Hokage's office, he was met with a familiar, comforting sight. His mother, sitting behind the desk, sorting through paperwork with a thoughtful expression. She looked up and smiled warmly when she saw him. "Ryo, I'm glad you're here," Hinata said softly. "There's something important we need to discuss. It's about your role in the future of Konoha." Ryo raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? I thought I was just living my life and figuring things out, like you said." Hinata nodded. "I know, but we believe that the future of the village is in your hands. Not just because of your power, but because of the person you've become." Ryo was silent for a moment, considering his mother's words. The weight of it all was starting to sink in. This wasn't just about him anymore. It wasn't about finding himself or carving out his own legacy. It was about the future of Konoha, and that was a responsibility he wasn't sure he was ready to shoulder. But then he remembered something his father, Naruto, had once told him. "Heroes never rest, Ryo. But you don't have to do it alone." As he looked at his mother's face, the reassurance in her eyes, Ryo realized that he wasn't alone. Emi, his friends, his family, together, they would shape the future. And even though the path ahead was uncertain, he felt a spark of hope. "We'll figure this out together," Ryo said with a smile, his confidence returning. Hinata nodded, a proud smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "I know you will, Ryo. You've got the heart and the strength to lead, just like your father did." Ryo's thoughts drifted to his father. Naruto, the loud, messy, but incredibly determined ninja who had built a future for everyone. Ryo knew that he, too, would make his mark, not through overwhelming strength or grand gestures, but through the love and bonds he had built along the way. As Ryo left the Hokage's office, hand in hand with Emi, he knew one thing for certain. Whatever came next, he was ready to face it. With the future of Konoha in his hands, and the support of those who loved him, Ryo was prepared to take on any challenge that came his way. And maybe, just maybe, it was time to sit down for a big bowl of ramen. After all, a hero's work was never done, but there was always time for a meal with family. Ryo's next challenge came sooner than expected. News had spread that the Hidden Leaf Village would soon be hosting an international summit, bringing together the strongest shinobi from neighboring villages to discuss peace and potential alliances. It was a rare occasion, and the pressure was on for Ryo to represent his generation. The thought of being the face of Konoha was daunting, but Ryo didn't back down from a challenge. Ready to make your debut as the new face of the village? Emi teased as they stood at the edge of the Hokage's office, looking out at the bustling village below. I'm not sure if ready is the right word, but I guess I don't have a choice, do I? Ryo grinned, trying to hide the nerves that were creeping in. Emi raised an eyebrow. Well, you've got your family's legacy behind you. And we got ramen. Can't go wrong with that. Ryo chuckled, feeling a little lighter. You really do know how to keep things in perspective. I'm not sure what I'd do without you. Emi shrugged, looking smug. Probably fail miserably. Good thing I'm here to make sure you don't. As Ryo prepared for the summit, he found himself reflecting on his journey so far. He had spent most of his life under the shadow of his legendary parents, Naruto and Hinata. But in this moment, he realized something important. He wasn't just their son. He was Ryo Uzumaki, and he was going to make his own mark. The day of the summit arrived, and Ryo stood in front of a room full of shinobi leaders from various villages. The atmosphere was tense, as expected. But Ryo knew that what he said next could shape the future of the world. I know the past has been filled with conflict, Ryo began, his voice steady, but with a hint of his usual cheekiness. But if we're really going to make peace work, it's not about making demands. It's about understanding each other, even when it's hard. Konoha believes in a future where we all stand together, not apart. And yeah, we got our problems, but who doesn't? If I'm standing here today, it's because people decided to fight for something better. And I think we can do the same. There was a long silence after his words, and Ryo held his breath. He had no idea how they would react, but he was hoping they saw the sincerity in his eyes. Finally, one of the leaders, an older shinobi from the Sand Village, nodded. It's good to see that the younger generation understands the importance of peace. Well, listen, Ryo Uzumaki. The future is in your hands, after all. Ryo let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, and for the first time in a long while, he felt like he was standing on solid ground. The summit continued with more discussions and negotiations, but Ryo's words seemed to have planted a seed. A new era was dawning for the shinobi world, and he was ready to help lead the way. Afterward, Emi met him outside the conference room, giving him a grin. Well, look at you, the new peace ambassador. Ryo rolled his eyes but couldn't hide his smile. Yeah, guess I'll add that to my resume. Future Hokage, peace ambassador, and ramen enthusiast. Emi laughed, elbowing him playfully. Don't forget, hero and total softie. You're making it hard for me to keep teasing you. Ryo shot her a look. You better stop before I make you my personal ramen assistant. Is that a threat or an offer? Emi raised an eyebrow, her playful smirk never fading. Maybe both, Ryo winked. But seriously, thank you for sticking by me. This would have been a lot harder without you. Well, that's what friends are for, right? Emi said with a grin. You'll be fine. Just remember to keep being yourself. That's all anyone really wants. And with that, Ryo realized Emi was right. He didn't need to be his father, or anyone else for that matter. He just needed to be Ryo. And maybe, just maybe, he had what it took to help lead Konoha into a new era of peace and prosperity. As time passed, Ryo's role in the village began to evolve. People started to see him less as the son of Naruto and Hinata and more as his own person, a leader in his own right. It wasn't always easy. There were moments when doubt crept in, especially during the long nights when he found himself staring at the Hokage monument, questioning if he was really cut out for this. But each time, he'd remember something his father had once told him. It's not about being perfect. It's about pushing forward, even when it seems impossible. You'll always make mistakes, but you'll learn and grow. And that was exactly what Ryo did. One of his first major tests came when the Hidden Leaf Village faced a sudden influx of rogue ninja from the Land of Wind. The village was on edge, and the Hokage office became a center of frantic planning and strategizing. Ryo stood with his mother, Hinata, in the command center, her sharp eyes scanning the mission reports while Naruto stood nearby, fidgeting with his Hokage cloak. The pressure was mounting, But Rio was determined not to crumble under it. "Mom, Dad," Rio said, his voice steady but carrying the weight of the responsibility he was feeling. "I've been thinking. Instead of waiting for them to come to us, what if we took the fight to them? We've got the advantage of terrain here, and I think we can catch them off guard." Hinata, ever the calm one, nodded thoughtfully. "That's a bold strategy, Rio, but it could work. You'll need to be quick and decisive. But you've proven before that you know how to lead." Naruto, of course, couldn't resist chiming in. "Yeah, but you better not get all moody like your old man. This isn't the time for dramatic speeches and running into danger without a plan." "Dad," Rio said, rolling his eyes, "I'm not you." Naruto grinned. True. You got more common sense. Just don't get too cocky." With the plan set in motion, Rio, Emi, and a small team of elite shinobi headed out under the cover of night. The mission was risky, but Rio had always believed in taking calculated risks. They moved swiftly through the forest surrounding the Land of Wind, using their knowledge of the terrain to stay one step ahead of the enemy. At the break of dawn, they found themselves facing a small but highly skilled group of rogue ninjas. Rio's heart pounded, but his focus was razor-sharp. This was the moment he had trained for. "Emi," Rio said, his voice calm, "on my signal, take the left flank. I'll handle the right." "Got it," Emi replied, already in motion. The battle that followed was intense, a blur of swift strikes, chakra-powered moves, and strategic teamwork. Rio's heart raced as he clashed with one of the rogue ninjas, feeling the weight of the village's expectations pressing down on him. But the fear that once gripped him now felt like fuel, pushing him to be better, faster, and stronger. The fight ended as quickly as it had started. Rio stood, panting, his hands on his knees as he looked around at his team. The rogue ninjas were defeated, and the mission was a success. "Well, that was fun," Rio said, wiping sweat from his brow, his usual cheeky grin returning. Emi rolled her eyes. "You're crazy, you know that?" Rio chuckled, but as he looked at the defeated enemies, a somber thought crossed his mind. This was the reality of being a shinobi, a life of constant battles, but also a life of service to the village. A life where his actions directly impacted the future. When he returned to Konoha, the mood was a mix of relief and celebration. The mission had been a success, and the village was safe for now. As Rio stood before the Hokage's office, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "I did it," he thought to himself. "I'm not just Rio Uzumaki anymore. I'm a protector of this village, just like my parents before me." But deep down, he knew that this was only the beginning. There would be more challenges ahead, more battles to fight, and more moments where he would have to prove himself. And as he looked out over Konoha, Rio felt something stir in his chest, a sense of purpose. The village, the people, and his family, they were all counting on him. But for the first time, he wasn't afraid, because Rio knew one thing for sure. No matter what the future held, he would face it head-on, just like his parents did before him. And maybe, just maybe, he'd do it with a bit more style. As the days passed, Rio's status as a leader began to solidify. He wasn't just the Hokage's son anymore. He was a force to be reckoned with. The villagers started to recognize his abilities, and slowly, the whispers of his potential turned into full-blown respect. But with that respect came new challenges. One morning, Rio was called to the Hokage office. As he entered, he saw his father, Naruto, and his mother, Hinata, standing together, their expressions serious. "Rio, we need to talk," Naruto said, his tone unusually grave. Rio raised an eyebrow. "What's going on?" "It's the Akatsuki," Naruto replied, his hands clenched into fists. "We've caught wind of a new movement among the remnants. They're trying to reform, and if we don't take action now, things could get out of hand." Rio's stomach dropped. The Akatsuki? The very name sent chills down his spine. The organization had caused unimaginable pain in his parents' time, and the thought of them coming back was terrifying. But why now? Rio asked, his voice tight. Why would they resurface after all this time? "Someone's pulling the strings," Hinata explained, her voice calm but laced with concern. "We don't know who, but it's not just about gathering rogue ninja this time. They have a much bigger plan. Ryo stood there for a moment, processing the weight of the situation. The Akatsuki had been a nightmare, and the thought of them rising again felt like a bad dream. But if there was one thing Ryo knew, it was that he couldn't back down now. Not when the village needed him. Then we stopped them, Ryo said, his tone steady. We don't let them get any further. Naruto's eyes softened, pride evident in his gaze. You're right. We stopped them before they can hurt anyone else. The mission was set into motion immediately. Ryo, along with a team of skilled shinobi, began tracking the remnants of the Akatsuki, who had somehow managed to keep their movements hidden from Konoha's eyes for so long. It was a game of cat and mouse, and Ryo had never been more focused. As they ventured deeper into enemy territory, Ryo couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The clues were there, too calculated, too precise. This wasn't just a random group of rogue shinobi trying to make a name for themselves. No, this was orchestrated by someone with a far greater plan in mind. They finally stumbled upon their first major clue, a hidden base in the middle of the forest of death. Ryo led the team in, his heart pounding. He could feel the weight of the mission pressing on him, but he pushed the fear aside. This was his chance to prove himself, not just to his parents, but to the entire village. Stay sharp, Ryo muttered to his team as they approached the entrance. We don't know what we're walking into. They entered cautiously, moving through the dense forest like shadows. But as they reached the heart of the base, they found something far more disturbing than they expected. There, standing in the center of the room, was a figure cloaked in shadows. Ryo's breath caught in his throat. There was something chilling about the figure, something familiar, yet entirely foreign. You've been expecting us, Ryo said, his voice strong despite the fear gnawing at his insides. The figure chuckled, the sound cold and mocking. Of course I have. I've been watching you, Ryo Uzumaki. You've become quite the leader. Ryo's heart raced. Who are you? The figure stepped into the light, and Ryo's eyes widened. The man before him was tall, with long, dark hair and a face that seemed both regal and terrifying. He wore a cloak similar to the Akatsuki's, but there was something different about him, something more sinister. I am Kurozai, the figure said with a smirk, and I am the one who will bring the world to its knees. Ryo's stomach churned. The name meant nothing to him, but the aura of power around Kurozai was undeniable. This wasn't just some rogue ninja. This was a mastermind, someone who had a plan that reached far beyond what Konoha could imagine. You won't succeed, Ryo said, his voice steady despite the fear creeping up his spine. Kurozai laughed. Oh, but I already have. Before Ryo could react, the entire base shook violently, and a wave of dark energy flooded the room. The ground beneath them cracked, and the walls seemed to close in. Ryo barely had time to brace himself before the energy slammed into him, sending him flying back. His vision blurred as he hit the ground hard, the pain radiating through his body. He struggled to his feet, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. I don't know who you are, Kurozai, Ryo spat, but I'm not backing down. Kurozai's smile never faltered. You're strong, Ryo Uzumaki, but strength alone isn't enough to stop me. With that, the battle began, one that would push Ryo to his absolute limits and beyond. Ryo's senses were on fire. The dark energy that surged around him made it feel as though the air itself was thick with malice. He barely managed to keep his footing as Kurozai's presence loomed over him, like a predator circling its prey. Is that all you've got? Kurozai taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. Ryo clenched his fists, the familiar surge of chakra rushing through him. He was the son of Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. He couldn't afford to lose here. Not now, not when the village needed him. I'm not finished, Ryo growled, his voice filled with determination. He tapped into his chakra reserves, drawing on everything he had learned from his parents, the village, and his own experiences. The Rasengan formed in his hand, a sphere of swirling energy that crackled with power. With a battle cry, he lunged forward, aiming for Kurozai's chest. But before he could reach him, Kurozai raised a hand, and the air itself seemed to bend around him. With a flick of his wrist, the energy that had once surrounded him flared up, throwing Ryo off balance. "You're too slow," Kurozai sneered. Ryo hit the ground hard, the force knocking the breath out of him. His vision swam, but he refused to give up. His father had taught him one thing: you don't stop fighting, no matter how bad it gets. Shaking off the pain, Ryo stood again, his eyes burning with determination. "I'm just getting started." With that, he jumped to his feet, unleashing a barrage of kunai. Each one was aimed precisely, each one meant to test Kurozai's reaction. The man, however, barely moved. He simply raised his hand, and the kunai collided with an invisible shield that absorbed their impact. "That's cute," Kurozai mocked, his grin widening. "But it won't work on me." Ryo gritted his teeth. His mind raced for a strategy, anything that could give him the upper hand. He needed to think outside the box. The Akatsuki remnants weren't like the enemies he'd faced before. They had abilities that defied logic. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Ryo's mind. It wasn't enough to just attack head-on. He needed to create an opening, a distraction. He focused on the area around Kurozai, analyzing the way the energy pulsed. There was a pattern, something off about the way it moved. Without hesitation, Ryo sprinted toward Kurozai again, but this time, he wasn't aiming for a direct hit. Instead, he dove to the side, flanking the man. The sudden shift in his movement threw Kurozai off, and for a split second, the shield flickered. That was all Ryo needed. With a deep breath, he gathered his chakra into his feet and lunged forward. He reached Kurozai's exposed side, his hand blazing with energy. The Rasengan grew in size, swirling with power and raw determination. Kurozai's eyes widened in surprise. Impossible! Before he could react, Ryo slammed the Rasengan into Kurozai's side. The impact was deafening, sending a shockwave through the entire base. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, Kurozai staggered back, his body crackling with residual energy. He growled, clearly stunned by the force of the attack. His shield faltered, and Ryo saw the opening. "You're not invincible," Ryo said, his voice steady as he prepared for another strike. Kurozai's expression darkened. "You may have caught me off guard, but this isn't over." With that, Kurozai's power surged once more, and the ground beneath them began to crack and break apart. The force of his energy seemed to warp reality itself, and Ryo could feel the very air bending to Kurozai's will. But Ryo wasn't afraid. He couldn't be. He wasn't just fighting for himself. He was fighting for everyone he loved, his family, his village. And he would never stop. "Let's finish this," Ryo muttered, his voice filled with resolve. The final battle between Ryo and Kurozai had begun, and there was no turning back. Ryo's heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He was no longer just the son of the Hokage. He was a force to be reckoned with, one that was ready to prove that his strength came from more than just his bloodline. His eyes locked onto Kurozai, who stood with a menacing smirk, clearly underestimating him. "You still think you can beat me?" Kurozai's voice echoed through the ruined battlefield, his dark chakra swirling like a storm around him. "You're just a child." But Ryo wasn't having it. "You should have learned by now not to underestimate me." With a battle cry, Ryo launched himself forward, using his speed to close the distance between them in an instant. Kurozai raised a hand, preparing to launch a counterattack, but Ryo was already there, his kunai flashing through the air. Kurozai was forced to react, his dark chakra enveloping him in an instant, but Ryo was quicker. In a move his father would have been proud of, Ryo pulled back and slammed his foot into the ground, creating a shockwave that knocked Kurozai off balance. The momentary distraction was enough for Ryo to follow up with a barrage of jutsu, each one more intricate and precise than the last. "You're going to regret making this personal," Ryo muttered as his chakra formed into the shape of a dragon, which soared towards Kurozai, its jaws snapping. Kurozai's eyes widened. "That's impossible." The dragon's jaws collided with Kurozai's dark energy shield, the force of the impact creating a massive explosion that shook the entire area. When the dust cleared, Kurozai was on his knees, breathing heavily. He'd taken a hit, and it was clear that Ryo's attack had weakened him. But Kurozai wasn't finished yet. With a roar, he rose to his feet, his chakra flaring up like a wildfire. "You've got spirit, kid, but this ends now." Ryo's instinct screamed at him to move, but he didn't have time. In a blink, Kurozai slammed his hand into the ground, sending shockwaves through the air. The ground cracked beneath them, and the sky darkened as a massive dark energy sphere began to form above Kurozai's head. "This is my ultimate move," Kurozai sneered, his voice thick with malice. "You won't survive this?" Ryo's mind raced. This was it. He had to stop Kurozai now, before it was too late. He looked around, trying to find something, anything, that could give him an edge. That's when his gaze landed on the stone pillar that had been destroyed earlier. He could use it. His body moved on instinct as he summoned the chakra reserves from deep within, gathering every ounce of power he had left. He pulled his hands together, creating the largest Rasengan he'd ever formed. The massive sphere of energy crackled with raw chakra, swirling with a power he'd never tapped into before. "Rasengan, shuriken," Ryo shouted, hurling the spinning ball of energy toward the massive dark sphere. The two powers collided with an explosive force that made the ground tremble beneath them. The dark sphere shattered, and Kurozai's expression shifted from confidence to disbelief. The Rasengan shuriken pierced through the debris, cutting straight through the air toward Kurozai, and with nowhere left to hide, it hit him head-on. The explosion that followed was blinding. Ryo was knocked back by the force, his body skidding across the ground before he came to a stop, chest heaving. His vision was blurry, his body exhausted, but he could hear nothing but silence. When the dust finally settled, Kurozai was lying motionless on the ground. His dark energy had dissipated, and for the first time in what felt like forever, there was peace. The fight was over. Ryo pushed himself to his feet, staggering slightly from the exertion. He looked down at Kurozai, whose body lay still and lifeless. The battle had been won, but Ryo's journey was far from over. There was still so much more to prove. With a deep breath, he let out a sigh of relief. "Guess you weren't as tough as you thought." As the tension in the air lifted, Ryo felt a sudden presence behind him. He turned to see his parents, Naruto and Hinata, standing just beyond the battle's aftermath, their expressions filled with pride. "You did it, Ryo," Naruto said, his voice filled with admiration. Ryo smiled, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. "I couldn't have done it without everything you've taught me." Hinata stepped forward, her smile warm and full of love. "We're so proud of you, Ryo. You've surpassed even our expectations." Ryo's smile widened as he looked at his parents. This was just the beginning of his journey, and no matter what came next, he knew he'd face it head-on. After all, he was the son of the Hokage, and the legacy of the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans ran strong in his veins. Ryo's heart still raced from the battle, but as he looked around at the aftermath, a wave of pride washed over him. His parents were here, and despite everything, he had proven himself worthy. He felt a surge of determination. It wasn't just about being strong. It was about protecting those he loved and carrying on the legacy of his family. Naruto ruffled Ryo's hair, a proud grin on his face. "You've got the Uzumaki spirit, kid. I'm seriously impressed." Hinata stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "You've grown so much, Ryo. I always knew you were capable of greatness." Ryo chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head. "Thanks, Mom, Dad. I couldn't have done it without all of your support. But don't get too cocky," Naruto teased, winking at him. "There's still a lot of work to be done. You got big shoes to fill." Ryo smiled, his eyes narrowing in mock seriousness. "Yeah, I'm ready. Bring it on." But deep down, he knew his journey wasn't over. In fact, it was just beginning. As much as he had grown, there were still challenges ahead, and he wasn't going to let anything stop him. He had to prove himself, not just to his parents or his village, but to himself. And if the looks his parents exchanged meant anything, he was about to face some new training that would take him even further. "All right, kid, time to get to work," Naruto said, crossing his arms and narrowing his eyes. "The next Hokage is going to need some serious strength. You ready for more?" Ryo's smile turned into a confident grin. "Let's do it." As the wind blew through the battlefield, Ryo's gaze shifted toward the horizon. There were new adventures waiting for him, new challenges to conquer, and new bonds to form. He wasn't just the son of the Hokage. He was Ryo Uzumaki, and he was ready to carve his own path. But for now, he enjoyed this moment of victory. It was well-earned. Hinata placed her hand on Naruto's arm, smiling softly. I have a feeling the future is in good hands. Naruto grinned back at her, his gaze proud. Yeah, I think so too. Ryo stood there, basking in the quiet victory, when suddenly, the sky above him seemed to crack with the sound of something intense. The air thickened, and a shadow loomed on the horizon. It wasn't over. His heart dropped for a second. This was it. The world wasn't going to let him have peace just yet. Naruto's face grew serious as he shifted into a defensive stance. Something's coming. Hinata's byakugan activated, scanning the surroundings. Her expression tightened. It's powerful, Naruto. We need to be ready. Ryo's stomach tightened. Was this his test? To face whatever this new threat was? He clenched his fists. I'm ready. In the distance, the dark figure grew larger, a silhouette against the setting sun. It wasn't just any enemy. It was something different, something powerful. As the shape began to define itself, a chill ran down Ryo's spine. It wasn't an enemy from the village. It was someone he didn't recognize at all. Naruto stepped forward, his voice unwavering. Everyone stay on guard. This isn't like anything we've faced before. The figure approached at an alarming rate, and Ryo's instincts kicked in. His training with his parents, the lessons from Sasuke, the long nights spent pushing his limits, they all flooded back. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The figure stopped a few meters away, its presence unnerving. It was a man, tall, with long, dark hair and an aura that practically screamed power. But what struck Ryo the most was the symbol on his cloak, a symbol he had never seen before. Ryo felt a twinge of uncertainty, but it didn't last long. Who are you? He asked, his voice steady despite the confusion that churned inside him. The man smiled, cold, calculating. I'm someone who's come to test the strength of the future Hokage's family. Hinata tensed beside Naruto, her protective instincts kicking in. We don't have time for games. Leave now. But the man only chuckled, his eyes glowing with a menacing energy. I'm not here to leave. I'm here to make sure the next generation is strong enough to survive what's coming. Ryo's eyes narrowed, the weight of his family's legacy pressing against his chest. He stepped forward, facing the unknown man, determined to defend what he held dear. Then bring it on. I'll show you exactly what I'm made of. The man's smile widened, clearly amused. We'll see if that confidence holds up. He then raised his hand, summoning a dark energy that twisted around him like a vortex. The battle was about to begin, and Ryo knew that he wasn't just fighting for himself or for his family. He was fighting for the future, for the peace that his parents had worked so hard to protect. This time, he wasn't just the son of Hokage. He was a force to be reckoned with. Let's do this, Ryo whispered to himself as he charged forward, ready to face whatever this new enemy had in store. The man's energy surged with each passing second, his presence overwhelming. Ryo felt it in the pit of his stomach, the feeling of a fight that would challenge everything he had trained for. But he wasn't going to back down. Not now, not ever. Naruto and Sasuke stood by his side, their eyes fierce with determination. Stay focused, Ryo, Naruto called out, his voice steady but filled with the weight of a lifetime of battles. This guy's not going to go easy. Got it, Ryo replied, his voice unwavering. He could feel his chakra beginning to resonate with the man's dark energy, the tension building between them. The man's smirk grew wider as he drew a hand across the air, his fingers tracing symbols that distorted the very atmosphere around them. I'm not here to play, he said, his voice calm, almost eerily so. The world is changing, and it's time for the new generation to prove its worth. Ryo clenched his fists, feeling his blood rush. He had trained for this moment. All the times his parents pushed him, the countless hours of training with Sasuke. He was ready to step up. He wasn't going to let some mysterious figure come into his world and ruin everything. Not now. With a swift motion, the man summoned a barrage of dark energy blasts, shooting them toward the trio. The air crackled, and Ryo's heart pounded as he quickly formed hand signs. He summoned his chakra, focusing it into a barrier just in time to block the first wave of attacks. Impressive, the man mused, clearly intrigued by Ryo's ability to defend against his attack. But let's see how long you can keep this up. Before he could react, the man snapped his fingers, and the ground beneath them trembled. Massive stone spikes erupted from the earth, thrusting toward them like a deadly forest of jagged spears. Sasuke was already in motion, his sharingan activated. He cut through the spikes with precision, his blade moving faster than Ryo's eyes could track. "Watch your footing," Sasuke warned, his voice low but clear. "This guy doesn't mess around." Ryo nodded, his eyes darting back to the man. His mind raced, calculating his next move. He wasn't going to rely on his parents' skills alone. He had something unique, a power that was his own, something that connected him to both his legacy and his future. Gathering his chakra, Ryo leaped into the air, landing behind the man in one swift motion. Without hesitation, he threw a kunai with a string attached, hoping to catch the man off guard. The kunai zipped through the air, but the man was too quick. He dodged with ease, the string snapping as it missed its mark. "Nice try," the man said, his tone mocking. He raised both hands and conjured a massive orb of dark energy in front of him. "But you're going to need more than that." Ryo felt a rush of adrenaline as he focused his chakra, pulling on everything he had learned. His eyes locked on the orb, his heart sinking with the rhythm of the battle. This wasn't just about raw power. It was about control, about mastering the flow of energy that surged through his veins. With a determined breath, Ryo channeled every ounce of his chakra into one attack. "Here goes nothing." He launched himself forward, his body moving like a blur, and with a roar, he fired off a concentrated blast of energy straight at the dark orb. The collision was deafening, and for a split second, everything went silent. Ryo's breath caught in his throat as the energy crackled around him, pushing against his own blast. The world seemed to slow, the sound of the impact fading into a distant hum. Then, with an explosion of light, the dark orb shattered into pieces, disintegrating in the air. The man stared, clearly stunned. "You're stronger than I thought," he muttered before narrowing his eyes. "But it's not enough." Just then, Ryo felt a pulse of chakra from behind him. His parents, Naruto and Hinata, were ready. They'd been waiting for the right moment. They weren't about to let their son face this enemy alone. Together, they charged, forming a united front. "This is the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village," Naruto shouted, his voice booming. "And you're not getting past us." Sasuke and Hinata flanked them, ready to strike. The battle was far from over, but for the first time in a long while, Ryo felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He wasn't just fighting for himself. He was fighting for his family, for the village, for everything they had built together. And as the battle raged on, Ryo knew one thing. He would never give up. Ryo tightened his fists, his mind racing. He wasn't about to let some overgrown monster ruin their moment. He glanced at Hinata and Sasuke, who both seemed locked in their own thoughts, preparing for what was coming. "Let's finish this," he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Naruto charged forward without hesitation, his chakra flaring around him like a blazing storm. The creature roared, its jaws snapping shut as it lunged at him with terrifying speed. But Naruto was faster. With a swift movement, he sidestepped the creature's jaws and landed a heavy punch directly into its ribcage. The creature staggered back, but it wasn't finished. It howled in fury, swinging its massive tail toward Naruto. Sasuke didn't wait for an invitation. His Chidori crackled to life, and with a blur of motion, he slashed through the creature's tail like it was made of paper. The beast shrieked in agony, but quickly regenerated, its wounds closing up almost as fast as Sasuke could inflict them. "Great," Sasuke muttered, swiping the blood off his hand. "It's not going to be that easy." Hinata's eyes flared with focus. She took a step forward, her hands glowing with chakra. "Leave the support to me," she said softly, her byakugan honed in on the creature's weak points. In the next moment, She darted forward, dodging the creature's claws as she aimed for its chakra points. Her gentle fist strikes hit with pinpoint accuracy, causing the creature to convulse as its energy started to drain. "Ryo now!" Hinata shouted. With a nod, Ryo stepped forward, drawing his sword, its blade shimmering with a faint blue light. He focused all his chakra into the blade, aiming for the creature's heart. He struck, the blade sinking deep into the creature's chest. The monster shrieked, thrashing violently, but Ryo's grip held firm. Slowly, the creature's form began to crumble, its monstrous roar dying down until it was nothing but dust and shadows in the wind. Naruto stood tall, a grin spreading across his face. "That was pretty awesome," he said, giving Ryo a thumbs up. "But you owe me a rematch sometime." Ryo chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Anytime." Hinata stepped up beside him, her face softening with relief. "We did it together." Sasuke gave them both a rare, approving nod. "This battle's over. For now." And just like that, the threat was gone, leaving only the remnants of their hard-won victory. But the story didn't end there. Far beyond their current battle, a new journey awaited their son, the child whose potential could surpass even the legendary Naruto and Sasuke. Years had passed since that final battle, and the Hidden Leaf Village had become a place of peace once more. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata had all settled into new roles, their lives revolving around their families and the village they loved. But there was always something that lingered in the air, the quiet anticipation of what was to come. Ryo had grown up fast. As the child of two legendary shinobi, the expectations had always been high, but Ryo was different. Even from a young age, he showed an uncanny ability to master techniques that had taken others decades to perfect. The village had begun to whisper, and those whispers only grew louder as he continued to grow stronger, smarter, and more skilled with every passing day. Naruto and Hinata often found themselves watching Ryo with a sense of pride and wonder. He wasn't just the child of two of the most powerful shinobi in history. He was his own person, carving out a path that no one could predict. One afternoon, as Ryo trained under the guidance of Sasuke, Naruto found himself staring at the horizon. He smiled to himself, knowing that the future was in good hands. "Hey, Dad." Ryo's voice broke through his thoughts. Naruto turned around, his usual grin spreading across his face. "What's up, kid?" Ryo stood tall, his arms crossed over his chest, a serious expression on his face. "I've been thinking, maybe it's time I take my own path, you know?" Naruto blinked, slightly taken aback. "What do you mean?" Ryo's eyes sparkled with determination. "I want to do something different, something that's never been done before. I want to push the limits. Show everyone that I can be more than just your son, more than just Sasuke's apprentice. I want to make my own mark." Naruto's grin widened, though there was a hint of something more in his eyes. "Kid, if anyone can do it, it's you. But don't forget, we're always here for you. You don't have to walk this road alone." Sasuke, who had been standing nearby, crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "Took you long enough to figure that out, huh?" Ryo smirked, rolling his eyes. Yeah, but I'm ready now." Sasuke gave a rare, approving nod. "Good. Just don't get cocky. The world's still full of challenges, and I expect you to face them head-on. No running away." Ryo chuckled, his eyes alight with excitement. "Wouldn't dream of it." Hinata joined them then, her presence calm yet powerful as always. She placed a hand on Ryo's shoulder, her smile warm and proud. "We believe in you, Ryo. Just remember to stay true to yourself. And if you ever need us, we're right here." And just like that, Ryo's journey began. His eyes were set on a future that no one could predict, and the legacy of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata would be carried forward in ways that no one could have imagined. The village watched as the next generation rose to meet the challenges ahead. And in the heart of it all, Ryo was ready to prove that he could surpass even the legendary figures who had come before him. The adventure had just begun. The winds of change swept through the Hidden Leaf Village as Ryo's journey unfolded before their eyes. His reputation grew, not just because of his lineage, but because he earned every ounce of respect he got. Ryo had become the village's new hope, the one destined to forge a future even brighter than those who had paved the way before him. Naruto watched from the sidelines, his chest swelling with pride, but also with the knowledge that his time was fading. Not in the sense that he was done, but in the sense that the future of the village and the shinobi world had to be carried by the next generation. One evening, as the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow over the village, Naruto called Ryo to the Hokage office. "Ryo," Naruto said, motioning for his son to sit across from him. The Hokage's office had always been a place where heavy decisions were made, but now there was a lightness to it that hadn't existed when Naruto was in his youth. Ryo sat down, a serious expression on his face. "What's up, Dad?" Naruto leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. "You made a name for yourself. Everyone's talking about you. You've become more than just my son, more than just a legend's apprentice. But I've got to ask," his voice softened slightly, "are you ready for the responsibilities that come with it? You're not just carrying my name anymore. You're creating your own legacy." Ryo sat back, his gaze unwavering. "I've been ready for this since I could walk. I've learned from the best. Now, I just want to use what I got to make sure the world stays safe." Naruto's eyes shone with a mixture of pride and understanding. "You got what it takes, son. But remember, even legends need support. Don't do it all alone. Keep the people you care about close. They'll help you more than any jutsu ever could." Ryo nodded, a small grin tugging at the corners of his lips. "I'm not planning on going solo, Dad. I've learned that much already." Naruto laughed, ruffling Ryo's hair. "Good. Just don't forget to come visit your old man when you're Hokage. I'll need someone to pass the job to, after all." Ryo chuckled, standing up. "You'll be the first to know, Dad. Promise." And with that, he left the room, the weight of his legacy heavy on his shoulders, but his heart light with the knowledge that the village, his family, and his friends would always be there to support him. The next day, Ryo gathered his closest friends, those who had been with him through thick and thin, to share his decision. He was ready. The Hidden Leaf's future was in capable hands. The world outside the village was as turbulent as ever, with new threats always on the horizon. But Ryo knew something the world didn't. There was no challenge too big, no enemy too strong, because the spirit of those who came before him lived on in him. The legacy of Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and everyone who had fought for peace was now in his hands. But it wasn't a burden, it was a gift he intended to use wisely. And so, the journey of a new era began. The next chapter in the story of the Hidden Leaf Village, one that would be told for generations to come. Ryo's legacy had only just begun, and with the support of his family and friends, there was no limit to what he could accomplish. This was just the beginning of his story, and the world would be watching. Years passed, and Ryo's legacy continued to grow. The Hidden Leaf Village flourished under his leadership, and peace spread throughout the shinobi world. As Hokage, he led with wisdom and strength, but always with the heart of a protector. Every decision he made was for the future of the village, and every victory he achieved felt like a tribute to the generations before him. Naruto, now a proud elder, often watched from the sidelines as his son handled the pressures of leadership with ease. He had given everything to the village, but it was Ryo who would carry the torch forward. The time had come for him to step back, to let the new generation take over. One quiet evening, with the village bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, Ryo stood on the Hokage monument, his eyes on the horizon. His heart swelled with a mixture of gratitude and resolve. He had done it. He had created a new era of peace and unity. But he knew that this was only the beginning. "You did good, kid," Naruto's voice echoed from behind, breaking his train of thought. Ryo turned to see his father, now older but still full of life, approaching with that familiar, mischievous grin. I'm just getting started, Dad, Ryo replied, his smile matching his father's. Naruto clapped him on the back, a proud glint in his eyes. You've got the right mindset. The future's yours now. Ryo gazed at the village below, the faces of the people who had helped him along the way flashing through his mind. He knew the road ahead wouldn't be without challenges, but with his family, friends, and the legacy of those who came before him, he was ready. I won't let them down, Dad, Ryo said, his voice steady and determined. The hidden leaf will always be safe. Naruto nodded, his expression softening. I know you won't, son. I know you won't. And with that, Ryo turned his gaze to the future, ready to face whatever came next. The era of his generation had begun, and it would be a story written not in the pages of history books, but in the hearts of those who lived it. The legacy of the Hokage lived on, in him, in his family, and in the village that would forever stand as a symbol of hope.